Let's get it. Y'all get the tap shares and all that good stuff. We back. Got a few hours with you good guys, and we out this time. Mm-hmm. What the? What the heck? What the hell say?
What the hell?
What the hell?
The Heliante? What the hell, cat? What the Halle Berry? No problem, Sean. No problem.
What the hell is rolling?
Yeah, we back on this conversation about disingenuous.
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 Why you being disingenuous?
I just wanna know. Acting like your clothes don't matter when you go out.
Uh-oh.
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 Uh-huh.
Oh, what the?
Oh, what the huh?
I'm about to eat though.
I just want to know why y'all acting like your clothes don't matter. Like, seriously. I'm sorry. They about to call me a pygmisha.
Oh, for real?
Wait, let me hit you with some likes, baby. Let me hit you with some likes.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta mute myself though. I do believe in the muting yourself to hit the
I don't want to too. I like your voice.
I know.
I like your breathing. There you go. See? Ooh.
Breathing like the Nutty Professor. Boy. No, breathing like Rasputius. You remember her?
Yeah.
Rasputius.
My breathing almost made me Nutty Professor.
What? Yo, stop. Cat. The fact that I understood every part of that is crazy. Ooh, that's the crazy part. Oh, snap, that was fast. What's up, Leah?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah.
How are you guys?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good.
Oh, snap. Did motivation just come to me? I haven't seen motivation in a minute.
That motivation came in.
Oh, snap.
What the heck
baby,
here?
what?
I ain't seen this dude in
Yo, we got a legend in the building.
A legend in the building.
What? Yo,
Funny thing is, I ain't seen him in so long that he didn't even know me and you was together.
Oh, that's so true. Motivation.
Are you waiting for more people?
Kevin and I are
to
together.
come in?
Go ahead,
Babe.
Leah. What's up?
Oh, okay. No.
Go.
Yeah, you
Go
can
ahead.
go ahead, Leah.
Oh, I was gonna ask, are we waiting for more people to come in to answer the prompt, or?
It's up to you. What you feel like? You feel like you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
He said,
I'm always ready. This is not my first panel.
That's right, but sorry, Leah. We having a bit of a family.
No. You guys are fun.
Man, what's good, man?
What up, Mona?
How y'all doing, man?
We good, man.
Yeah, congratulations, man. That's dope, man.
For sure.
We didn't see it like it hit us like a brick. Wait, what would you call it? Like a train? I don't know. We did not see it coming either.
Right.
Nah, I mean, y'all two genuine people, man. Like Kev is dope, man. Genuine dude, man. Real down to earth. You as well. So I mean, if anybody, I feel if anybody would absolutely work as a couple, man, I feel it would be you two. Just cause two very genuine, just dope, just awesome, just some cool people, down to earth, and very honest and authentic, man. And it's that's when you find authentic people, that's dope, and that's not always easy to find because a lot of people out here sort of just perpetrate just sort of getting along. So
Yeah.
I appreciate you, man.
Thank you, motivation.
I miss you, man. Where you been? All right.
yeah, bro.
You.
Yeah, the truth is, I was just taking sabbatical. And that's all. Honestly, that's what it was. It was a
Mhm.
situation of looking at what I wanted to accomplish and what I was doing, and if I needed to just approach it from a different angle and with a different strategy. And that's all. Honestly, it was
Mm-hmm.
just figuring some things out.
Love
And
that.
I'm still, full time dad. 2 kids under 3 and a husband. So I'm just trying to hold it down. Got my, my cleaning business, and also, growing my business as a motivational speaker, teacher, and personal development coach. So, it's a lot of moving parts, and I just need to figure out something that worked better for me. That's all.
Amen.
There you go. There you go. Now that's motivating.
Motivation. But I'm so happy to see you, motivation.
Mm-hmm.
But
Last
Absolutely.
time we seen him, remember we was already watching him and trying to get him to calm down. And
yeah. But I always knew, like, if I didn't see you, I always knew that you were putting your family first.
oh yes,
Yeah.
Oh, they have to be
Yep.
first. They're extremely important to me.
That's right.
Our kids are so important. I mean, whether it's wife, marriage, or kids, both are extremely important. And a lot of times, children are ones that sort of get left behind when we trying to work on other things, and we think that everything else is like the most important thing, and other things are important that we do have to work on, but you do have to prioritize your children too. So that's what I try to make sure I do, because that they're not gonna be little forever. They're gonna grow up fast.
Amen. That's what a parent is supposed to do. You got to make those little sacrifices.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, let's get this
Man, so
part.
how y'all been doing? What's up, man? I mean, I love the
Huntress,
topic
look who
though.
we found. Huntress, motivation in the
Yeah.
building. Wait till Rob see this.
A
Rob just was
real
in here
life
last. Rob
legend.
probably
Oh,
come in
that's
here.
true.
The whole crew about to be at that thing, boy. I remember I caught y'all over at Rob. I was like, what Huntress and motivation are they doing at Rob? I was like, I gotta see who this guy Rob about. Now Rob over
Oh
here now.
yeah, not
I'm
yeah.
like,
Oh, Robbie's dope,
yeah, he be
man.
over. Yeah, he just was over here last live before we cut the session off. He just over. He probably coming right back.
Yep.
And I just sent my invite though. Actually,
I just shared it with him.
okay.
Kick.
Get all my peoples in here because we got a few hours on this thing. And
Aisha.
let's get Lee in. I know she been patiently waiting and stuff, man. It's good to see.
Yeah.
Like I said, good to see my boy Motivation, man. One of my favorites.
Appreciate that, brother.
For sure, man. What you got for me, Leah?
Sorry, I was just being patient.
Oh, yeah, it's always. Yeah, appreciate it.
Okay, I'll start with the first question. So it says, how do you spot a disingenuous person? For me, it's more body language. I'm really big on just like observing people and reading a room.
Mhm.
So just how you act and how do I see you interact with other people? That's usually like my biggest, I guess you say my biggest red flag is when I see how you're interacting with people and then you come approach me. Biggest red flag.
Mhm.
Um, and then it says, how can you tell who's putting on an act versus who's being genuine? I think it's just more like having a conversation with that person. I guess their character will tell you who they are at the end of the day. And then how do you correctly use gaslighting? Um, I don't really know. I don't really gaslight people. I feel like I wouldn't really know how to explain that one.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna leave that one alone because I don't necessarily do that. So I think it's kind of hard to explain. But signs of a triggered person.
That's actually fine because we actually normally just we talk about the first part.
Oh, my bad. I was just
We
going
have
through them.
everybody talk about the first part. Nah, you're all good. And then we just have a
Hey, I
different
was
panel.
at first because sometimes I do be. It do depend on
You
how
let 'em-
small the room is though. Because I
Oh,
sometimes let
okay.
them
I
rock out. But
apologize.
she right though. I usually do one at a time. But I was like sometimes when it ain't that many people, I just let them do all of them
Oh, my
or
bad.
whatever.
Go
But
ahead.
when as soon as that box get full, I'll be like, all right, one at a time, y'all. But
Okay, I'm gonna do one
oh,
at a time then. Go
yeah.
ahead.
So yeah, since we do got a few more people in here, then
Go
let's
ahead.
get mess with Aisha real quick with the little 2 bar she got.
Hey y'all.
What's up, Aisha? All right.
What's
Aisha.
going on?
I can never tell.
Rachel, the king and queen up in here. the king and queen on the panel.
Appreciate
How to spot a disingenuous person? I mean, I don't know if you could spot them until you get to talk to them and know them. And this could be dealing with relationships or people you work with. So all this is under different circumstances. You could be gaslit or whatever at work or in a relationship. So I don't feel like I could just spy them. I just feel like you got to get to know people. And I know we're not reading the whole thing, so I'm just going to answer that one question.
Okay. Let's get my boy motivation in. I ain't heard this, but I know he gonna have some stuff for me.
All right, so are we answering? So are you? How
Just
do you
the
spot
first
a
one.
disingenuous person?
Yep, just that
All
one.
right, I think it actually is going to come through several just honest, real conversations. And just after a while, I think if you spend enough time with someone, you will see if, and of course, you know, it's the ability to give someone grace because understand, you know, no one's perfect, but at the same time, understanding there's certain things just because of someone's character they try to do consistently. So their actions being consistent versus, and if it aligns with the words they say. And if their actions are consistent with the words they say, then all right, cool. That's a authentic, genuine person. But if someone's words is always the opposite of their actions, like they say one thing but they're always doing the opposite, then it just starts to present itself, and it becomes obvious after over time. Like I don't think that's something you could decide like, you know, within a 30-minute conversation. It depends if you really well at reading people and dealing with people and body language, and you've dealt with enough, you know, hustlers, slick talkers, and whatnot. You can read through the letters. You can read through the body language and the false and what they're saying versus what they're doing. But I think, like I said, the actions of their character is gonna align with what they're saying compared to what they're saying not aligning with their actions. So I'm gonna land my plane with that.
I like how you ended that one. That was sweet. Okay. All right. Janique, what you got for me?
Let me see. He said, "How do you spot a disingenuous person?" Is that the one you're talking about?
Yep.
I think when you're. Well, for me, I would just say throughout TikTok and stuff, just people being a little too critical.
Hmm.
When it's borderline bashing.
Huh?
And it's disingenuous, like to say that you're here to help or you want to help a person or feel they should do better and could do better. The way you speak to a person is everything. So you can get a point across without being super critical, where it's borderline bashing or belittling a person to make them feel small. And so one of I believe a lot of people have learned that I want to keep it real and be blunt, but haven't learned to communicate. And a lot of times when I speak to people, a lot of times I'll ask myself, would I mind what I'm saying being said to me? And if that's okay with me, then okay. But when you say something, if someone come back at you the same way and you get defensive or feel like they're being disrespectful or things like that, then you should think about the way you're delivering it as well. So that's what I feel like, especially throughout these TikTok streets, a lot of people are jumping in and we don't know each other. So to come for you so critically with saying things, I've even heard like people saying you stupid, that's stupid, or you're lying and things like that, being so aggressive with their words and disrespectful. But out of one breath, but the other breath they're saying they're just keeping it real, and people want you to be pacifying them. But if it's said back to them the exact same way, then they're saying women are masculine and things like that. So I think it's really important to learn to communicate effectively. And when you are communicating, you should really try to communicate
out of a place of concern, which involved a level of caring about how you making a person feel when you say words to them.
Interesting. Okay. Hmm. I go back to the question what I be saying, lying versus business disingenuous. But okay, we gonna get to that. What you got, Jazz, and then we gonna get Lovely in, and then Jake, and then we gonna open panel after that.
Hi. Are we answering one question at a time?
Yeah, just one. Yeah.
Okay. How do you spot a disingenuous person? I say someone that's always only around when it's beneficial.
Let's get a phone call.
Oh,
Oh, she do got a phone
no,
call.
it's okay. Probably okay. So someone who's only around when it's beneficial. Um, the conversations feel like it's more of one-sided, so they're really asking a lot about you all up in your business, but when you try to get to know more about them and asking things about them, it's real hard to get things out. And seeing how that person just may treat you compared to others.
Okay. All right. What you got, Lovely?
I think of hey, how you doing, Kev?
I'm good. Look who we found too. Look look what the cat done dug up. What that's the saying that he's saying?
Motivational.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a minute since I've seen you on some lives, and everybody on the panel. I hope everybody's doing well. Miss Rachel, how you doing, gorgeous?
Hi,
When
beautiful.
I think about the how do you spot a disingenuous person, I'm glad the accountability room came up right underneath that. In order to understand what disingenuous means, is you had to be disingenuous once yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Like you, sometimes we know what we want to experience because we've probably been that person ourselves. So I look at the disingenuous as that I wanted to know what to welcome into me, but I also know what I gave people. You know, I've been disingenuous before, and that's why I love the accountability room comes up. So I know what a person who's disingenuous, when they're bringing it to me, I'm like, I've seen this before, because maybe it came from me.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I kind of look at it.
And that's I put I'll say my little piece and then open panel. I thought about one main person when y'all was talking about one main person that's known for being disingenuous is a lot of pastors. So I believe that they like dang near one of the number ones because they will live a lifestyle, come down hard on other people like they never lived that type of life, and then act confused. Like, and that's why I ain't gonna lie, because that's why I like that you said that you had to did it before, because I was about to say I've been disingenuous before and had to call myself out at one point. Like, dang, I guess I am, because I be going heavy on people, and then all of a sudden I'm be acting like that I don't know what they going through and all that stuff or why they why they at. I'm like, dang, I guess I am being disingenuous because I can't act like I didn't know what they went through, and I'm just playing it like, no, you know better, even though I didn't know better. You know what I'm saying? So it's no, yeah, so I could get it though. So something like that, I had to use like a lot of pastors, they tend to do that. They straight up want to demonize everybody else and act like they wasn't over there back there smacking buns and doing all this other stuff, but they want to get on everybody else that's doing this stuff. So yeah, I say that something like that. That would be disingenuous in my book. But go ahead, open panel. People that y'all may disagree with or wanted to understand or whatever. We can do open panel.
What it almost sounded like you was that disingenuous or hypocritical? Or is that the same thing?
Nah, I mean it could be the same thing, but disingenuous is basically acting like you did not experience, or that it's basically like that. I look at it that it's the same. It's like that you acting like you don't understand a person, so you plan it basically like you acting like you don't understand. That's how I always view this being disingenuous. So it's like just like like say if I was talking to a woman like, man, you know, you like y'all most of y'all want to protect her or something like. Then you got this one to be like, she know that she wanted, but she want to be a certain. She want to act a certain way and be like prideful. She like, nah, I take a man that ain't protect me because I'm gonna protect him. But not knowing darn well that it's a turnoff to her. You know what I'm saying? She not about to be sitting there protecting a man that ain't trying. You know what I'm saying? That she don't want that. She really do want to protect it. So I find, that's more in a way that's disingenuous. Because we know she just want to prove some other point. So she was like how a lot of people like using anomalies to counter something that's really like the mass agree with type situation, just to, I guess, want to be right or something like that. That's how what I figured being disingenuous is. Hypocritical, I just say that's like, being you literally smoking cigarettes and you tell somebody else to not smoke cigarettes. You gotta literally be like doing that action to be hypocritical, you know.
Which actually goes into your point
Hello,
proven,
host.
Was it
Kev, is that
that person's?
the
Where's my
pastor
picture?
that comes in and says, you need to do it this way, you need to move this way, you need to live your life for God this way, but on the back end, they're not doing it. So that's hypocritical. Disingenuous is kind of getting that disingenuity is kind of like more you're dealing with yourself, and it's like, how do I go from being disingenuous to being genuine, or vice versa? Can I be genuine? Do I need to be humbled in order to do it? Do I need to take accountability? If I don't know being genuine and don't know how to be disingenuine, then I don't know either side. It's kind of like, what side do you choose?
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like that question that Rachel asked. What is it? That that was a good question. The hypocrisy and the disingenuous.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Well,
disingenuine is somebody who's just not real within how they operate in the relationship dynamic.
well, and I like to use the example of the pastor, Kev, because my thing is this: I don't think there's anything wrong with a pastor encouraging people to live life a better way, but I think it's important that they have the transparency of that they have made mistakes in their life, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I think when a pastor or minister is like, hey, you know what, been there, done that, it didn't get the best results in my life, so you know what, because of that, I'm preaching against this because this is going to get you
Yes.
better results without going through the heartache, without going through the pain, without going through the unnecessary hell that you're going to go through if you take that path. Because you know what I'm saying? It's like there's two lessons we can learn. We can learn from the mistakes of other people, or we can make those mistakes ourselves, like those before us, and feel the same heartaches. Right? It's like we talked about, Kev, about for men and women, right? For men having multiple baby mamas and ladies having multiple baby daddies. Well, if you saw your uncle have multiple baby mamas, and you saw your brother have multiple baby mamas, you saw your best friend have multiple baby mamas, and you saw everything they've gone through, you don't want that headache. So you can learn from that mistake and be like, nah, I'm not trying to have multiple baby mamas. I'm not trying to have multiple kids by multiple different women. I'm really trying to just make sure that I have an intentional family with a woman that I want to have a family with, that has some great character traits she can pour into my seed. So you got two roads you can go down. You can repeat their life, or you can learn from their life and make better choices.
Right.
Let me get I'm not a little kid. I don't think she answered it yet. Go ahead.
Hi. Okay, so how do you spot a disingenuous person? Um, I had said something in the comments earlier, but I can spot a disingenuous person within the first 5 minutes of them talking to me or them being around me. Say like, okay, disingenuous is doing something with the lack of empathy. If you are a disingenuous person, that means that you are not doing something that carries empathy and sympathy for that person. That means that you're not giving a care in a world of what you are doing to them, or how you are helping them, or how you are lending a hand to them. Like, that's not genuine. That's disingenuous, and it's only for your gain. A genuine person will want to do it just because I'm your friend, I'm doing it, I'm genuine, I have a good heart. You don't have to pay me back. Say like for example, if you needed help for your rent or something like that, that is a genuine person to come out of their pockets and being like, oh yeah, I got you. You ain't got to pay me back. That's a genuine person. You're doing something because you you can feel what they're feeling. You have empathy. You feel that empathy and sympathy within them. So it's like you can give without feeling regret, without feeling like without feeling like they about to go and do something else with that money. That's a genuine person. Disingenuous person is, oh, well, you got, you are humiliating them. You're not giving them the sympathy and the empathy that they're looking for. That's a disingenuous person. Now, for that question, I was answering that one, and I'm going down the line. Second thing, can you tell who's
Oh,
putting?
sorry. We just do the first one and then we do open panel.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm
It's
sorry.
all good. It's all good.
I didn't know
That's
how it
what
worked
I'm
in here.
here
I'm sorry.
for. That's why I
Okay.
moderate. Hey, Cece.
Hello.
Oh
Hey.
yeah, happy birthday, CC! I forgot.
Oh yeah.
See,
That's why I told her.
that's why. You know, you
That's why I
remember.
said
Thank
happy
you.
early. That's why I
Yes,
said it
ma'am.
early. I knew I was gonna forget.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Cat. Thank you, Miss Rachel. Hello,
Oh, thank
everybody on the panel. You said we're doing the first one. How do you spot a disingenuous person? Thank you, Miss Lovely. I feel like for me, um, I think Mr. Motivation put it in the chat. He was saying, "Thank you, Mr. Motivational." Um, that basically it's kind of hard to spot someone if if they're a stranger to you and you don't know them really. I think that for me, knowing a person is really easy for me to see if they're disingenuous or not. When I say as far as maybe close friends, relatives, or even sometimes like even on TikTok, if you listen to people and they may say certain things and then they go somewhere else and they say something different and they act like they never even really shared their stories and things, but then they go somewhere else and they might share something as far as like, well, no, I never been through that. I never did this, but it's like you're in the next breath on somewhere else live, on somebody else's live, you're saying you did go through these things. Um, I feel like how do I spot a disingenuous person is somebody who is not truthful or honest and don't necessarily back up what they say or can't be forefront to what they've done. Um, knowing somebody in my family or a close friend that know they've been through maybe a situation that I may be similarly going through, and they'll be like, I don't know nothing about that, just because they think that you may have forgotten what they went through or what they said they've been through, and you know they're just expecting for you to just take it like, oh well, you know, okay, well you never been through that. I feel like that's a disingenuous person. That's how I can tell a disingenuous person when somebody is seeing you go through something, but other than helping you get through your time that you're going through to show you the way to say, hey, I've been through that, they're just rather fake the front and say, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never been through that. I don't know what you're talking about. Just because they may feel like they're superior to you or they're better than you, I guess, in a better sense, or they don't want to, they're embarrassed in a sense when it's not room to be embarrassed, it's room to grow and teach. Um, so yeah, I'll end there. Thank you.
Nice, nice, nice. Open panel, y'all.
I think too. I'm glad that she touched on that too. It kind of reminds me of it. What we see and we've seen on a lot of these lives out here. A lot of people are out here comparing trauma, and they're comparing like, well, you went through this and I didn't go through this. So how can you be genuine to another person that has not experienced your experience? You can still be open and available to them and look, I probably don't want to go through what Kevin or Rachel or Charlotte or motivational or anybody on this panel went through, and just like you probably don't want to go through I went through, but it doesn't take away the fact that I can't be genuine because I've been through being disingenuine. I've been at a point where I was like, well, you know how when people say that I don't care, Well, just because you don't care about this, you care about something else. You know, you can't take yourself out of that disingenuous. You gotta kind of go through it to grow through it, and you can be in a disingenuous in that accountability form. It's like if you haven't ever been through it, doesn't mean that just because you didn't go through it doesn't mean you can't be open and available to hearing that person out.
That's true.
How can we help people if we don't listen to what they've been through? I'm not asking to go through what you went through. I'm actually asking you to tell me your story or whatever it is. How can I be genuine? Because a lot of people have been disingenuated, taken out of their element, So I look at it from, I guess, that perspective is that we've all been disingenuous at times.
Yeah.
But we've also been genuine at times too.
So I
That's how
was,
we find love. That's how we find relationships.
yeah.
Trying to be genuine.
Mm.
So let me get official in, and I'm. Oh, you about to say something back?
Oh no, go ahead. Hey, Robbie.
What's going on, y'all? How's everybody doing?
Yo.
You know you want to say hi to your brother motivation.
Boy.
Yo, motivational, what up,
Hey, what's
man?
up, bro?
Man.
What's
How you
good,
doing?
brother?
Union.
And that's
Hey,
what
man, I'm
that's
blessed,
who I be
bro.
talking about too. Cause I told, look, I was telling Rob that I was like, dog, I said I knew some. Who's that? No, I was telling somebody. I said I knew something was up when I went in. Cause that's before I met Rob. I was like, man, what all my people's doing in here? And I'm like, they supposed to be in my room. What the heck? I said this dude must be somebody good. Then then I ended up reading. Rob probably came over here or came to my partner and stuff. I was like, okay, I see why they like him. He put that chin on his. He put that hand on his chin. It's over.
Start philosophizing, you know, change something.
Right.
Yo, I wanted to add to what the last speaker was saying real quick, if that's all right, and then I'm gonna get straight into the first prompt. But I think she was describing like people feeling like unless you've been through what I've been through, you can't possibly understand. But like, yo, it's possible for two people to go through the same thing, but one has a different outlook. You know, somebody might be like, yo, what you know about your mom like torturing you for fun, and it's like there's another person that went through that, and one person's like hating his mom because of like how she treated him, like doing all types of heinous things to him as a kid. And the other one is, instead of justifying hatred for the mom, the other one is justifying like, yo, she must have been in a deep place of hurt for her to do that to me. And I ain't mad at her. I don't feel no. So this is just an example of two people going through the same shit, but yet having a different perspective. So having a shared experience don't mean you're going to have a shared philosophy on that experience. It just depends on your temperament, you know what I'm saying? And like just how you view life and stuff like that. So and then to get into the prompt though, you said, how do you spot disingenuous person? Man, to me, I think one of the most disingenuous things a person could do is like to always tell you they did something out of the kindness of their heart, and then every time they get a chance to use it over your head, they take it. You know what I mean? It's like a manipulation tactic to try to force compliance. Like, oh, I did X, Y, and Z, and now you can't do me a favor, and it's like, damn, what am I obligated to? And another thing about people, yeah, you say yes to 100 favors, they seem to forget that they only remember the one time you said no. And they hold that over you. I think that's disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? To like forget that I did you 100 favors and I only said no one time. That's hella disingenuous.
Man,
So
look at
like,
that.
yeah, that hella disingenuous right there. Or like just going out of your, like I had a roommate. He used to always try to do things for me. It's like he was trying to buy people's respect and stuff. Like always trying to like store up goodwill in the future. Like, oh, maybe if I do X, Y, and Z for people, they'll remember me and they'll do me a favor. And yeah, in theory that works, but sometimes people don't reciprocate. Sometimes people don't. And you just can't be mad at people. Just find people that do reciprocate and spend most of your time with those people, man. You can't force like sponges and leeches to be contributors. They're not contributing people, man. Like some people are just always going to be sponges and leeches, unfortunately. And you got to know how to compartmentalize somebody and treat them accordingly and not get mad at them because of the category that they belong to at the moment. And I'm not saying that they're bound to that. Like God could change them potentially. Or they may never change, some people just don't change. I think change is so rare. I consider it a miracle if anybody changes, man, because
Yeah.
most people whoever they was at 18 is exactly who they are at 89. Man, it's crazy. Um,
So, so
yeah,
if I said this, so is it more about comfort then? A lot of people don't change because they're comfortable where they are,
True.
or what the pain they're experiencing from not changing doesn't hurt enough.
yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
I think, it's like Alex Hormozy. He had a quote. He said, "When the pain of staying the same outweighs the pain of changing, then you're gonna seek change because change doesn't seem as painful as staying the same." So like when staying the same seems like hella torturous, and then like changing seems like a walk in the park by comparison, that's when you're like, all right, it's either I change or I suffer needlessly. So it's like let me pursue change instead. You know what I mean?
Well, and
What I
beneficial is it, and what motivational is just saying is like some people aren't even genuine with themselves. How do you know what genuine if you don't even give yourself genuineness? Like you don't forgive yourself, you don't go through the same certain pains or traumas that we're talking about for yourself. How do you know what it's like when it's presented to you?
Yeah.
So, lovely. So, if I said this, I think it's because we're so busy thinking, doing what we're expected to do, instead of figuring out who we really are, and then how we move from that point to become authentic and honest.
mm,
And I think that's the thing. Like most people are like, okay, most people are so busy trying to people please that you're
yep.
not trying to figure out who you really are.
Yep.
And I'll be real, Kev. At this point, bro, like, I learned this. I learned in my early 20s, bro. Early to middle to early, I would say mid 20s. I realized, and then I learned this with family. This was the blessing of it, bro. I'm being real with everyone. I realized I can do everything. I can keep on doing. Like people have a list of things they would like me to do for them, and I can mark off everything on that list and do everything they would like me. Then they're still not going to love me. So at this point, I said I'm good. I'm not gonna keep on doing all these different things you want me to do because you're not gonna love me anyway.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do what's necessary to make sure I get where I need to go. I'm gonna look out for the people. I'm gonna look out for the people that are not users, the people that invest in me, just like the people that I invest in them. And I learned to put better people in my inner circle. And I learned to remove certain people from my inner circle. And that was to protect my peace, to protect my mind, and to really figure out who I was. I land my plane with that.
Yeah, I wanted to say this too, though. While I was on my mind. So it was two things. So I wanted to mention about that change. What I learned, and I learned this from like one of them motivation things that I listened to. Um, that change is gonna happen regardless if we like it or not. You know what I'm saying? That's something we can't control. So change gonna happen. It's about progression. I think sometimes we use the word change and we be meaning progression. So you're not everybody's not always I guess it's progression is not always a thing that's just going to happen. You got to kind of put in work for that situation. So that's why I kind of changed the word from change. Cause like sometimes shoot, even our body change. I mean, we gonna change. It's just straight up just gonna change. Regardless, sometimes we change for the worse. You know what I'm saying? And don't even realize it. But yeah, that's just gonna happen regardless. That's just part of life. But I also want to mention, and I'm glad the difference between these three, right? Uh disingenuous, lying, and then not a new one. Now my baby just made me think about being a hypocrite, right? So how like separate the three, even though all three of them could seem like they could tie. Hypocrite is what I notice is basically like for example, if I'm telling somebody that hey you need to control your emotion, then the next minute I call somebody else a B or something like that. That's just being a hypocrite, you know what I'm saying? Because in a matter of seconds, it's literally like you living up something that you're not practicing what you preaching type situation. Uh, being a lie, so that's basically just we just know most of the time that's just telling the truth. So somebody might say if somebody like, oh, I didn't go to we were talking about yesterday. I didn't go to the club, and we just seen you in the club yesterday. You just flat out just lied. Nah, yeah, I'm like, hold up, nah, you just you went to the club, or they didn't know, or they got caught in a lie or whatever. Some people just stay lying though. But whatever, we just basically caught you in a lie, something like that. So that's a lie. And then being disingenuous, well, how I look at that is just a person that um that act like that's dang what the I just had it in my head. Basically, it's a person that play it like they didn't experience something. Dang, if I worded it better, I wanted to get it out earlier.
Yo,
But
I got an
basically, being
example you could draw
disingenuous
from.
is it's like, huh? You said what?
Oh, my bad. I had an example you could draw from, but I'm gonna let you. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. I was about to say because basically, I look at it as like when you are when you act like you didn't go through something when you know you went somebody went okay you you act like to the other person, right, that they went through something and you act like you didn't go through what they went through, so you play it like that you didn't experience what they experienced. That's how I look at that, as being disingenuous, because you get the person but you acting like you don't get them. That's what disingenuous. That's how I view that. So that's the difference between those three. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if everybody caught all that though, but that's what I noticed the difference is. You know what I'm saying?
So, Kev, can I ask you a
I'm good.
question? And you saying that,
Yeah.
are you saying that like when the person presents what they've been through, are you rude, mean, nasty, or just sort of mean or heartless towards them in your response? Because I would say it's, and I typed it in. I would say sometimes this is the thing: someone can experience something I have experienced, something that's traumatic, but if I don't know them like that, or if I don't know if that's someone that I can make myself vulnerable to, I can show compassion, but still not um, let them not present the information and allow them to be aware that I've been through a similar experience
Yeah.
until I know that they are trustworthy, that I can let them know about certain traumatic experiences I might have also been through that are similar.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of reminds me motivational of let's say all of us on here wanted to become doctors. We're all going to have a different journey to get there. We're all going to have different experiences along the way, different parents, different family, different societal factors, different understandings, different understandings, different experiences, but we still can become a doctor.
Yeah,
And I think it's like it
I'm sorry,
says
Bob. Go ahead.
like your intentions is to be deceiving. Like that's what you set out. Your intentions is to be deceiving about it. So you can know, I guess, like it's like I guess simple. You know your way to you could pick up something at 8 o'clock, and if you don't get there by 8, you can't get it, and you telling a person, but you intentionally mislead them, acting like you don't know. I guess like your intentions is to be deceiving and misleading.
Hold on. How many times we got pure-hearted intentions and people misconstrue it because they view things
I
they
was
see.
just gonna say that. Go
You
ahead.
know what I'm saying? Like they see they only see the world through the screen of their pain and offense, and they hyper emotionalize stuff. And like for example, if somebody says, "Yo, you could be more than what you are," it could be like, "Oh, what's wrong? What's wrong with my current configuration? What you trying to diss current version of me?" It's like I'm not. I'm just like it was meant to be encouraging, but they hear it to be discouraging type of stuff. You know what I mean? But yo, I'm about to switch phones, man. My shit dying.
All
So
right. I was gonna say, because at first I thought you could figure out if somebody is being disingenuous really quickly, but I do agree with motivational. It takes time to kind of look at a person's habits, um, and analyze it before making mm, that decision if they are being disingenuous. Because are we saying that they are disingenuous because we cannot fathom how they could come to a certain conclusion, and so based on our own assumptions we're thinking that they're being disingenuous.
I believe with that, right? In like any other judgment, it's no absolute. They all just judgments. That's all it is. Just like when people claim they be empathetic, right? Nobody would truly never know how another person feel in real talk. We just wouldn't. It's just a judgment. It don't mean that it's always right. It ain't. I mean, because we can always be wrong. So majority of the time, That's all that really is for the most part. That's why some people may say, I think you're being disingenuous," or some people just flat out just say, "No, you is being disingenuous." So Literally, it's just a judgment. I don't think it's even if you took time, that's still it's still just a judgment.
Supersonic speed in this beat. You ain't even notice I
I
was
mean,
gone.
but go ahead, motivational.
But I think as long as I love what you said, Kev. I think long as we can be honest that you know what, as level headed as we can be as an individual, well thought through, well thought our thinking process, the words in which we utilize, express our perspectives and what we're thinking. You know what? It's what you said, Kev. That hey, even with if I've had experience with thousands of people and I can read user body language, well, I might come across somebody and it may read like they're a user, or they have user body language, or they have a user character, personality, but I might misread. It might be certain things that look like it's a user personality and they're not. If I actually get to know them, I find out that they don't have a user personality and they don't deal with people like that. So it's like we can have a bias going into something, making certain assumptions based off our own personal perspective and past experiences, but it doesn't mean dealing with someone in the future that perspective is going to be accurate when we make that judgment.
Right.
Exactly. And that's like, are you disingenuous if you call somebody disingenuous?
Nah, no, I don't think so. I don't believe
No,
that one though.
that is just calling somebody how you see it.
How you think or how you
Yeah.
feel, that's all that is. That's
Right,
just a
right,
mistake. I don't
right.
think it make you disingenuous. You could just be wrong. That's all.
Yeah, yeah,
I think
exactly.
I think that like when you were touching on saying you have to know what being disingenuous is to what that looks like, and I was having a conversation with someone well, not today, the other day, and they were like, people can always change, and I feel like people can change their life. You can change your job. You can change certain habits. You can get certain and develop certain things, but if you don't change those core deep down things, like if you lack integrity, if you lack humility, if you lack compassion, um, those are things to me that that's just person by person, but those are for me. If you never figure out why you don't have those things or can't feel those things for people, you can change your life, but you can't change you.
But look. I still feel like it's a lot more difficult to know if somebody is being disingenuous off the bat than it is to get to know their patterns. Like it's just like when we
Oh,
get to
my
know
bad, Rachel.
people. Yeah. Wait, what you said? Oh no. Go ahead. It's open panel. I don't
Uh,
Wait for
care.
you to cook,
uh,
man,
I,
because you just started seasoning. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I was gonna say I agree with Miss Rachel. I think like right off the bat, you can't really tell someone's being disingenuous because you don't yet know that individual, how they empathize or sympathize, whatever. Like you don't know exactly how they go about situations. Um, I feel
I
like that, like with my husband, I'll say, or I'm not even gonna say, I don't, I'll say with anybody in my family, I can tell, like my daughter, my kids, my spouse, like my sister, my brother, like I can tell, like you're being disingenuous right now because it's like it just you can tell you've been around this person, you've known this person most of your life, maybe, or you studied this person, you took time to study this individual. So I feel like yes, it does take time to really know if somebody's being disingenuous. Even with your friendships, you may have been in this friendship for a minute to know if this friend is giving you money or letting you borrow their car or whatever. You can tell when they're being disingenuous about it. You could just it gives that little umph to it. To the point where it's not even really they have to really say much. You just know from their tone or the way they act or their face expression, like you don't really want to. I don't want you to do something you don't really want to do because then that's being disingenuous because in your heart you're not there. So why would I accept it when later on you're gonna be upset about it or you might feel some type of way if we have a falling out because everybody has falling outs every now and again, So yeah.
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 think that
Some
on
people change for who they want to change for, though. Like some people really do change where they certain ways with certain people when they know they can get away with it. With some people that's probably not as stronger minded than another person.
Mm-hmm.
Because when people are disingenuous, they're not like that with everybody. They're not like that with everybody. Some people they're not like that with. Some people have not experienced that with that person, but you might have. So they could be just treating you like that. And when it comes to change, you can't change in the same environment where that was okay at. You have to go where it's not okay at.
It's so many. The thing is, there's so many ways of disingenuous. It's not a one way to the thing. So that's the
yeah.
reason why I say I do believe you can find it quick. You can figure it out quick, or some situations it could take time too. Because like I said, like I was mentioning in the comments, you got to look at talking points. So if you seen this person, like say if they was talking for like 20 seconds, right? And you notice that they were speaking on something, and then when you ask them a question that counters on what they already said they stand on, that's a quick way to find out they being disingenuous. Because like, hold up, you don't even realize that you just literally countered what you saying. So now that the fact that I'm saying something that you don't like, now you want to speak against what you was just standing on. That's how I know you being disingenuous. It's like it's just so many different forms. You could tell in a matter of seconds.
But they may not have known that they were being disingenuous. Like they may have, like you could change, like you could have opened their eyes to a different thought, right? And they just realize it right then and there, like, oh snap, okay, yeah, you're right, I did just say that. Or they can just lie about it or whatever, but I wouldn't necessarily say that they're being disingenuous. You know what I'm saying? I only say this because we can think that we got it, like, aha, I got you, right? But we really will never truly know because we don't experience the person outside of that, right? So it's just a guess, right? But why not make an, like, the more that you have to pull from, it becomes a more educated guess, right? You have more sources to pull from to say, hey, yeah, this person is being disingenuous, as opposed to just based off one thing that you see. Like people are very complicated.
That's why I said it's literally a guess and judgment. It's either you're gonna be right or wrong. It's no different from empathizing. That's why I said it's
But
literally the same thing.
Hold
what
on,
I'm
real quick.
saying is there's no way to really see, like, if you're right, like, because if you just
Yeah.
make a guess, no, but there is, if you know the person, if you've spoken to the person, like there is a way to actually know if you're right or wrong, as opposed to you just quickly making a guess.
You know what it reminds me of, Rachel?
Yes, and I agree with that because I think
Yeah.
sometimes people get caught in a moment and they just talking and they not necessarily being disingenuous, but in disin and you get what I'm saying. But I think
That was
on
terrible.
TikTok when like one of the ladies was saying how you'll get on here and then people will keep questioning you, but they don't want to answer any questions. They're just in their self-interest is to learning about you, but then in return they will come back and say things that can be very critical, very cruel, and you're not going to trust them. They're not trustworthy because they're not coming from a genuine place. They're being more cynical, and this,
What about
you know what I'm saying? So,
You know
you
what
could
that
say this?
reminds me of,
Go
Janique?
ahead, lovely.
It's
Go ahead,
funny
lovely.
that your name is Janique and we're talking about ingenuous. Just like with accountability, can you force somebody to be accountable? But the same thing with, can you force somebody to tell them to be genuine?
Nope.
No, I don't think you can force
No.
anybody
no,
to
you
be
can't.
accountable.
But you can recognize that they're not being genuine,
Right.
and then you don't have to continue to answer questions. Like at a point, it feels like interrogation. They're just asking you questions
What
to
do y'all
badger it.
What do y'all think about code switching? Like, is that because sometimes around people it might be necessary to put on a different mask? I don't know, like corporate politics and shit. I don't know. Do y'all think code switching is disingenuous or whatever? Because like, yo, I'll code switch in a
Yeah, I
second for
think
30
code
seconds.
switching
Hold on,
is
hold on,
I,
real
I,
quick.
I
Hold on,
think
real
code
quick.
switching is a
a
survival
survival
tactic. I don't
mechanism.
think that's necessarily disingenuous.
Okay,
Right.
That's
I
Because
wanted to
I'm
see
a
if
two-faced
y'all
code
it.
viewed
That's
it.
switcher.
more two-faced it.
Oh,
I
Like
don't
two-faced.
think
I don't think it's two-faced because code switching is only a thing because we were taught and told for like many,
It's
many
called
years
I think
that
it's
the way that we
adapting.
operate outside of or how we have table talk and YT people have to code switch as well.
It's
They
just
do too.
adapting to your environment. That's all that is. That's not.
Yes,
I
that's
I,
what I
It's not
think.
I
necessary.
think it's an application of our
That's just like
intelligence.
when you
I
change
think
your voice
what
to your children, you change your voice to your mom and your friends. That has nothing. That's just adapting to your environment or knowing who you talking to. That's all that is.
absolutely. So I think if we switch the words out, code switching with adapting to your environment, I agree with Kev. That's what it is. You have to be intelligent enough to realize what room you're in, right? If you're in a corporate meeting, well, there's a certain way you're going to conduct yourself. If you're with childhood friends, well, you can be more relaxed. You're not going to act like you're with childhood friends and you're in a corporate meeting. That's just not smart. That's not applying your intellect and your intelligence and reading the room and knowing where you're at. That is what allows us to be the most successful because we're able to authentically be ourselves, but depending on the room we're in, depends on how we're going to communicate.
Right. Because I think some people expect you to wear the same mask everywhere. And they'd be like, oh, you're not being true to yourself. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, yo, for $30,000 a month, I'll code switch in a second, man. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, and code switching
Yeah,
is a
like
survival
Kev said it was the. I think Kev said it the best. Like adapting to your environment. If you have someone who's being, like I've been told shut the f up, and we rocking like that. No, you shut the f up. But if we're gonna be adults and know how to disagree and keep the conversation going, we can do that. So I think it's closer to adapting to your environment and knowing how to communicate in people's language. I think it's a beautiful thing to learn how to communicate in people's language, but also knowing when to fold to where you're not. Well, I like to know when to fold. Like there's no need to keep beating a dead horse. And
What
me,
about
mhm.
my bad? What about like when you find yourself trying to match somebody's level of petty, you don't even want to be that person. But it's like, do you think that's disingenuous towards who you would like to be? Because you're always lowering yourself to somebody else's standard of living versus you
I
being your higher self.
I think to an extent you could say sometimes it's life in. Like this is who for me, this is who I am. Like if and it may be petty to you or whomever, and I can respect that. But if somebody tell me to shut the F up, I'ma tell them, no, you shut the fuck up. That's just who I am. And it may be petty, but that's who I am. I'm working on it. And sometimes I can be bigger or taller. Like they say, you hit low. Don't go low with the person. Go higher. But to know me and to love me is the best thing I could do for me. And sometimes my every reaction should not be that. And I agree with that, but I'm not perfect. So
Yes,
um,
that's something. Even all those things, even though you saying matching energy,
Yeah.
that's still something that's within you anyway. So I wouldn't say that's being fake or being disingenuous. This is something that's already inside of you. This It's just like when somebody I guess put on, because I always say that's why you're supposed to build habit of whatever character you're trying to be. Like people would be saying like this main thing, they say women be like, hey, I can stop being masculine when a man come around. That's why I say they don't work like that. That eventually that thing that you thought you was adapted to, a matter of seconds, as soon as this dude talk a certain way, your masculine gonna come out in a matter of seconds. As soon as you get comfortable, it's gonna come out. You know what I'm saying? So overall, whatever's inside of you is just what it's going to be. So I don't think that wouldn't be considered, because you somebody made you mad. You just got a habit out of that, became you already. So you just like, all right, mother f you back. You know what I'm saying? It's so we can't say that's a fake you. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
right.
So
That's
that's the
not.
key. That's the key, Kev. That's the key. So the key is not trying to be what other people want us to be. Is acknowledging the things inside of us, the different things about our character, the different habits that we have, and then changing those habits. So when we start changing the internal habits of who we are, how we show up, how we behave, how we act, how we react, how we in general just behave with people and with ourselves, then that's going to start being the new us when we show up and when we start dealing with other people.
It's kind of like, how do you you can be disingenuous, like what we were talking about before, but how do you be genuine to people who are still disingenuous? Do you still open yourself up to them? Do you still welcome them in? Do you still, because they probably went through something you went through, maybe not the same way, but can you still be disingenuine and genuine at the same time?
I don't think so. I mean, I feel like that
Oxymoron.
I feel like that being I mean, it's like saying, can you be a liar but tell the truth at the same time, to
All
me
right.
personally. So
Exactly.
I don't think so.
Exactly. It's like like you got to get rid of one of them. Well, then that goes back, and I love that Rachel brought this up. That goes back into that hypocrisy. It's like you can't say you're a genuine person and then be just disingenuine to somebody, because now what are you being? Disingenuine. So I really love that she fed onto that. You know, because it's like now you're not being the person that you're telling yourself or other people that you are. And it goes back into what you were saying, Kev, on the pastor trip. Is like, look, I'm going to tell you what you should be like. This is why we have a lot of religious trauma, and everybody's out here comparing what everybody else went through, because they've been through disingenuity, and now they're trying to be genuine, and they don't even know how to balance it out, because other people are telling them what is what. They don't even know who they are. We live in just that divided society. So I don't know. It's a little deeper than that's, like a whole nother life.
How do y'all handle like, like random correction from people on, let's say, TikTok, like somebody telling you about yourself? They only known you for like 5 minutes, because my knee jerk reaction is like, fuck you, you don't know me like that. You know what I'm saying? That's my first reaction. But
Right.
my secondary reaction is like, damn, you was spitting though. I might have to let that marinate a little bit. You know what I mean? So how do you know when a person's like random as hell? They have no relevance to you, and they trying to. That's why I'm weary of that shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if I just met y'all 2 minutes ago, I ain't trying to correct and reconfigure you. Like, who am I to do that? You know what I mean? So
Just
But
asking
it's
why
I think it's all about how a person said though. Like motivational said, people be trying to people please. And in my head, I'm like, no, I ain't no people pleaser. But we were talking about at the time how people, from other people, what they say, you end up um changing to do things and that matter, or not doing what you initially set out to do from someone else's opinion or gestures. And so when he said people pleaser, because of course I've experienced that, and I'm like, I'm not, but I heard him and I thought about it, and I'm like, maybe at the end of the day that is people pleasing, So it's really the way a person deliver things to me. When you critiquing, I'm always open for what they say, criticism, but it's the way you get
constructive
it
feedback.
across to a person, especially when we don't know each other. So
Yeah, I mean that's what people say. They say it's about tonality, but and then sometimes, yeah, so that could be true. But then there's people that no matter how you say it, it's just they just not. If you have a growth mentality, yo, someone could yell it at you, they could whisper it to you, they could say it politely, they could say it fucking disrespectfully. Like, I don't know, like if somebody disrespect me with some shit that could change my life, I'm gonna hear the life changing part. I ain't gonna hear the disrespect because I have a growth mentality personally. Like, I
not.
don't even care how you say it. Like, as long as you're not in my face like a drill sergeant, that's like, yeah. Outside of that, it's like, hey, say it how you want. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna hear what's life changing about what you said, and not so much. That's just me, though. I don't expect no. I know most people are not like that, but that's just because I'm eager to grow. And if somebody says something that's like could make me a better person, I'm trying to hear that. Personally.
So if
Yeah.
somebody like, you stupid than a mother, you a fraud, you
Well,
ain't doing
that's
this, you ain't doing
insult,
that,
but
you
that's
will hear
the
the positive
but
part.
that's see, those are words. Those are words. Those are not
Yeah,
like
yeah,
you said is it matters how they say it to you. But now you
yeah.
you give an example
So
of the
even good
words that they're
examples.
using.
Right.
Or
Let's
Yeah, I
take your
don't think
example.
nobody's gonna be susceptible to criticism when you're making personal blows.
I'm all right. So I could handle all that shit. I'm asking that they substantiate their claim. Let's say I'm a fraud, I'm a phony. I'm okay. Like, give me examples. Like, give me 3 examples of what you're saying and how was I that to you or to other people.
that's what
And
I
I'm
was just
listening.
about
You
to
know what I
say.
mean?
So
Yeah.
that's what I'm about to say. You said, "How can you tell?" I say you could tell by asking the questions of why they feel that. Say if a person say, "I think you talk too much" or something like that. You could tell that they either doing it for that's why I'm not talking to my baby but all the time. Like I can tell the difference when somebody
Mouth.
doing it to fit them or to fit the masses to help myself or whatever. Because a lot of times you will see if they get kind of emotional and then try to tell you to change this stuff, that mean that's a personal thing that they trying to get you to basically manipulate you to fit how they want it. Just like we got people that we always want to tone watching your I just don't like the way you say it. Majority of people don't have a problem with it. Then you got this one person be like, nah, it's the way you run your life and all that stuff. So it's, I ain't gonna lie,
Oh, I'm with
this
that
has
a
happened
lot,
to me
man.
recently. This is how you know that their stuff is coming from it's not a genuine advice, it's more of a I need you to fit the way I feel so you could change it for me. So that's like advice you don't really
Right.
want to take.
Yo,
So you could tell the difference by even asking the questions and then also looking at if they get triggered or if they ask you in a calm matter or something like that, they put you to the side like, well, I really believe I think you should kind of do this. So you know what I'm saying? You could be able to tell. It just yeah.
I got a question, Kev. Like, and not to turn this like against women, but your critiques in your comment section or whoever on how you run your live, was it mostly women or mostly men? I no smoke for the ladies. I'm just asking because
No
You
I'll
already
answer
smoke,
that.
said it
all
too many
smoke.
times, so
It's
you already
all
knew
smoke.
who it was.
Yo, okay. So I'll go first. All the smoke I ever got, it was always from the ladies, and it's like I thought you're
Exactly.
supposed to be. I thought you're supposed to be more empathetic. So why are you not empathetic towards me running a live in a way that's most displeasing to you? Be
And it's
empathetic.
the ones that don't want to change, ladies, too. It'd be them. The ones
So,
that even if
So
you
Kev,
change your
do
tone
you
300
still
times,
get that? Do you still get that now, Kev?
do
Because
I randomly, yeah,
now,
randomly.
because right now, like the last few times I've been into your lab, we all talk like adults, you get your point across. We're not all agreeing, but I'm not hearing in the disrespect. And so I think a lot of times we entwine that with the way a person run a life and
Hmm.
disrespect. Regardless of who you are, I still feel a respect level should be given. And if the way you roll, you call it okay, you should be able to get it back that way.
Yep, yep.
And so,
But yeah, and that the thing is, and that's good that you, because I even remember like talking to you earlier, the fact that you still seen that through that, you could tell. But it's people that actually they don't like the way I may deliver things, which is really delivery. Like, it ain't what I'm saying is the delivery. And yeah, they be like, nah, I don't like, because direct gonna be coming from different angles. If you just direct, you direct. Some people want you to sugarcoat and then say it as your delivery. I don't like you saying it that way. I just want you to say it in a cute. But some people feel that's disrespectful. You know what I'm
right,
saying? But it's good the
yo,
fact that you know what actually disrespectful or not. But some tones is disrespectful to people. Some people sensitive. Sure.
Kev, you
No,
gotta
no,
let them
and
know this
I'm
ain't.
glad you said
Go
that.
ahead, bro.
I'm glad you said that, Kev. I appreciate that, Rob. I'm glad you said that about the tone police thing because that's always been my major issue. I mean, you know me, Kev, Rachel, official Robbie, lovely. You know what I'm saying? A lot of y'all rock, but we having plenty of conversations. And the main thing that's always bugged me is people trying to be a tone police. They're like, hey, if you would have said it like this or delivered it like this, then I would accept it. Well, it doesn't matter how I delivered it. You just wasn't ready to hear it, and that's fine. Like you can choose to hear what you want to hear and choose not to hear what you don't want to hear. But what you cannot dictate is how someone else delivers or says how they say what they say. I get that. Like in the
Hmm.
end of the day, and I get like no one know. I'm not saying call someone something other than a child of God and cuss them out and call them out of their name. I made the bad decision to sometimes join lives where people just did not act like mature adults. And I just decided the best thing was for me was just to leave the lie because it wasn't worth my peace.
Right. Yeah, man. Um, I don't know, man. There's a book that talks about the coddling of the American mind and stuff. And sometimes like in America, I can't speak for other countries. Like we might rationalize women being more triggered or offended, and it's like I don't think God created man or woman to be so fucking like sensitive. And I don't know that word, like you're like a dandelion, you're like a feather in the wind. Like every time somebody says something that's displeasing to you, you have a visceral reaction to it. It's like, bro, get therapy, help, whatever the fuck you need. You know what I'm saying? And because like I ain't gonna lie, like I used to be affected deeply by stuff, man. I remember one time there was this girl I like who didn't wish me happy birthday, and the end of the day came, she didn't wish me happy birthday. My ass cried. I was hella emotional, and should have. And I didn't want to be like that. And I'm so glad that I didn't say, well, this is just my current configuration, and God made me this way, and I have to be soft. And my ass was on YouTube,
Mm.
like how to not be so soft, how to not cry so easily, like why, like whatever the fuck the problem is. I was on YouTube. I was reading articles. I was reading books. And it's like I started taking from other people's philosophy that made them strong. And I was like, I used to hear people talk, and I was like, dang, this person, they're so strong mentally. You know what I'm saying? Like if I would take aspects of them and apply it to myself, I would have the same strength that they have. You know what I'm saying? Like the only reason I'm weak is my current configuration because I'm drawing from other people that were weak. Because people in my family was weak. My stepdad was weak. He was easily offended. I think I took some of his personality traits and I was like, yo, it's time to reconfigure myself, man, because I don't like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just don't like the idea of someone saying something and me blowing up internally and having high blood pressure because you said something. Like, how does it serve me to be that way? You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
No, no, and just real quick, right there, bro. And that comes to knowing who you are. When you know who you are, and someone says something that's inaccurate to who you are, it just doesn't phase you. It goes back to the question you asked earlier, Robbie, when you said like, what if someone accuses you or just says sort of just ugly things about who they think you are? How do you react? And you've probably been in lives, bro, where I've done this, where people have been like, "Hey, woo, 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 I think you're fake, woo, woo. You're not, real motivational speaker, teacher, personal development coach, woo." I said, I don't care what you think. Like, if you think that I care about what you think about me, like that defines me, you're sadly mistaken. You're sadly mistaken. Because
And I
regardless whether, you know what I'm
and I
saying, like
agree with
whether
the
you,
way you handle it. But what I'm saying, for an adult to come at another adult like that is
Right.
still, like I was just told to shut the F up.
Oh no.
you know
Yeah.
so I'm saying those things, that is not the accurate way to communicate as adults to people. So to be the bigger person like you are able to do, I applaud you. You're handling it well. But I'm saying, like, when we are really trying to help others, the person who said it, other people should let them know it's another way to get that across. You don't have to pacify anyone, you don't have to cater to them, but it is a better way to get a point across without borderline almost making a person feel like you're bashing them or being disrespectful. Now, it's not borderline disrespectful to tell a person shut the F up. That's just disrespectful.
so can I ask you this question, Janique? This is what I realized.
hmm
Would you agree that we're gonna exist in a world with a lot of ignorant people? With a
Yeah.
lot of ignorant people, like point blank, period. They're gonna be ignorant, no
Yeah.
matter how
Some people, there's no
intelligent
re-socializing
you.
them. My bad. Go ahead.
Yes, yeah. You, no matter how intelligent you try to deliver it, no matter how calm and cool you are, no matter how controlled your demeanor is, there's some people they just choose to be ignorant because they're gonna choose to be ignorant. So I've ran over 300 hours of live. Fish, Robbie, Rachel, Laugh, Kev has most definitely ran over hundreds of hours of lives. And one thing I promise you, they can probably tell you, I can't speak for them, is you're going to come across ignorant people no matter what your delivery is. So there's a choice we have to make. Like, cool, they're going to be ignorant regardless. But as long as I know who I am and stand on my square and I don't allow them to affect or phase me, that's the only thing that matters. Because they're going to be just choose to be ignorant at the end of the day because that's who they are.
And I agree, but I guess I'm just expressing it because they feel like that's not that. You will hear the same people demanding respect and acting like that is not being ignorant, that is not being disrespectful, or I'm the host, I'm the mod. Just and if it's said back, I'm being disrespectful. So that's the only reason I'm voicing. I do understand that we're gonna just have that and remove yourself if you can't handle it, or you can handle yourself. But it's just it's just really mind blowing for a person to communicate in that way, but then in the next breath act as though
Who
it's such
who who's
a
talking
big
to you like this? If you don't mind me
a,
asking, is it men or is it women like talking crazy to you? Like,
well, usually it's the host or a mod who does it.
let's specify gender. Is it men or is it women? Like most your
I would
experience.
say I would say men. It was a man and he was a host. Yep.
Yeah, a lot of
And when
crazy.
he'll ask, like I don't even go in there a lot, and so when I go in, as soon as I go in, and pull me up, and I'm talking, and it was something I said like 2 or 3 months ago, and he'll always throw that up, like if I was a person who it affected me, it could make me feel embarrassed or humiliated, but I'm not. I know who I am. I'm good.
Uh huh.
However, that's his intent. But then when you speak back, is you getting dropped and things like that. So of course I
Echo
don't hardly
chamber.
go in there. Yeah. But the whole point of speaking on it is that as adults, most people won't say anything. They won't say nothing. Like if people be up in a chat, they won't say nothing towards me either. At some point, some of the people that the mods or whatever, being there still trying to talk crazy about you once they get to that point. But now they don't. They won't even say anything about me just when the incident happened. And they'll just keep it moving and talk over it. But it's the fact that it's like we are adults. If you don't want me to say it, why you say it? And yes, we can be bigger than that, and we can avoid those spaces. But when we're talking about having tough conversations and being real with people, those are the tough conversations that need to be real with people when they do those things. You know.
No, 1,000%, 1,000%. This is the thing, though, right? It's gonna come back to if you have a hard headed person that doesn't want to listen, they're not gonna listen regardless. And it comes back to, and I feel like what you're speaking on happens a lot of times. What Robbie also touched on, he said echo chamber type lives, and I see it on both sides. I see it on lives where like it's almost where like men are almost like sworn off women that hate women, and also lives where like women is sort of sworn off and just hate men in general as a group, like the entire like you know. And what happens a lot of times is when they get an opposite perspective that they don't like or they don't agree with, they become very hostile, very hateful, and very ignorant in the language in which they use. And like you said, your mic gets muted, you get silenced, and they just try to bash you and attack you, multiple different people. And I've experienced that being on live where women, it's almost like women like pretty much hate all men type situation. Get silenced, might get silenced, get attacked by multiple people. And it's like I don't get a chance to speak a solid perspective from a very logical perspective and viewpoint. So it's like it comes back to I just learned, unfortunately, in some spaces it's just not that healthy to be in. I'm gonna land my plane with that. 'Cause I see Rachel got her hand up.
Hey, wait.
No problem. Thank you. Something that I noticed is that because everybody is in these echo chambers, they already have a preconceived notion of either men or women. So when you come up, they are already associating you with a certain type of woman. It's nothing to you, but most of the time they're closed off to what you're saying. And what I found is it takes a little bit more time. You know, you gotta breathe, sit there for a little bit, say your point, but really, if you do want to have these difficult conversations, and like I said, there's some people that's just going to be completely closed off. Some panels I do not go back whatsoever, but there are some that do have an ounce of openness to them. It's just that it takes a little bit of time because their guard is already up. Imagine you're hosting every time. It's like the same people keep coming up. The same people keep exhibiting the same behaviors. And soon as you say a certain point that is a remembrance of what they keep hearing, you know, kind of can trigger that for them to put you into a box. But if you can stay there just for a little bit, just make your point. Don't take anything to heart. Don't take anything personal. You can really gauge and see if they are open to a discussion or to learning something else. But it's just is what it is. People are just stuck in these little boxes hearing the same thing over and over again.
And that reminds me of that disingenuous or ingenuous. And I had this conversation with somebody on a live yesterday, and we were talking about, they said, why do you let people talk so long? Why don't you run your live this way? And it kind of reminds me of Kev's live, because we've been following each other for like years. You know, and it's like, you know, you just, sometimes you got to sit back and listen. Sometimes you got to sit back and listen. That's where I learned the most from. So it's like, why aren't we being genuine to the people who never had a space or never felt the ability to be able to speak their voice? And it kind of reminds me of the lives that are like, well, pay $20 to drop this person. It's like, you're gonna pay money to like not hear somebody's voice, and man, you missing out. You know, so it's kind of like it turns into a game, and it turns into the inability to be genuine or to be disingenuous, whatever we want to call it. And that's why I see where Rachel was coming from and what Kev was coming from, and everybody on this panel has kind of spoken on that. Is like, you can talk about tone, you can talk about all this, but sometimes it's about time. Like, maybe you gotta let them talk for 2 minutes, but also that constructive, who brought that up earlier, that constructive criticism is like, are you willing to hear somebody when they say, maybe you shouldn't interrupt this much, maybe you shouldn't talk this much? Are you willing to handle that? Because like what Kev said, and Rachel said, they always come back. There's something that they're feeding off of.
You know, and some people don't have.
No, go
Oh,
ahead,
go ahead, bro. You go first. I'll go after, bro. It's all
So
good.
what? And the only thing, real quick, Lovely, what I want to say is that's just really a hustle. It's a smart hustle. People don't even fall for it, Lovely. When I'm on panels like that, and I have a different perspective. Like I said, if I'm on one of those echo chamber type lives, they're like, oh my gosh, motivation saying this. They're like, ooh, just hey, if someone donates a galaxy, he'll drop. I'm like, bro, these people are hustling you, bro. They get paid off of you hustling, not hearing my perspective. Like, you just help them make a little more money. This is a hustle for them, bro. Like, it's not like it'd be different. Like the conversations we have where we're having conversations, maybe it's trying to help someone see a different perspective, expand their mind, evolve, and just learn, become better, faster, smarter, become just show up, more advanced than the day before doing self inner work. Like, awesome, great. But a lot of them conversations are not that. They're not that. And these people are just, it's a good hustle. Because now they're getting people dropping galaxies left and right. They're getting paid. They're feeling empowered. Nah, bro, you just paid a galaxy to have someone drop because you didn't like their perspective. And this person just made money off you, bro. It's just a hustle. That's all it is. Just call it what it is and just understand that. I'm going to land my plane, let Robbie go.
Yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say, bro.
Did you guys answer the
I
other three
wanted to go.
prompts?
Yo, what's
No,
up?
it's just the person.
But
Was
you
it?
know what? I don't
Oh,
knock they hustle if they decide to do that. Cause
Yeah.
sometimes it's fun as long as it's like I'm talking now and somebody don't want to hear what I'm saying. They ain't told me to shut the F up, call me stupid or nothing. They send a galaxy, drop me. I'm just dropped. I can respect that, you know? So if it's a dope thing and that's how you vibing and that's what fits you in that room, I don't knock it, you know? I think I'm just strongly with I totally know how to communicate without disrespecting someone or
Those.
belittling them or making
Yeah.
them feel small, making them feel worthless. I know how to do that and get a point across and my advice to a person or resources to a person, and disagree at the same time if I need to. So I think that's really the thing that I'm just talking about. But as far as don't nobody want to hear me, okay, you're gonna drop me, you're
yeah,
gonna mute me, you know.
I
Janique,
think that
that's the longest turn
Mm.
in the history of turns. You had your blinker on for like 30 seconds, girl. You know what I'm saying? What you
Oh,
doing?
you
Donuts
hear
in the
that?
you doing donuts in the
You hear
parking lot
that?
with the blinker
that's a
on?
long light.
I'm
Nah, so
sorry.
but
Nah, go
yeah,
ahead. I'm just trolling.
I was gonna say like what I've noticed with some panels that I listen into is that some of them, I understand, like, let you know, not, I don't hate, I mean, I'm not gonna say hate because I don't hate anybody, may dislike their actions, but I try not to hate anybody personally. But I think that basically they yeah, I'm not gonna, like, oh, get mad at them because they're making their money. Like, yeah, I see it's a money grab, it's what they do. But it's like, if you're a platform, or if you're got a topic and you say in the beginning, you're trying to like, 'cause some people will say I'm trying to build a community. Some people will say I'm trying to break down, men and women's communication. Some people will say, like, a lot of, I hear it a lot. And then when you get up there, it's more so like, other than them having, like, they will have like a lot of people that's just dumping, and then they tear those people down. It's like, why not have 50-50? Why not have the people that's on the panel? If you're trying to get the community together to understand one another, to build a community, why not get the people who understand the other people that might be, not the people that act like they're high and mighty, but the people that can be genuine, maybe in the process, and say, okay, I understand that, I get that. Not that people say, oh, well, I've never, oh, well, that's just you. It's like, okay, but a lot of other people, that sit on the sidelines can say, okay, I understand, I get that. But sometimes those people are afraid to come up because then everybody is just shamed together. Oh, y'all just did. It's like, but yeah, okay, we did just do. But some of us learned the way and got up out of there. And if we can do it, we do believe that other people can do it too. So why not each one teach one, and let each one teach one, in a sense, not
Yeah.
tear
I
each
don't
other
want
down and bring each other down and say, oh, well, you're doing this, da 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 da. Like, I don't know. Like, sometimes I
100.
hear that and it
Not
becomes a
everything you
whole
could do, other
circus.
people. My bad. Not everything you could do, other people could do, man. You got to remember, some people are low IQ as hell. Like, you know what I mean? So, like, it's
I mean,
gonna be
but
some
no,
things.
not saying that you could take the same steps as I take, but I
Uh
can give
huh.
you guys, like, for me, I can tell, like, well, I'm gonna say for me personally, but if a young lady was going through something, I can tell her, okay, I did X, Y, and Z. Now she might not be able to do X, Y, and Z the way I did X, Y, and Z, but she has more, not just trying to give her plan A, but just trying to give her
Yeah.
plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. If you need more help, I'll help you research to get more help to do these
Yeah.
things, or whatever the case may be. I'm not just gonna give you a blanket statement like, girl, I did it, you can do it too. It's like, no, I'm gonna tell you what I did to get out of that situation. And
Gotcha.
if you've already tried it, or if you need more details or whatever, you can hit me up on the back end. We could talk more in details. But I'm with you. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to get you out of the situation or get you to get better. But I feel like a lot of times when that is stated, hit me up on the back end, it's not genuine. It's more so, which, like, from just what I be seeing, like a lot of
Mhm.
different stuff, and I be amazed. But I feel like, yeah, and on TikTok, for me, it's a lot of people that's not really genuinely trying to help people that are really coming on this app to seek help. And it makes me
100%.
sad. And sometimes, I'll be like, dang, I really want to help people. But I talk to my husband all the time, and I'm like, but I don't think I'm really built for that, because I don't know. Like I'm just a little afraid. Like I don't want to be on somebody's back cover drop, and I've done shared so much stuff, but now because you upset with me because of I don't know, people get upset by petty little crazy things. Now you want the backdrop. And now da, da, da. Did you know it's like I don't want that. So I just stay to myself for the most part. I share what I can afford to share and I just keep the rest to myself. But yeah, so
And that's the smart strategy. I mean, in the day, Charlotte, um, I I think it depends on how tough your skin is. You have to be honest about that. It's about just honestly being how tough your skin is. I've been very vulnerable about a lot of things I've been through on a lot of lives. Robbie's been on those lives, like things I've talked about, PTSD, different traumas in my life. But the thing is, like I said, hey, it's about knowing yourself, knowing how tough your skin is. Is that something you can deal with? Is that something you can't deal with? And is that something that's not going to phase you? I've been at a point in my life for many, many years now where I, what I'm saying, like I don't, it doesn't really phase me if someone says something negative about me, and I don't let it phase me. I don't let it bother me because I know that's not me. That's not who I am. But you do have to be careful because again, it goes back to earlier we were talking about making like if you're going to be vulnerable or not. You have to be careful who you make yourself vulnerable with because now they have things they know things about you that are very personal that they can weaponize that then hurt you if you don't have the type of tough skin to be okay. So you most definitely have to be careful with what you share. And some people you might not be ready for that right now, and you might be ready for that later on, or you might not never be ready for that. You know what I'm saying? And that's okay if you're not. But there is advice you can give without necessarily sharing extremely personal information about you that would make you vulnerable for attack.
yes, sir. I understand
And
that.
I
Thank you.
agree with that. And that's what they like Rachel was saying I expect too much, and I don't. I think when they the host and the mods, they expect too much from me. Because if you tell me to shut the fuck up, I'm gonna tell you to shut the fuck up, bitch. And that's
Hmm.
just it.
Oh,
We could keep it rolling.
And
That's
And
where
I'm
you go
good.
wrong.
I'm
and
good with that. You know what I'm
and
saying? But they
and
the
think.
one get their panties pulled up in their ass. They
But
ain't
that's where
good
you
with it.
went wrong. Like the
Well,
So
fact that
nah,
you
I'm
well,
good.
the
That's
fact that
and
you
me.
thought they were supposed to host how you thought they were supposed to host. You thought they were
No,
supposed.
right.
Hold
I
on, hold on,
don't.
Janine. Janine, let me say. Like
Hmm.
you wanted them to speak to you how you would speak to them. I'm telling you, your expectations of people are too high.
No, I don't. But I want them to know that I'm going to speak to them the way they speak to me. Do not have expectations for me to give you respect, and you're not respecting me, buddy.
Why do
So
they
I
need to
don't
know
give a
that?
hell who you are. If you tell me to shut the fuck up,
But they
you
could
shut the
care
fuck up.
less. But they
Hold
could
on.
care less about you. You have to care
And
about
I could care
yourself.
less about them,
Hold on.
obviously.
Yes, but you the one
Denise,
that's going
Denise,
home. Like you know,
I'm, I,
you brought this
you
up.
got
Hold on.
you got into an argument. Like, okay, go ahead, Robbie.
no, I
I
didn't. But
apologize.
I'm saying I'm okay with that. If that's how we vibing, we vibing. I can't drop a host. They could
I didn't
drop
mean to.
me.
I didn't mean to cut you off, Rachel. Go ahead. You go, Rachel. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
They could
Oh
drop me.
no,
But you best to believe a host or a mod, if they come at me and say, shut the fuck up, I'm going to tell them,
Denise,
now you shut the
I
fuck
but
gotta
up.
ask.
Janique, the fact
You
And
that
you
brought
can
this
just
up.
drop
Janique,
me. That's up to
Janique,
you.
this is how much it
But
affects you. The fact that you come
You
into
brought it up
another
18 times
panel,
on this
you
live.
bringing it up over and over again,
Yeah.
it
Hold on.
affects
Yeah.
you. You
Right.
don't
Are
like
you
the way
deeply
that people are
affected?
treating you. These hosts are treating you. And the
Denise,
fact
I
that
gotta.
you have these expectations
no,
that they
but
should
this
treat
is
you a
why
certain
we
way.
can't have a
Okay.
communication. I'm saying that disrespect is disrespect. And we're talking about a conversation of being disingenuous. And I am giving you examples of people, especially in the live, that are being disingenuous. Affecting me, no, I have strong skin. I'm good. I don't, when I get off live, I'm good. I
But
don't
if
think
Them
about
being disrespectful,
nothing.
I would not say is being disingenuous. They are being authentically themselves. They
if
are
you got strong
disrespectful, they
skin,
are
hold on.
rude, and they are ignorant.
If you got strong
Right.
skin, why do you feel the need to match energy? If you got strong skin, like why just not?
That's it's not about me matching energy. It's about who I am. that's who I am as well.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's it. It's like if I feel like if you tell me to shut the fuck up, I don't feel there's nothing in the world wrong with me telling you now you shut the fuck up.
So Janique, can I ask you a
Period.
question?
So that's just who
So
I am. And if it's
so
nothing
so
wrong with them saying it, why is it something wrong with me saying it? Why are we
so
even having this
Janique,
conversation if it's all good? It's just all
Right.
good, right?
so if we decide from the beginning, Janique, that the people you're having these conversations with are just in general, let's say low IQ, low energy people, right? Like they're just not good people in general. They're just sort of jerks, right? They're buttholes. That they're so there's gonna be a lot of ignorant people you're dealing with on lives, and a lot of times this is the thing. Just because someone is a host doesn't mean doesn't mean they're a decent person. I've been on a lot of lives, and the hosts were absolute ignorant buttholes. And like you said, they were disrespectful, calling people out their names. They just had a way of acting and behaving. But that's them. That's their right. That's their lie. But they're an ignorant person. An ignorant person is going to move how an ignorant person is going to move. An enlightened, intelligent person is going to move differently. That is like how Kev carries himself, how Rachel carries himself, how Official Robbie carries himself, how Lovely Cut carries himself, and how Charlotte carries herself. If you heard how they're speaking, they have a different delivery. They have a higher level of intelligence. These are we're not having in this live. We're not communicating with ignorant people. Unfortunately, in certain lives, the host, especially host, they're ignorant as can freaking be, and there's not a damn thing we can do about it. They're gonna be who they're gonna be, and that's their loss, right? That's their loss. End of the day, and there's nothing we can say or do where they're gonna change their ways. And like after that live, they can continue to have that ignorant type of behavior and attitude. The only thing we can do is protect our peace. That's it. That's the only thing we can do. And sometimes protecting our peace means just bowing out gracefully and be like, cool, I got better things to do with my time because than dealing with ignorant people.
And I understand that motivation. My whole point was making an example of the difference between you guys were saying about how we are coddling and you want to be straightforward and be able to say things and be direct. And so what I was simply saying is, yeah, it's good. You can be direct. It is a way to be direct. But it
That's
is
why
a
we not
difference.
coddling you.
Right, and you're not, and I haven't been disrespectful because you haven't been. And so I was saying, but it's a difference. And sometimes human in lives, if you're listening to the ones who do come off very disrespectful, they will say, "Oh, you're just trying to tone. What's the word you guys say?
Police.
Tone control." And things like that. They will tell people you're trying to tone control, you're trying to do
Let me.
this, you're
Yeah.
trying to do that. But the matter of the fact is the difference between being direct and disrespectful.
But
So
I gotta
what you're saying,
ask you something,
I
Janique.
totally agree with you. And I'm not disagreeing with what
Right.
any of you guys are saying.
Yeah, but I think collectively, give me a second, hold on. I think collectively what we're trying to say is these people obviously you're disgusted with them. And if you make it a practice of imitating that which you're disgusted with, you'll become like these people. And I don't think that's who you want to be. I don't think you're
Yep.
like a ghetto ratchet. So if you imitate this behavior,
Oh
like
no, no, no.
you see what I
I
mean?
mean,
Like, isn't it? Wait, hold on. Isn't it? Wouldn't it be like beneath you to like respond back to the same frequency? You seem higher vibrational than these people. Why behave the way they do? Is my question to you.
oh, because
Mm.
I'm me. So if I want to tell somebody to shut the fuck up back, that's who I
So you just like them. So you just got somebody that you match it.
am.
Oh, you.
Well, if that's what I'm gonna respect any of
I
you
get it,
guys, but at the end of the day, I'm still me. That's what make me feel good. We're responding
I
to
thought that
them
you.
back, and it's about how
right?
I feel when I end my encounter, not
But
how
let me
what
ask
you
you.
think I
So
should
you
do.
think,
And
all
So
right, them cursing you out and then you
so
cursing them out, you think that teaches them anything? Like you think that gets them to change or reconsider or any of that shit?
I think it's doing what makes me feel good when I'm done, and
pride,
that's
yeah,
telling them to
pridefully. I
shut
get it.
the fuck up, bitch,
That's pride.
and I feel better. That's it. I don't. I'm
Yeah,
not trying
right.
to teach
And
them.
that, yeah. Well, we know that it got to be a bigger. See, this would okay. I guess I'll do.
But
So
that's what you feel.
it's
That's how
look,
you
look.
behave, and I might learn from you
Hey,
because I'm
somebody said something.
listening.
Somebody said something.
Yeah.
I
I'm
didn't say
sorry.
that.
Go ahead.
I was about to say, this how you know, because I was listening to the whole entire thing. This how you know it's affecting you, and it's like it is speaking. You, it's like so many times you have you turned all your turning points around, but it's like you say you stand on something, then like you kind of switch it around again. Just like you said, you have tough skin, but then you get triggered though, and then you say that, oh no, I'm just matching their energy and stuff. But you, if you have tough skin, you wouldn't let a person that's so called beneath you,
A random
uh,
internet.
yeah, or somebody that's no name get to you. And then the fact that you're still bringing it back up, and that mean they had got you. That mean they still got you to this at this moment. The fact
Bro,
that you got to bring it
they
back up.
screen name, bro. They screen name be Saggy Pants 99, and this
Uh,
who matching that?
so
Anyway,
But
come
I'm
on,
trying
I'm
to,
son.
still,
yeah, I'm trying
that's
to
the
get,
whole point. I
yeah,
am
so
human and it may have triggered
true,
me, and
yeah.
I
My
am
bad,
okay
host. My
with
bad.
that.
Yeah, so you can't say that's what I'm saying. You counter yourself when you say you have tough skin. You got to admit
I
that
do.
you can't. That's a that's a that's yeah, that's contradiction because you say you have tough skin, but then you get triggered by these same type of people though. If you have tough skin, you'd be like, all right, I'm gonna let y'all have it. I'm up out of here, or I can't mess with y'all no more, or something like
But
that.
that's you. Me and you different. That's probably
No,
your tough skin.
no,
And
that's
that's your
not.
definition.
That's
My
not.
tough skin is telling them bitches, fuck you.
How
You
you
shut the
gonna
fuck
change the
up.
definition of
That's my tough skin. Shit.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
So
we
gonna
you
can't
can
make
change
have
it
your
to
tough
it's not a
you?
skin,
subjective
but
thing though. That's
that's
why I
my
said.
tough
You
skin.
know, but
Is
yours is the way you doing it. You just run away from accountability. That's all it is, right here. And this
and
got to
I
be
may
done
be. So
because
I
you in
would
the
think
accountability
about it.
room. I have to talk about it because I realize that every time somebody do put you like in the seat, you like, no, you got an excuse for everything. It's like when you got to realize if multiple people telling you different things, you got to start looking within yourself. You can't keep on saying, well, no, this is just how I am, and y'all think that way. This is y'all perception. These are we have nothing against
Have
you.
you
I'm
ever
To
telling
asked
you
look,
that I'm comfortable
just
in
listen
my
for a second.
body.
That's the reason why I just gotta listen for a second. I'm just saying we have nothing against you to say something that we don't feel that can help benefit you. So just like motivation said, all of us must have trained ourselves enough to know how to avoid them type of people because we trying to become better. Because over in this life, just like you said, we seem like we're better people and cooler people, but we had to do the work ourselves because we had to get talked to the same way we talking to you right now because we all hold each other accountable in here. So if one of us is saying something, it had to be some type of truth behind it. You can't come with a defense towards every last thing that all of us is saying when we showing love towards you. Like, all right, we see that it's affecting you. You saying it's not affecting, but it's five different
It's
people saying
not
that
affecting me
it's.
though. You telling
See,
me
see
how
what
I
you doing
feel.
now, right? You saying
But
it's
you
not, but
telling me
five
who I
other people.
am. I'm telling you is that I'm okay with that communication. The person who communicating with me like that is not. I am. You could tell me to shut the fuck up. Okay? That's not a trigger for me. But I feel you deserve for me to tell you to shut the fuck up back. It's nothing wrong with that. You didn't feel it was anything wrong with it. Why should
May I
I?
ask you
How is
something?
that a trigger? I
Do you
mean,
hold
now
on,
you want to
Janique? Hold on,
control the way you deal
Janique.
with it. I mean, I may
One
not go in that
question.
room anymore because I don't want to communicate like that. But when needed to, I feel it's just fine because that's the way we're communicating. So what's wrong
You
with it?
believe you believe
You
in
said what's
Christ?
wrong with it? 15 people that said you was wrong with that, and then you still okay. It's cool. We're done with that. But go ahead, official.
Oh no, just do you believe in Christ, Janique?
Yes, I do.
All right. What if Christ came here to match energy? You think he would have accomplished his mission?
Christ, if he came here to match energy, wait, no, he would not.
That's what I'm saying. We're trying to get you to see the senselessness of, you see what I mean? Like, and if that's who you follow or believe in, come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, and you could. Yeah, by the way, we're not telling you how to be. We're not trying to reconfigure you. None. We just like sharing perspective. That's it. Yeah. At the end of the day, you're gonna be whoever you choose to be. But if Christ came here to match energy, the world would not be redeemed. He would still be matching energy. You know what I mean?
Let
Oh, he
me
did that
just
to me.
let's say this one thing. Then let's just admit this. Is do you want your attention to be better or not?
Well, I am better,
No,
but
I asked you. I didn't
and
ask that. I said,
me,
is your intentions to be better or not?
I
This would be very simple if you just answer this quickly, and I can know how to move from this point.
Being totally transparent with myself, yes, I do want to be. I am better to those who. I mean, I feel they deserve the same communication. I don't feel like I'm doing nothing wrong. Be honest. If this how we
This is so
communicate,
I
hard to
feel
her.
like
This
she.
is
Oh,
crazy.
I'll say that
I
it's
mean,
This
you
like
is
want me to
tearing
answer
her
the way
up.
you
My
want.
I
God.
got
I
it.
can
She
only
yeah.
answer you
understands.
what
I would
I could
say that.
truly feel. But see, that's what I'm saying. Y'all try to make people. This is the whole thing. What the guy was just saying, how people thoughts influence you. I'm firm on my thoughts. Like I've been from the hood to corporate. I could wear any hat you want me to wear with you, and I'm okay with it. So, with that being said, if we are communicating like that, I'm okay with that. I
But
done
see,
play spades. I get herbally delighted,
I
but
love
I got a
spades.
corporate job that I jump in the ride and go be professional. So when I come on here, I'm gonna be able to vibe whatever way that we want to vibe. My whole problem and what I was communicating to you guys is that the when a person communicate to you that way, their pennies go up in their ass when you communicate back in that way.
But
But
then it doesn't in a sense because of the fact that you okay, I heard you say that in a sense that you're not triggered when they do that because you're used to that and you give it back to them. But giving it back to them, like if they told you to shut the F up, you if you haven't noticed, time and time again, you say shut the F up plus the B word. So it's like you that extra B word is like a sense of okay, you hit a spot by telling me to shut the F up. Now I'm gonna give you the same sauce with a little bit of to it. So it's like, why not just be like, okay, and just leave? Because it's like it's not showing good on your part. It's not
So
like
maybe
people
I
be
will
like, why do
try
I
that
need
for
a
you. Because for
no,
me,
I'm no
and
ma'am.
I
I
want to
mean,
be
no, don't
better.
do it for me. I'm
I
just
want
saying
to
in
be
a sense
better,
because
my
people,
brother.
yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, ma'am. I just wanted to say that some people will believe, I know she probably got a call, but some people believe that apologies is for the other person. But apologizing and forgiving someone is for you. It's not for the other person necessarily. It's for you because right now you may not care. You may feel like you don't care, but later on, something major may happen with that going on and it may bring you down to your knees. And I don't want to see that happen because I okay now this is my little
What are you
my
talking about?
genuine thing
You
is
losing me now.
okay because
What
you
you
feel
talking
like to
about?
me it's like you're saying you're not triggered. I feel like you feel like that you're not triggered because you're so used to your wall being up. You're so used to defending yourself that you don't see that that's a trigger. That's like it's a defense mechanism. So you are it's like kind of saying I am
How
triggered
are
deep
you telling me
inside.
I'm being defensive
No
to
ma'am,
a
I'm
person
not. I'm
who's
just saying
being
what I think.
disrespectful?
No
And if
ma'am.
it's not okay,
Can I
No
just
ma'am,
okay,
I'm
let's say
not.
say?
You
this.
can finish though.
Let's
I
make
have a
this. We can
question.
make this quicker though. I'm gonna let you do the question in a minute. So, if we ask everybody in this room, do y'all believe she's very defensive? Are you going to be able to take that? If majority of people voted that you are defensive since they, because I'm pretty sure a lot of people at least seen you for like 30 minutes to make this to come up with what their opinion about how they feel about it. Except LED, he just got in here. But do y'all feel like drop one is in the chat if you feel like she's been defensive the whole entire time. Drop two if you feel like she's open to actually listen. So I put a Q one in there. Said no defense, no defensive. Okay.
the same people answering more than once, and most of the people on the panel answering.
Can I say something on that real quick?
Lovely, I'm so sorry. Let me just get
No, go
one
ahead, my
question.
sister. Go ahead.
Thank you, beautiful. What Janique, you said that you know yourself, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when he posed the question, how come you do not know if you want to change or not?
And I told you that the way people communicate with me,
Whoa,
No, you
whoa. How
What did I
come
say?
you do not know if you
I
want
don't
to
know if
change?
I want to change that
So
because
you
I
don't know
don't know.
yourself.
I do, but I don't know if I want to change. Knowing yourself and then
You
knowing
contradict
about
yourself.
how you want to change when it comes to communication is two different things. Like as a whole, you putting everything together.
If
Like
you
I
because
don't know
it's a
if I want to
simple
change
question,
the way
right?
I
So if
communicate
I know
with them.
myself, and I know what I am uh trying to do in
No,
my
I
life.
don't know myself then, because
There
I
you
don't
go.
There you
know
go. There you
There
go.
if
you go.
if
What?
I
Thank
want
you.
to
It took
change.
my baby to
I
get it
mean, I
out of
do,
her.
because
Thank you.
honestly, I don't want to change the way I communicate with people.
There
If
you
they
go.
communicate with me like that.
Preach.
So I do
And
know
that's
Preach.
okay.
myself.
See, that's what I'm saying.
But
That's okay.
There
but
you
Are you
go.
if
happy with
it's
your
to
It'd be
outcomes,
better
very
Lupe?
me,
simple.
if
Are
it's
you
to
happy?
better me,
Are
I
you?
can
Hold on,
work
Janique.
on being
Let me
open to change that. Put it
let me
that way.
ask you. Are you happy with the outcomes you've gotten over the last 15, 20 years? You like your outcomes?
Oh yeah, because I'm a people person. This social media is the only place where I get that. Like everybody, I mean, I used to ask myself, do I have "talk to me" on my forehead written? Because I genuinely attract people, animals, everything, and I'm just a respectful person. Period. So social media a different beast, and this is what's teaching our children.
What make
And
you a respectful person?
because I am considerate. I am looking, if I do want someone to do something, or I feel they're doing something that is causing them destruction, I find a way to say it in a way that I will want to hear it. And I will want to hear it in a way that it won't make me feel small, for one. For two, I understand that a lot of times people have learned behavior. So their behaviors is normal to them, is learned. Therefore, you could talk it to you blue, like you say, whisper it, whatever. And because it's a learned behavior, it will take work, intentional work in that person to want to change. And in order for a person to listen, though, in a faster way, they have to trust you. And when you're throwing back, when you're bashing people and saying things in a cruel way, the defense and the guard is going to go up, period. They're not going to hear you. Now, if you're saying it in a way that they can receive it, you may not know that they're
I don't.
receiving it,
You
but
know
they
why I
heard
believe
it.
that's cap though? Because even now, right? Even now, people was so because you also said that you was you say you open, which I disagree with that because we could already seen that already. It's like I think you like to say a lot of things too. I guess I guess convince yourself really.
No, effort and
Because
debate is two
because look
different
look
things.
the reason why I say that is because even though I know the tone
Prognosis.
don't even matter because most people that be saying it the tone matter it don't because even now even with all our tones right you done got about five different tones you still defensive regardless so you go so the other one you have an excuse to be more
But you're
defensive.
saying I'm
I
defensive,
need
but you don't know
you,
what
you
part that I heard.
I,
Like you just asked me, did
Look
I
right
want to
now, like
change?
soon as I break it down to you, you're not even. That's what I'm saying. Like it don't matter if like even if it was me, if it was anybody else, is if it goes against what you said you were comfortable with, you just said a few minutes ago, you really don't want to change it because you like being what you do. You know what I'm saying? But you like speaking out loud to say that I do want to change it. But then as soon as somebody say, "Do you want to be better?" Then you like
I think you
I
confusing yourself, sir. I said that
and it's
when
everybody but
I
you all the
respond
time.
to
Just yeah,
people, when I can communicate on any level with a person,
that's not
if that
true.
is how they communicate, then it should be okay for me to communicate back to them in the same way. But you
But you,
guys
you
say,
but
if
you
I want to
disproved that
grow,
in a matter of like about
no, no,
at
no,
least
but let
five
me
times
finish.
today.
You said,
You
if
didn't
I
even
want to
let me finish.
grow,
You go talking about let you finish. That's crazy.
okay. But you said, if I want to grow, I should be a bigger person. You
Yeah, I
said,
think it
if
started off
Christ
by
Kev,
listening
came,
first. You
Kev, it
got
don't
to
matter if
listen
you finish,
first.
man. As long as she finished, that's what matters.
Can I ask
no,
this
it
question?
doesn't.
Jen,
You putting words in my mouth though, because I'm
I'm
Jen,
telling
trolling. I'm
you.
trolling.
For
Ignore
one,
me.
you gotta be. For one, I have to be real with myself.
Can I ask a question, Jen?
And then I'm not gonna answer the way you want me to answer. I'm gonna be real with me and answer you the way I'm feeling.
I will
And
first
so
say, Janique, I appreciate your transparency because it's not easy for everybody to be, talking to you and trying to get a point to you.
right.
Okay, I get that. We get that, but we are, a very nice panel, I would say.
Y'all is, you
We're,
is, but you gotta
yeah,
learn to like listen. Like I feel good when I'm able to communicate back the way they are.
yeah. Just
But
just
I
be
do hear
open. Just
you.
be open, because
What you
we're coming at you in a nice way. Because I genuinely actually feel a care. Like, I'm an empath. I truly feel. I would love, for whatever you want for your life, I want that for you too. You know what I'm saying? And I can say that I'm coming from a place of love, So I just don't want you
Oh,
to
you selfish. All of us come
I
from a
don't
place of
I don't
love.
want you to,
But can I
go
ask
ahead,
the question?
LED.
All right, so Jen, this is my question. Is My question is, do you not really see the benefit? And because usually when people change, they see that it benefits. I mean, the change has a benefit. So do you think maybe that you don't really see the benefit in changing the way that you communicate or people communicate with you on whatever level that is? Is
I'm a,
is
I'm I'm gonna ask you this. Have I been communicating with you guys okay?
Well, I don't know. This is the first time that
Um,
we've
No.
communicated.
I would
I
say
haven't.
that I would say that if I had to give an honest critique of the communication, I think that like you are when you get talking and you are on your point, it's like you are closed in on your point, regardless if somebody
Mhm.
else is trying to get into like like you're like you just go until you're done. And then when somebody says something, you go. It's like you're so, to me, what it seems like is you're so ready for your response. You're not thinking about what
Mm.
somebody is giving you. You're just ready to rebuttal whatever it is that they're saying. It's like I said, it's the defense, which I understand it and I get it because I'm not one to say I haven't been there or seen other people be there before. So it's a lot to, it's not a lot, it's a lesson to be learned. And it takes time with yourself to understand how to be patient and sit
Mhm.
back and really understand like what somebody is saying to you. Grasp that in, and if you don't like the feedback, you don't got to say, "Well, f you too, mother f like this." Okay, well, you go back and you go look yourself in the mirror, take time with yourself, and say, "Okay, now where did I mess up?" If you got to do that, I'm an overthinker, so I do that a lot. So I I
I say the
critique
quickest.
myself a
This
lot.
Wait
one
a
main
minute, but
thing.
Charlotte, all
This
due respect,
here go the but. When you say
let me
but, that
tell
means
you.
you already was already
Let me,
coming with your answer already. That's why I say
let me
that's
have
how I know you're not
2 minutes.
listening.
Because I just listened to Charlotte and I think the whole panel
You
missed my point. I did. I heard
But
everything she
you,
said.
you,
I was
you,
just
you,
silent.
you talked
She
over
said
the
that
whole
I
question
go
that I
on
wanted
and
to
I
ask.
make my point and things like that. And all of you guys have jumped in time after time with your point of view on how I should handle it, what I should do, what I should not do, and all of those things. But have I been disrespectful to any of you one
That's not the
time?
point. That's not the
That's the
point. We're
point
not.
I'm making. That was the only point I was
We
making,
that
though.
is, but
You
that's
know?
not
But
your.
that's
That's not the only form of communication. Is disrespect or not. That's not the only form of communication.
But
It's
you
also
moving the
honest.
ball. You moving
Look,
the
it's also
ball. But
reception.
that's what I was making.
Unique.
The point that I was making,
You gotta
we
let the
could
host
all.
talk.
But
We
you
love.
keep moving the ball, and I'm gonna shut up after this. The only point I was making, as much as we have disagreed, agreed to disagree,
We
none of
agreed
y'all
on
say
that
I'm on it.
though.
Y'all never has been disrespectful, and I can
We
roll with that. That's
right.
that's that's the only point I was making. Like,
Yes, right. We've been off that a long time ago. You keep
Unique.
going back to that every
but
time
it
we.
all went into this off of me trying to make that
Yes,
point.
so now we have an observation of you of why you may be going through what you go through and stuff because we're trying to say that it's certain things that you give energy to that you shouldn't be giving to, but you're willing to do it. Then you act like you want help from at the same time, but then you don't.
But you making up your whole story.
Yeah.
I never asked you for
I
help.
guess like I this
I
this
never
but
asked you to
look, this is
critique
exactly
me.
what I was about to say anyways. I
Also,
was
Are
about to
you
say
you
asked me a
listening?
question.
I was
Y'all
about to
not listening. You keep jumping in. You want to critique.
I
You're
be
not
letting you
listening
express.
to me. I've told you I'm good with the way I communicate with others. If they respect me, I will respect them. If they don't, I won't. Maybe I will work to be better, but right now I feel good doing it. But you
All right, man, I'm getting irritated. I don't care no more. Dog.
Oh, I
Baby,
was
you didn't have to drop her.
oh my. I was gonna
We
say
spend too
Damn.
that.
much time though. I can't keep doing it. We're gonna
Hey,
waste our whole
hey,
time on
but
that
you know
No,
stupid
what?
she
You
shit.
made her drop
didn't.
out and
Uh-oh.
got a, she dropped out and got a GED. Maybe she'll get that. You know what I'm saying? Hey, how y'all doing?
I
I'm
good to
good.
see you,
I'm
brother
good.
LED.
Man, he's good to see y'all, man. Hey, so if I can answer the to the prompt, how do how do you spot a disingenuous person? Um, through the ways of their communication. If they are given communication that seems to be um unclear, and they're not really giving you clear signs of what they want, then that person is being disingenuous. And not only are they being disingenuous, they're gonna fucking waste your time. I don't give a fuck what it is, who it is, how it happened. If a person not clear with whatever that they're trying to do with you, whether it's business, relationship, or whatever the case may be, if they're not very clear with you, point blank period, they finna waste your time and it's disingenuous. That's it.
All right. Yeah, that's one thing I'm not gonna do. People gonna learn. I'm not about to walk on eggshells for people, man. That's just what I'm not gonna do. And I know my whole intent of this thing is for us all to help one another, But if nobody, this is not no coddle. This not a coddling room. This not no venting room. I've been stopped that years ago. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is, if you don't want help, what's the point? I don't. What we need you in here for? You know what I'm saying? This is overall. That's with anybody for real. Because I don't like doing that long venting session and all that. I just don't. I really don't. But go ahead. I think official. I thought you was in here. What you got from me, official?
Yeah.
I
We
mean,
still on
my
the
bad.
right?
The other official.
Not the woman.
Uh,
My bad.
there she go.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. I actually came up to speak with the woman that was up here. Um, although to address the prompt, hi Rachel. I hope you're doing amazing, gorgeous. Um, how do you spot a disingenuous
Sorry,
person?
boo. I was typing in the chat. Oh, thank you. Hi.
You're good, girl. I would say, you know, so I've been listening for a while and I actually went and looked up the word disingenuous because I have my own perception of it, but because Spanish is my first language, I wanted to make sure that I had a clear understanding of it. And it's literally having a conversation or being in a situation with someone who is pretending. That's my general understanding. If that is not correct or if that's incorrect understanding or perception, please correct me.
You.
um,
No, no, that's accurate. That's accurate. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure first before I actually moved forward. And I don't think you're able to actually spot a disingenuous person until you have a conversation with them. Or until you've actually, like on social media, you can tell, like if you're having a conversation with someone, if they're being disingenuous, because if you ask certain types of questions, especially if it's related to like, like the man versus bear thing or submission, you know, or, men versus women type of thing. If you have certain questions that you lead with, and you have a preconceived like perception that you're going to present it with, and then you have somebody come in who is, you know, who's answering those questions, and they could be genuine or they could not be genuine. It's not the aha moment in which you catch them, in which they contradict themselves. In my opinion, I believe it's the reaction after the aha moment, that you'll be able to see if they're being disingenuous or not. And it's because it kind of goes back to accountability. If you have that moment, like, you know what, I haven't seen it like this, or you know what, you're right, I took it like this and I didn't actually realize that you meant it like this. It's the reaction after the aha moment. I think we have lots of conversations where a lot of us have like those aha moments. And I could, if I'm going to stand 10 toes on something and say, well, no, that's actually not that. Like, like one of the things is omission. A lot of people say, well, omission is not lying. But I believe a half truth is still a whole lie. So to me, that would be like a person is pretending to want to tell the truth. Like they're being disingenuous. There was another word that somebody else said earlier today, and I don't remember what it was. Condescending. So I don't really know how to really define that, but I think that's how you'll be able to tell if somebody's being disingenuous. It's the moment after the aha moment. It's their reaction and what they say afterwards, to say whether or not, you know, you can tell whether they're actually being disingenuous or not. Because to actually reflect and say and have that, you know, conversation, like say, okay, well, you know what, I actually didn't see it that way, but I can have that understanding to why you see it that way, although I'm going to stay standing here, if that makes sense. And then can you tell, or do you want me to continue down the prompt or just the
No, we
first
just
question?
on that. Did everybody? Let me get Antoine in, and then we can go to the next one after that.
Okay.
What's good? What's good? What's good? I was gonna
What
make a
up,
comment
man?
to
Welcome
her.
back.
What's going on about the disingenuine about having a conversation? There is only one time where a person could be disingenuous. You don't have to have a conversation with them. That's when you see them bad lace fronts, them bad wigs, uh, bad eyelash jobs. No, I'm just playing. Don't. That's not being disingenuous. I'm just playing myself. Hold on, I'm driving. Let me read that prompt. How do you spot a disingenuous person? That was actually the very first prompt. The irony of that. Because I thought she was saying that based on what somebody said. I didn't even realize that was actually a prompt up there. I was driving. I didn't see that back here. Uh, Damn, that's a good one. Well, I have to 100% agree with the young lady who just spoke. Uh, Disingenuine can only really kind of come from out of a conversation, right? Um, Sometimes you can pick it up quick. Sometimes take a little bit more listening because people can be really good at it. Um, can you tell who's puts on an act versus being genuine? Hell yeah. For the most part, yeah, you can tell when somebody putting on a goddamn act. Especially if you done been a few places, in life and seen some things, you can recognize some shit. Um, how do you correctly use gaslighting? Oh, that term does
No, we're not on that
seem.
yet. No, we're not on that yet.
So where you want me to stop at?
We just on that. Dang, you already did the other one too. Dang, I didn't even know that. But no, we bought the who was it? Did everybody do the this one? The first one?
Everybody did the first one, Kev.
They did. Okay. All right. So I guess we could do the other one. Can you spot a person that's acting versus being disingenuous? Let's see. Let's start with Lovely then.
Hold on, repeat the question again.
Can you spot? Can you tell who puts on an act versus being disingenuous? I mean, being genuine. I mean,
Yeah, so somebody being disingenuous or acting like they're genuine.
so basically somebody acting versus somebody being genuine.
Exactly. I, I think that's what I kind of spoke on earlier. It's like if you've ever been disingenuous, you know what it's going to be like when you see a disingenuine person. So that's how I kind of speak on it. You know, I guess that goes back into the accountability room. But you know when somebody's being genuine or not. But that's where your spirit lies. That's where if you're not a genuine person, or if you're being disingenuous, you're not going to recognize what's being attempted towards you.
Hmm. Okay. What you got for me? Motivation.
So, as I look at that question, I'm gonna have to always take it back to the basis of if me being able to tell whether someone is acting versus actually being a genuine person is gonna come down to having real conversation with them, and maybe spending a little bit of time with them. Um, I've lived long enough that, yeah, I've seen sketchy body language, maybe how someone talks, how someone moves, reading the room, reading how people move in a room. Sure, yes. But again, mental health is a real thing, and not knowing someone, just meeting it for the first time, I I might make, which most of us do, I might make a momentary judgment of someone, and it's not necessarily accurate. But if I have a real actual conversations with someone and get a chance to read them, their reactions, their responses, how they say things, their body language, then I'll be able to get more of an accurate reading on, okay, is this who this person is, or are they be pretending to be like that in order to maybe get me to lower my guard because there's something they're trying to get from me, and they're not being honest or genuine about how they carry themselves. So again, it would have to go back to, having the conversation with someone and actually sort of seeing how they respond during the conversation to read them and sort of see what I get from them. And that's how I'm gonna land my plane with that answer.
All right, for sure, for sure. What you got for me, babe?
Hmm. Puts on an act. Um. Oh. Puts on an act. I'm sorry, I was not ready. Is there anybody else that needed to go? Am I the last one?
No, ma'am. I think I have to go too.
Okay, yeah. Can somebody else go before me?
um, I'm just gonna take a shot at a pew at it, I guess. Can you tell who's putting on an act versus being genuine? Um, I feel like if I know that person, I can. Um, if that person is a complete stranger to me, I feel like I can't, because when I know somebody, it's like when we kids, and it's like, you like, I mean, and this is childish. It's a childish example I'm gonna give, but like, oh yeah, I could jump across this river. You can't jump across the river. Yes, I can. They jump and plap right in the river. It's like, yeah, I knew you didn't. What you thought, you was daddy long legs? Like, no, you're not gonna be able to do it. In adult life, how can I tell someone who is actually who put on an act versus being genuine? Just simply, if they are a stranger, they might invite me out, like females might invite me out, or I might go around them when they're around other people, and to me it's like, who they claim they were around me is not who they are around other people. And it's like, yeah, I heard about, code, but it's code switching in a sense. I can get, it's like a fine line. You can't go too far. It's like, if you tell me that you don't do certain things, but then when you go around certain people, you do those exact things that is questioning your moral values, what you believe in. Yeah, like no, like you're not genuine, or to me, that's just it's like you're not genuine. What you said is not true, it's false. You're just faking the funk just to, I don't know what you're trying to get, but you're not I don't have nothing to give, but I don't I don't, but that's the only thing I could think of, me myself. But I think that, yeah, me telling who, people that put on an act versus being genuine. All right. Oh, I got an idea now. I'm gonna say this in Namaland. All right. Somebody like, oh yeah, sure. If you need me, just call me. Anything you need, just call me. And then when you do call them, when you need something, they're like, I don't know what you think this is, just calling me, asking me for this and this and that. That's like, but you told me that whenever I needed something, that I can call you. I heard them in conversations before, so I learned with that.
That was good. Thank you. Thank you. 'Cause it made me think. Okay. So for me, right? Because all the genuine people that I know, they are consistent. They are the same. They show up the same everywhere they go. Really, like, yeah, they might change like a little thing, like how they dress, how they speak, or whatever, but their personality like is consistent. Like their belief systems is consistent. So I don't know. Consistency is the easiest way for me to to know if somebody is being genuine. Like Charlotte said, like as soon as you tell somebody that give them a no, you know what I'm saying? That's when you start to see their heart. As soon as you give them pushback, that's when you start to see their heart. Yeah, that's all I got.
You got Antoine.
Yo, we on the can we spot the disingenuous? Is that what we on?
No, no. Can you tell who's putting on the act versus being genuine?
Can you tell? Oh, can you tell who's putting on an act versus being genuine? Yeah, I can. Some people are naive, and some people can see through muddy water, and then you got the ones that just flat out ignore certain shit. I question everything, so I'm always looking at somebody suspicious to a degree. So but I do treat people as face value until I see differently. And that's not them putting the wool over my eyes or getting slick with something or getting away with anything. It's just simply, I'm gonna give you enough rope to hang yourself at the end of the day. People who tend to act genuine, they can't keep it up for long periods of time. And the young lady, Rachel, I think, who mentioned consistency. I'm going to be honest with you, consistency will kill skepticism any day. So, I'm a firm believer in that. But people who try to act genuine, they can't keep up the act long enough because being genuine literally is basically being selfless. And people who aren't selfless don't know how to really be selfless. So I think it's short lived, and people who do it. So but I really feel sorry for the ones who can't recognize it and they really get duped. You know, but hey, some people are lessons and not losses. I land my plane.
Go ahead, Janique.
Can you tell who puts on an act versus being genuine? Heck yeah. Cause you will act like you got self-control. You will act like you will be a bigger person. You will act like all of that. But when somebody get into you, you show your true colors. Like she probably got a GED and she got whatever, da 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 da. Like that's throwing blows. That's hit below the belt. Like, but I did get a GED, as a matter of fact. And I got a realtor's license, insurance license, a business, and I'm thriving. So I'm good. Ain't nothing wrong with a GED, by the way. But you was doing it in intentions of a way to throw shots. And that is a good way of knowing someone being genuine. To me, being able to hold a mature adult conversation, knowing that we all different, come from different walks, talks, different things may be triggers, different things may have traumatized you. We're going to have different points of view. And I held a conversation with about 4 or 5 people coming at me, and not one time did I throw a shot, belittle you, or disrespect you. That is being able to hold a conversation. I continuously went to my point, and I may have not said what you wanted me to say, or I may have not answered how you wanted me to answer. I may have not been ready to change or feel I should like you wanted me to. However, I still remain to have a conversation with the way I felt and my perspective without being disrespectful to anyone on the panel. And I was being genuinely myself. This is who I am. And I'm gonna be me across the board, except for when I'm in the corporate office and it's my money. I might have to code change a little something, but this ain't my money, so I don't have to do any of that.
What I'm about to say may not just flat out be applicable to you, but I will say that I've noticed this on TikTok, and I've been on TikTok 3 years now, some change. And I've noticed, and I'm gonna make this little comparison, and you may or may not agree, but the ones who've only been to this place could only understand where I'm coming from. TikTok is like the penitentiary day room. It's like the penitentiary day room, right? And what I mean by that, a lot of times you'll find guys that will, it's like the army, be all you can be, right? Until somebody start asking those qualifying questions, you know. And I said that to say this, is that if you would have led a certain way in your conversations.
Wait, hold on.
I
don't got my glasses.
Go get your glasses, baby. How you lead in a conversation will really pretty much dictate how you are. I'm just gonna say how you are judged, or how you are being portrayed in a conversation. But then when you go back in the conversation and go say, well, I meant this and I said this, and now it's like, you're changing your story. And this is where the disingenuousness comes into play, you know, where people begin to think, hey, you know what, I think you're being disingenuous. People have a hard time with leading with their bullshit to not even so much circumvent the shit. It's just that they won't lead with it, as opposed to, prime example, I'm widowed. My wife passed away 2014, right? Obviously, no marriage was perfect and whatnot. What do I look like leading with, oh, my wife this, and she ain't even here to defend herself, when there was just as much wrong on my side? You know what I'm saying? If there was, the genuineness of a person would come out as if, hey, I led with my bullshit, so forth, right? And then you can per se, but you know what though? This is a two-way street. She did this and she did that. People would be more receptive to a person's story if people would just, take that in consideration, because then now you find yourself what we like to call in the day room, you in the oven, right? Now you finna get cooked. Now we dissecting what you said, how you said it, when you said it in the conversation, disingenuousness can lead you in the world of shit in the TikTok realm, and I land my plane on that one.
So, and just speaking on what you were speaking on, Antoine, I think this is the thing. I think some people don't think through their words very carefully. I think some people are very tactful, very careful, and extremely selective on the words in which they use. You know, Um, Plenty of people on this been on this live. Official Robbie, he's one of those individuals. Rachel, extremely intelligent. Um, Charlotte. It seems like she uses her words very intentionally. Lovely, brother, Kev, and some people, some other individuals, because maybe not from practice. I'm not talking about anyone on this live. Not from practice, not maybe doing the things. I've studied for over 17 years on learning how to effectively communicate. So that's something I intentionally learned how to do. And some people don't do that. Some people don't take the time to develop that ability. I'm not making an excuse for these individuals. I'm simply saying, so when they do say things, that's the reason why it's out of order.
Hey,
And sometimes
motivation.
that they go that yes.
I want to chime in right fast and say something that just thought just came to my mind. Do you know what is one of the most successful communication tools that the CIA uses?
What tool would that be?
Perception versus perspective.
Yeah.
Because everybody has a perception, but as soon as you move into that person's perspective, that's how you can start communicating communicating effectively. It's a very, very deep study. I mean, it blew my mind on this stuff, and it seems so elementary and basic, but it works so effectively.
No, absolutely. Because when you're communicating with someone, you have to, like, for instance, if I'm talking about, I don't know, a bird, a car, whatever, just an inanimate object, I have to know when I'm speaking on that object that I explain it in such a way that you envision the object I'm actually talking about. Because I can be talking about one thing and you could be seeing something else if I'm not effective in my communication with you on what I'm specifically talking about. So it's making sure that when I'm speaking with you, that you actually understand what I'm talking about and that you comprehend it, and that not that I'm speaking at you, but I'm having a conversation with you.
And so, can I ask you, Antoine, were you hearing? So, what was it that I was in? What, what was it that I was um, talking about, or in your opinion, what
No,
you
you
were?
see, I I I, I didn't. That wasn't directed specifically to you by no means. It was a general statement of what I said, what I've seen on TikTok in the years that I've been on TikTok. That had nothing to do with you. But you know what they say: a hit dog real motherfucking holler.
No, no, no. I
No,
wasn't.
I'm just fucking with you. I'm messing with you.
No, I
I'm
was just
messing with you. I'm messing
asking
with you.
so
I'm
I
messing
could
with you.
know because I really wanted to know what about my communication made people so angry where they, really
To be
pretty
honest,
much.
I've been in and out of the panel, out of the live, so I can't definitively say or fairly say what you have or haven't done. So I wouldn't even give you my own personal observation in a fair way, because I haven't been here long enough
Okay,
to give you that assessment. You know what I'm saying?
yes. So motivational. What is it that I've
I
said that?
think motivational have. I think he can.
Yeah, he has. What is it that I've said that would make you feel slightly angry about it? Or
So this is the kicker. First, please understand, like, no one feels angry about your perspective. Your perspective is your perspective. That, like, I always want to clarify that up front. Your perspective is your perspective. And if you saw what I typed in the comments, and Kev has been in those lives where I have shredded people. Now I haven't necessarily cussed back at them, but I matched energy. And me and Kev had a conversation. I did not like what it made me. I did not like who I became when I matched energy just to prove a point. It didn't mean I don't have the ability to go low, but I understood that I don't need to go low. That whatever wherever those people are and their mindset and their ignorant perspective, that has nothing to do with me. And I have better things I can do with my time and my energy than entertain them, because this is the kicker. At the end of the day, Janique, and I want to say your name wrong, Janique, they're still gonna be act and behave in that ignorant way. Nothing is going to change about them. The only thing I can control is how I move, how I behave, how I walk, how I talk, how I carry myself, the personal things I can improve in my life and the people around me. And that's it. That's it. Like, you didn't anger me. I completely respect, that's how you want to deal with that situation. That's how you want to move. Now I want to speak for Kev, but what Kev was simply saying was, hey, listen, end of the day is this. Like, because how his lives are set up, right? It's accountability room. Like, this is a lie where it's like, cool. It's people like, cool. If you in here, if you rocking, if we having these conversations, it's because we're actually trying to move the needle, and actually we want to be a better version of ourselves than who we was before. That we want to be able to take something away from the conversation where we can self-reflect and actually work on ourselves and actually become a better version of you than you was before. But that's a personal choice. Like, that's no one saying you have to, or I'm gonna make you, because no one can make you change. Like, if you want certain things in your life, then you want certain things in your life, and you'll do the work to create that change.
Right.
Only that, hey, it's always love. It's always love. Period and point blank. Understand that. Like,
When
whatever
did I?
decision you make for your life,
Man, that is.
it's not gonna anger me.
But when did I want what part? Like Kev said, I want you to agree with. It's either agree with her or not. And then, like you said, accountability of being a bigger person. What part of being bigger was like dropping me and then saying maybe she got a GED and she'll learn or something like that? What part of
I
being
can't
rude?
speak on other people. I'm not going to speak on other people, Janique. I'm not gonna do that. Like I said, and
Okay.
I whatever, what I'm saying, that's you and Kev. You gonna have that conversation. Y'all
Oh,
gonna
I
have
didn't
that. You're
even know
not
who
gonna have that
said
conversation.
Can
You're
I
not.
chime in
You know what I'm
right
saying?
fast?
No, it's
I didn't
me.
even know who said it though,
Can
but I
I,
did.
I do want to say this
Kev didn't
though.
say that.
Based on what
I
I
don't know
have
who said it.
heard, and based on what I have heard, and me have been, I was here for a good minute until I had to leave and go get my daughter. And then I left and that came back. And Kev actually hit the nail on the head, and I had to leave and I had to step out when he said it, and then I came back. Kev said, and you did do this a lot. It was like every time somebody gave you some sound advice, you had a but. It was a but every time. And I found one thing I found very interesting about the word but. When somebody is having discord back and forth, is that it's never a but to say, you know what, I concede to what you say, or you know what, I truly understand what you say. It's truly another way just to combat what that individual said, which is clearly, I should say, which is apparent that you wasn't really hearing what somebody said and you wasn't being receptive. You were really just listening to rebuttal.
No, I
And
was.
that's
I was listening,
I see.
but see,
You
Hey,
did it
and
in
there
real
you
time.
go, right
You
there,
did it
like
in
in
real
literally a
time.
he
court
You
trying to
did
case.
it in
tell me what I
real
was doing
He
time.
though.
proved his
You did
point
it
in a
in
matter of
real
seconds.
time.
That's what
No,
I'm
I was
saying.
not listening to rebuttal though. That's a whole different thing. He said I
You
was
proved
listening
his point in a
to
matter of
rebuttal.
seconds. Like, you
No,
didn't
I
even let him
didn't.
finish all the way. No, I'm not.
No, I wasn't listening to rebuttal. And that's
Ah,
the thing with human. Like you're drawing your perspective. I'm listening. I don't agree. That's two different things.
Aren't you the same woman who just asked me what was it, and then I told you
right.
what was
That's what
fair,
I'm
but then I
saying.
thought,
She did the same thing to
aren't you?
motivation. She did
You're
it
the
to you.
same woman
That's
who just
why they
asked
go
that.
back to that comment. Let's go back to that comment. I said with this situation, it's either agree with her or not. That's the only way she know how to communicate.
No, I didn't ask you to agree, but I'm asking you
No,
to
because the thing
the
is, you
fact that
asked
I
And you
somebody.
got
didn't.
your
That's why I
real
say you
estate
can't. You
license.
no, hold on. Let me say, no.
And
Let
there
me
How
you
just
did
say this
that
real
go.
quick.
happen?
There
Like,
you
she
go.
literally
See,
will ask
there you
somebody, what
go.
what what did
'Cause
you? She be like, what did you? She would ask them like, asking for their input. Okay, what did I miss out on and something like that? Can you give me that? Then when you give her that, then she just like, no, that wasn't how that went. So it's like every time, it's no
No,
point. Now that's why I say disingenuous is that it's acting like, right? Acting like you're trying to listen to something to help you get better, and you don't. You don't defend it every last time. So that's the fakest thing that's ever. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not
So
defending you.
overall,
I'm
you're
telling you
looking for
facts.
people to agree with you. That's what you're
I'm not
doing.
looking for you to agree with me.
Yeah.
How?
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm gonna stop.
How? I'm telling
It's
you
like
that I just did not agree with you. See, when someone have pushback, then you get in your emotions. Just like you don't agree with me, I'm not getting in my emotions. You're telling me
So
what I'm feeling. How can you
Charlotte
get
wants
in
to
my
Ma'am,
say,
head
ma'am,
and
ma'am,
tell me
ma'am,
what
ma'am,
I'm
ma'am, can
feeling?
I ask you a question? Are you too
never
proud
mind,
to say,
girl.
you know what, I can appreciate that? I mean, that would,
I'm
in
not too proud to
communication,
say
that takes down a lot of
anything.
barriers. You do know that. That's an effective way
so
to communicate,
so
even
so
if you
could I
don't
ask,
agree.
I, I, I'm
so
saying
Janique, could I ask you one
I can
question? So
respect that
why
you don't
and
agree with me. Why you can't respect that I don't agree with you? Like what?
so
What's the
Janique,
Well,
difference?
why the fuck would you even ask me?
Oh,
I.
Wait.
oh my.
That's
Janique,
what I'm saying though. Look,
so
but
so so
this is to make it a better. Come on now, there you go.
No,
so
I'm asking that from a logical standpoint. Why would you even ask me then?
I
Why?
asked you, and then when you went on to say I was listening just to rebuttal, I told you, no, that's not what I'm doing. You're drawing a perception. I'm very aware of the way I communicate. I'm hearing you. Even though it's three or four of y'all talking, I'm hearing what you're saying, but you're not receiving what I'm
But
saying.
see,
Because you too
but
busy
see,
so
focusing on what you're
but
saying on
see,
me.
but see, but see, but see. Okay, so it's like I had to keep saying, but I was going to make a point when I kept saying it because I thought she would continue, but she did wonderfully by just not continuing because I was going to say, but see, and then it's like when someone is trying to talk, it sounds like a rebuttal when you can't finish them. You can't wait from them. Sorry, it's my birthday. I'm 3 glasses in. Sorry, we get it together. But when you can't wait for them to finishing their statement, and then before they finish their statement, you're like, oh, da, 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 da. It's like it sounds like you're a little
Thank you,
bit like
Charlotte.
on the edge, and you're trying to like cut them off before they even get to finish, even though it's not really your intent. That's how it sounds to other people. It's like, dang, he didn't, that person or he didn't, whatever, did not get to land their plane. So it's like for you, you're just trying to get your point across, but it's like you're not being patient
Which
enough to let
shows you're not
everybody.
listening.
Right. Yeah, in a sense. Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir. And yes, ma'am, if you
Charlotte,
understand
he
that.
also when
just
you
cut
ask
you
for
off.
feedback,
He
Janique,
said what he wanted.
also
But when I do it, it's something.
Janique,
You was talking and he just stepped in and said something.
No, ma'am.
okay, Janique,
Well, it was
hold
just
on.
Discord. It was
Hold
just...
on, say real, Janique. When you ask for feedback, there is no reason to tell them the opposite of the feedback. It's just you just receive it. Like there's no, you don't have to combat the
Yeah,
feedback. You
it
don't
was
have to hold on, Janique. You don't have to prove the feedback incorrect. You just it's just a feedback. You take it, you write it down, and then you say, "Hey, do I want to apply this or not?" That's it. There's no reason to be like, "But I didn't do." It's just an observation. You asked what our observation was. We told you what our observation was, and that's it.
Rachel, just to give piggyback on what you said, that's why I made the point. I said in effective communication, if you ask somebody for their opinion, you just simply say, I can appreciate that. Whether you agree with them or not.
or you can
You don't.
say that that's not what you were doing too. I mean, you can't control the way I want to
But there's
respond,
no need to.
Oh
but
my
that's your
God.
opinion. I mean, you
I
trying
see
to
why
control.
Cam
I
dropped
think
you.
we should
I
move
see why
forward.
Cam
I
dropped
think
you.
we should move forward.
Yeah, we should
Yeah.
because
Yeah, let's move forward. Let's please let's change
Yeah,
the
let's get
talking point, please.
Cipher and then God Justice in. So we on the can you tell who put an act versus being disingenuous?
Yes, yes, yes. I definitely can tell if somebody putting up an act. When somebody putting up an act, right? You know what I'm saying? Their action speaks louder than what they're saying. So, you know what I'm saying? So somebody would be like, "Oh, I love the rain." Right? The best quote for me, right, is when somebody was like, I think it was Edgar Allan Poe. He said, "You love the rain, right? But you bring an umbrella." You see what I'm saying? It's like your action is contradiction what you saying, and so that right there just tells me you're putting on an act. Like people talk in circles too when they're putting on an act too. So like once you call them out on their behavior, right? That's when they start to like try to move the goalposts and talk all the way around. You know what I'm saying? So you could forget your points and stuff. Like it's a form of manipulation, really.
What you got, Justice?
Let's see here. Just had my coffee and let's see. Yeah. I would say. I think I would be able to tell. Most people are not because a lot of people are sucker for kindness and human are driven more by appearance than truth. So it's easy to be deceived. But you can kind of tell when it's been spread on lightly, they'll spread it on heavy and things like that. As far as genuine is concerned, it's when people do something and they don't look for nothing in return. Other than that, more times than not, you know, what people do is somewhat of an investment. Oh, it's good. 4-day laws of power say despise the free lunch. A lot of times people are not coming from a genuine space. So you got to be vigilant and be able to know what's what, and we notice the patterns of human nature, because a lot of times people are not being genuine about what they say or what they do. They have an objective. Love bombing, for an example, something, the love bombing have an objective. I'll be nice, I'll do everything I want until I get to a certain goal, and then I'll flip the script on you. So it just depends on what it is. But like I say, humans are driven on appearances, not by truth. So that's what makes it hard to tell. Because if you dress it up, you dress up a well. If you make a lie pretty enough, anybody will believe it almost. It'd be more accepted.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Okay, let's get to this other one now. Yeah, 'cause it's getting close. I'm gonna get off about 1 more hour, y'all. Um, how do you correctly use gaslight? Um, we can start with you, Justice. Then.
Um, what do you mean correctly use gaslighting? What do you mean? I
Yes,
want to know
people
what you
use
mean.
gaslighting so wrong. So, can you give an example of somebody gaslighting you or
Oh
you
yeah,
gaslighting somebody
oh
else?
yeah. When a woman come in and be like, um, maybe you're not present and your energy is off. I think it's somebody else. And then he'll come in and say, but look at all I've done. I work, I do this, I do that. Kind of make her feel like the way she feeling is crazy. It's crazy for you to think this way. You know what I'm saying? Make her second guess what she thinking by throwing these smokes and mirrors out. That's the whole point of gaslighting. Like making you feel like what you feel and what you think is crazy. You know, even though there are some paranoid people out here that make you think you're paranoid, you know what you're feeling, and you see the math ain't mathing and things like that. And I come in and I say, hey, yo, come on, look at this and look at that. I want you to focus on the smoke and mirrors and don't worry about the other stuff that's drawing your attention. And then now you're second guessing your feelings like, maybe I'm tripping. You know, that's how that works.
All right, we're gonna do a zigzag. Lovely. You there?
I read this question earlier. When I first came in, I was like, are you the gaslighter? Like, what if you're the gaslighter? How are you gaslighting people? And I think my brother brought this up a minute ago when he said manipulation. Like, how are we manipulating people? So not only can you be a gaslighter, but you got to recognize gaslighting. And how do you correctly use it? You either get away from it or you utilize it. You got to do one or the other. You got to balance out your, like, you can be gaslit, but do you recognize that you're being gaslit, or do you even recognize when you're gaslighting somebody else because you're manipulating somebody else for the needs that you need to be met? So it can kind of go both ways. That's how I see that question.
So how you correctly yeah, so I see how you said people with the ability to do it, but how do you correctly use it? Give me an example of somebody that may be gaslighting you.
Man, let's go. Man, Rachel, I'm always gonna bring you up in this. It kind of reminds me of like that hypocrisy is like, I'm gonna tell you something that you should be doing for yourself, but I'm gonna do the same thing that I'm telling you you shouldn't be doing. That's like a form of.
No, that's not
Wait, wait, wait,
gaslighting.
wait, wait, wait,
I've
wait,
been.
wait, wait.
I'm sorry.
That's
I'm
why I'll
sorry.
get everybody to get it out first, because we gonna do
Right,
that
right, right, right.
later. Because I there's so many things I was hearing. Yeah. So
That, that, that,
I want to. That's the whole point of me trying to see. I'm trying to see everybody's version of gaslight.
yeah, that's just an example of it. Gaslighting is making somebody feel like they did something wrong when you're actually doing something wrong and making it feel right. If that makes
Mm.
sense. I don't.
Okay.
Maybe
Uh,
that. I'm trying to word. That's why I want to hear everybody's topic on that.
nah, nope. I want everybody to say their version. Don't listen to nobody. Everybody's don't say to nobody. I want to see everybody's stuff first before we get so we can get to the open panel. All right, cool. Let's Janique, what you got?
Gaslighting is
Anton, you got a mute, man. You be sounding like
On my phone.
like Lil Wayne, Lil Smoke. Like a new track about to come out, boy. Go ahead, Janique.
gaslighting is when someone acknowledge and take accountability of the way they is and know they are like that and is okay with being like that, but other people tell them that they should do something different and do something better. But then within that same conversation, they actually act like what they telling the other person they should be able to not act like. That's gaslighting.
Interesting. Interesting. Cypher, what you got?
My best example for gaslighting is cheating. When people try to justify cheating, like when we look at cheating, right? All you saying is that somebody's a cheater is that they was not faithful to the relationship. And once you violate that rule, it doesn't matter what justification that you use, right? You know what I'm saying? That rule still apply. You violated that rule. You cheated, right? And so when they sit there and be like, "Well, I cheated because you didn't do your part. You're not giving me enough." Well, you didn't be transparent. It's just say that to that person. Instead, you cheated. See what I'm saying? And I feel like gaslighting is a dangerous tool because you're manipulating what reality is, so you could justify your behavior.
Okay. I like how you did that. You kind of first I was off a little bit, but you cleaned it up though, so I feel that one. I like that. I like that one. Antoine, what you got, man?
So, gaslighting is when you try to make somebody out to be the problem when you are actually the problem. That's what gaslighting is. In other words, if I'm in a relationship and I'm the one doing something that I ain't got no business doing, but I make my woman feel like she's the problem, that's what gaslighting is. It's when you try to portray somebody else to be the problem, but when in fact you were the cause and the reason why the problem even occurs. That's gaslighting. And I land my plane. If I'm not mistaken, that's gaslighting by definition.
I think you're scratching it. You're scratching it a little bit. I think so far it seemed like Cypher and Justice they about the closest one because closest ones too I heard so far. Y'all like scratching around it though, but yeah, I was y'all kind of close. No, Janique was all the way off. I ain't gonna lie. But she was nowhere near close. But I'll let her rock with it. Go ahead, motivation.
I mean, mine is gonna be a variation. It's simply, I think, it's emotionally by intention manipulating someone else into making them feel like that whatever the issues are going on, that's going on, but then you and them It's all their fault. And it's like, and it's purposely avoiding like your part. It's purposely avoiding and sort of sliding around the part you played in what's taking place. So like, for instance, a relationship, you're like, oh, the reason why this relationship is going so poorly, the reason why our sex life is bad, the reason why our communication is bad, because it's you. If you would do this, if you would do that, if you would do all this stuff would be fixed, while purposely not putting yourself in that equation on the part you played and why the relationship is where it is currently. So it's purposely making someone else feel guilty while you're deflecting and taking any type of responsibility from yourself and trying to create shame in the other person. So it's using that, trying to create that emotional manipulation intentionally on purpose.
Yeah. Not somebody that actually finally looked up the definition down there. Go ahead, Charlotte.
Man,
Uh,
why you do that for? What the heck?
Yeah, you see
well,
what she did. I was about to say she was.
What
Yeah.
the girl?
I was here yesterday, so I
I
mean,
think I'm about
I
to
was
say. I think
listening.
CC. Yo, I'm about to say both of y'all
Yeah,
was here yesterday.
because
Y'all, so y'all
I'm
already
gonna
know. Y'all already know.
use
Y'all
what
already
I
both know it
heard.
already. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna use what I heard. That I was like, dang, that's right there. Um, so do you want me to? I love that
Y'all both can
example that
say
was
it
in.
though. Y'all can. You can say it, and she can say it. It don't matter because y'all both
I
already.
got
Already.
some, Miss I, but Cece, go ahead.
Okay, so I think it was I want to say his name right because I want to give the credit because I think he broke it down again before the live ended. Mr. Print, I want to say he explained it like um when you come like if a lady comes in the room basically and is a girl and a guy in the room and the light when she comes in the room is bright and she's like you come in the room they talk whatever. I think something like she goes away and she comes back and he dims the light. When she goes away he dims the light a little bit more and she's like, hey, did it get darker in here? And he's like, no, it's the same light, it's the same light. And then she just believes him. He's basically gaslighting her in this whole. It's like they was talking
Mhm.
about like a movie, gaslighting. It's like basically gaslight her, making her believe something that's not true. Upside from her reality that she knows is
Mhm.
true. It's like changing her mindset. And it's like, no, the light's been the same. So she leaves again. She comes back. When she leaves, he dims the light a little bit more. And she's like, it's getting really, really dark in here. It's
Mhm.
like, no, the light is the same. And she leaves. He dims a little bit more. He comes back. Why is it so dark? All the way until the light is like no more light. It's like it's dark in here. No, it's not dark in here. It's always been like like that. To
Mhm.
me is it spoke so much volumes, and it's like I would hold that. So shout out. I think that was
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr.
Prince. So
P.
shout
That's
out to
that's
him.
who actually got me to really look it up myself too, because I was
Yeah,
like, I ain't never knew that though. That's why I'm like, dang, all this time everybody been using gaslight so wrong. I'm like, that made a lot of sense. Then I looked at the definition; it matched up with what how he said the movie,
exactly.
because it came from a movie. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
everybody using this term probably never even seen the movie, just like we never, like I've never seen the movie or whatever, and it made a lot of sense though.
Hmm.
So
Yes,
yeah,
sir. And I'm
and
gonna
what you
watch that
got?
movie too. Where's it?
Right, I seen it. I actually looked. I watched the scene too
So
to see what he was talking about too. So go ahead, babe.
Antoine be ready to get up off that mic.
He said, "I'm not wrong. I don't care what y'all talking about." Like we done
It's
literally
like
got
everybody said it.
and we got the definition. We done looked it up. We done been talking about for 2 days.
no,
He's
because
like,
I
"No,
just
Man, I'm
asked
so
AI.
salty.
No, because I
Jimmy
just
put
I just asked AI about gaslighting, and they tell me exactly what I just said to y'all, and it was
Nah, I don't
exactly
even
what it
think
was.
it's exactly Antoine. You read it back. It didn't even.
because if it didn't
Hey,
say what." If it
hey,
didn't say
hey,
what Janique put in the
not
comments, that's how I know. Because
not
Janique actually put the
Antoine
right thing.
gaslighting us right now.
He said,
He
I
got,
did
hey, that's what he doing right
He
there.
really gaslighting us. The hell?
He said, "I've been saying that the whole entire time." That's
Indeed.
what that's
I know
Indeed.
gaslighting.
AI. Hey, I know AI smarter than every last one of y'all, including me. So,
I know you didn't
and
say exact.
objective
I
and
know you
very
didn't say.
and non-biased. It can give two shits
I know
about what
you
we
didn't
think or
say
feel.
exactly what AI said. I know that.
Bullshit. I can have it repeat I can have it repeat what it just told me, and I just said what I just said to it, exactly what I said, whether I
Hmm.
was right or wrong. So, I was like, well, damn, that's exactly what I said.
said whether I was right or wrong.
It was not exactly what
It
you
was
said.
not exactly,
I'm
but
trying to.
go off, King.
You haven't even heard what AI said to even make an objective complaint.
No,
But we
I
just
have used
literally
AI.
looked it up. This our second day
Right.
talking
I have
about it. That's
used
why we wouldn't
AI
say that
long
you was
enough.
wrong. If you, hey.
Okay, it's all right, Antoine. It said exact. No, the objectiveness of it is like no one's gonna say something verbatim. Like it's a technology. It's not gonna say verbatim the way that you paraphrased it. That's not even possible.
Basically,
Don't gaslight me, bro.
no, I'm not gaslighting you. What I told you what gaslighting was is when you try to make somebody else to be the victim when you were the problem the whole time. When you try to make the person who's the victim be the problem. That's what I
Yeah,
said. That's
I said you
I get
gaslighting.
was
what you're
scratching it though.
saying.
I never said you was all
That's
the way wrong,
Yeah,
but
gaslighting.
we didn't
it was
say
other.
what I'm
You took
saying
out
is
some stuff though. You took
yes,
out main things.
it said it
I'm
exactly.
paraphrasing it now. I'm just
Okay,
paraphrasing it now for
you've been
conversation.
paraphrasing. Man, let's just move on. I don't even feel like saying it no more. No, anyways, yes, gaslighting is making the person question their reality, and it's measurable. You literally can see these things, and it's not based on feelings. Like these are things that you actually can see and witness for your eyes that someone is telling you that you did not witness. You get what I'm saying? And no, Justice, what you said
Justice was the
though.
one that was right. Yeah, you
No,
was
but
right. We said you and Cipher was right. You
the
and Cipher
part
was right.
the part that I wanted to correct Justice
I
on
mean,
was
gaslighting is
telling
what
them
you
how.
guys just did to me.
I know, but
That's
oh
the
Lord,
definition.
Janique, stay mute, please.
Okay.
No, it was I remember Justice saying something about alternate their feelings. It was like it's more so
What
he
I
said
said.
you what did you say?
I said, I gave an example. I was saying basically making a person question their sanity. I use an analogy where somebody could be cheating on you and they see that you're acting different. So the person pull out the smoke and mirrors to make you question your sanity. Like, oh,
You
maybe I
said
am tripping.
question how they feel. You said that.
Well, same
Yeah.
thing. But
Well,
I mean, like, what I'm saying is,
I could get that though, but like overall, I think
it's still gaslighting.
Justice and Cipher was the main ones that actually answered it right. He probably threw an extra whatever in there, but overall, they actually was on right on point with the definition though, because he did use it. He used what he used another basically like the reality and basically he was talking about though.
Yeah,
And Cipher was another one that had actually was on point too with it. Both them two over there.
But what I'm saying is they can't make you question how you feel. They can make you question the things that made you feel that way.
No, not necessarily because
that's exactly what gaslighting is, though.
if I told you
Question how you. Go
every
ahead. Go ahead,
day
Cipher.
that you if I told you every day you a fish, right? And you're in a pond with other fishes and I say you're a fish, but you're really a bird, you know what I'm saying? Like the reality of it, you could fly off any time. You just didn't know because this
Yes,
whole
but
time I tricked you into
Yeah,
believing
that's
yes,
that
exactly
that's
what
reality.
gaslighting
That's
Yeah, that's
is.
gaslighting.
reality based, not questioning that you feel like a fish.
No, but
no,
your
I'm saying
feelings
that
could be right. Hold on, your feelings could be right, and I can gaslight you to make the way
But
you
I
feel.
can't
Like what you
gas.
feel is crazy. Yes, you can. I can literally make you question your sanity, make you question your
Yes,
sanity
you're
to make you.
questioning the reality. You're not questioning the feeling. Like
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Listen, if
no,
I'm
no,
questioning your feelings and
no,
wait a
but
minute, why do you feel this way? Don't you see this, and I'm putting you. I'm trying to let you look at the smoke and mirrors so you can
Right.
you can question
I
your
think I
own
get.
feelings.
Yeah, I think
Like,
I get what
oh,
you're
Like,
saying though.
why do you
that's
body
want to
exactly what I'm
say that
saying.
back
Because
to
you
them?
can when you
Why
guys
do
when
you
you
want to?
when you change somebody's perception, you gonna change the way they feel about it too. So I can see
yes.
that.
okay, I guess
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's
what I'm
exactly what I'm
saying
saying.
is it starts with changing their perception. Like
True. I
that
think
is
he
the
mentioned that.
main thing.
Yeah, I think he mentioned that
I'm
first.
saying the same
That's why I
thing.
said
That's
that.
the same.
That's the first thing
So
he said it did. I get you. There was the when you were saying I could because the feeling part did kind of and I get you though. Yeah, but yeah, I think that when I was listening to this whole entire thing, he got the whole main part down though. He got the mail. Yeah, I can see that though. But
The girl
yeah,
just want me
I
to be
think
wrong.
y'all saying the same thing though. It's just that feelings part through the whole thing off, and I can get it though. But I don't
But
think
the
he
best.
prioritized the whole feeling thing.
The best one for me though was like, what if Jesus came down here?
Whoa, what?
What if
Honestly,
Jesus
Kev,
came down
honestly,
here?
Kev,
What would you do?
Oh, you
Like,
hold
dang, would you?
on.
If he came in through the stones, what would you do? How would you feel? That was the best one out of all
Like
of
what? You
them.
thought that was
yeah.
gaslighting? What?
wait, wait. The next one was, well, how would you feel? Like, I mean, you're supposed to be bigger than that. Why would you say, shut the fuck up
Supposed to be
back?
Now
gaslighting
hold on,
nigga,
Jimmy. You been sipping? I'm
I,
what's
So
going
I'm
on?
so
I
verbally
hope it's that,
delighted. That's
man.
it. I only do the
so
verbally delighted,
Rachel
but
just tried to
I'm
gaslight
just
me.
messing with y'all.
You know what?
Kev, this is the kicker, bro. This is the thing. This is the reality. It's really not that hard to manipulate people's perceptions in 2025.
Facts.
Man, and honestly, man, you hear the conversation people have. You got people that they feel like they're cats and dogs
I
and
know. I
crazy
was
stuff
thinking
like
about that
that.
as we
And
was talking about
bro,
that, and that's
you
true.
got people that they non-binary. They not a man or a woman. Like, bro, it's so when we talk about, it's not that hard to
That's
manipulate people's
true
perceptions.
gaslighting. Yes.
Bro, I'm gonna straight up say it, and let's think, bro. If we really think that IQs are rising, they're not. IQs are dropping like a rock at the bottom of the ocean. It's because it's so many different things happening right now, and I'm gonna say it, bro. The AI, man, AI can be a good thing, bro, but now we're gonna rely on AI so much that we're gonna stop utilizing the natural things that help us maintain our intellect and our intelligence, our brain. It's the
I
same
don't.
way when we started using calculators. You doing basic math for some people is like, oh, let me use my calculator for basic math. That before you would just be able to boom, 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 figure it out in 30 seconds if you just thought about it. I'm gonna
I
land
don't
my
think
plane, bro.
I don't think
But
it
like I said,
necessarily.
like if you look at the definition, even though Janique's, now that's how I know she looked at the definition because like what she spoke on it just is not it, but what she put in the thing, she had to look that up because the actual definition was what she put down, and if she put down, hold on, she put down making a victim question their perception, which is true, that is true, but when it come out her mouth, that has nothing to do with gaslighting. That's how I know she looked that up.
No, it do. Indeed, I looked it up and I told
I
you it
know you did. You
do.
wasn't about to trick me. It
But
wasn't about to
when
be
I told you
gaslighting.
my story, I was giving you an example of it. What you
I
did
thought you
was
were joking,
gaslighting.
Janique.
I
Oh.
gave my perception, and y'all had all types of shit like, "Oh,
She was
do
not.
she
That's why I
even
said
have
I
a
know she wasn't joking.
GED?"
She kept going further and further.
You see
They
what I'm
say,
saying
"Oh, she
though?
got a
Like you gotta be
GED," and then
careful
he
about
say,
the
"But all of this y'all came for me all like that because of my perception."
you
She
see
That's
not
what
it.
I'm
gas. She
Like,
not
saying?
gaslighting me.
what you got to
Yeah,
ask me? Do I got a
gaslighting.
GED for? Or what he got to say? Oh, and you got a realtor license?
Do
You
you even
know,
know who
that's
asked you if you had a
gaslighting.
GED?
I don't care, but I heard it.
Right.
I
You
don't need
talking
to
about a guy
know.
that done left a long time ago. You
But
still
I'm
stuck
making
on
an
that.
example, and you moving the
And
ball
you be
now.
saying
That's
you
what I'm
say you got
saying.
thick
You can't
skin and you
stay with
still
the
got
conversation.
a guy that's in the
You
bed right
jump
now and you still worry
from
about that.
conversation to conversation. You moving the
Your skin ain't
conversation.
thick.
I was just making the point
Your
of
skin ain't thick.
me telling my story as the meaning of
Your
gaslighting
skin
because
ain't
that's
thick.
what you guys did instead of the definition.
Your
But
skin ain't
indeed,
thick.
I looked it up too.
Gaslit you. What did we gaslight you into believing?
It's not into believing.
Yeah,
I had a
that's
perception.
literally what gaslighting is.
But there you
Right.
go.
I just got up
You
here. I
making
can
up a
gaslight
story
you.
again. I just put it in the chat. Read it, please.
What?
I
Making
said you're making a story again. I
about
just
the
put it in
definition
the
of
chat.
gaslighting?
Yeah.
Girl,
It's
what
not
you
having a perception
mean?
and making them believe it. You adding on.
That's
It's
yes,
just
making them believe it. What did we
What's
make
our
you
no,
believe?
listen?
no,
What
it's
did we
not.
make
What?
you
It's not
believe?
about making believing. It's
What?
making someone feel uncomfortable or in a
What?
way.
Come on, it's getting
What
worse.
is a
What do you mean? You said
perception?
all
What
the
is a
stuff
The
with
Just gonna
definition.
perception?
change the
What
definition.
is
Why the
But
definition
you're
perception?
not
down here?
listening. But you
you
say
love the
when
definition.
you say I just listened to rebuttal, but I haven't gotten
But
to finish
What is
I
anything
think
but
Summer
because
just
you're
what is
isn't
the
finished.
listening to
definition of
rebuttal.
perception?
isn't
Like
that
I, you're
isn't that
still
what
listening
was
to
just said?
rebuttal because everybody is jumping in and haven't heard me. So you're listening to rebuttal. The girl said, the young lady said that It was a perception that you made them believe. No, you don't make them believe. And I said, look through. I put it in the comments what it means. It means when someone have their perception, other people try to make them feel a certain
So
type of
much that
way
you start
about
doubting
their
your own
perception.
sanity, making
That's
you
what I
feel like
that's what it
you're.
means. They make them feel a certain type of way, not making them
All
believe them.
right, from
But
the
there you
top.
go. There you go. But when I do it,
But it didn't change
I'm
anything
not
about your
I'm not
views.
But
perceiving. I'm not
we
But
willing
it
can
to
didn't
listen. Go
change
But
ahead.
aren't you
anything.
saying the
You
same
still
thing?
believe the same
Go
thing.
ahead.
But
right,
We
but
weren't
I'm
don't
saying
able
the
to
same
you
thing. I'm
manipulate
want
you,
confused.
bro.
you can't stay on track with one
Someone
conversation. You
we
gaslights you.
starting a
They
whole nother
distort your reality
conversation.
to make you
we can
question.
actually hear
You're not
somebody's
taking accountability for it.
I feel like I'm
So
being
right now you're
gaslighted.
I hope
deflecting
she been
by
drinking,
going
bro. I
to
don't know what's
another
going
I
conversation.
feel like I'm being
Fine.
gaslighted.
Gaslighting
None of
is a
y'all
How
took
you
form of
gaslighted?
psychological
accountability.
manipulation where someone makes you question your own reality, making you doubt your own thoughts, memories, or perceptions. It's a way of gaining
I
control
was
by making
right.
the other person feel unsure of themselves.
Right.
on. You ain't got to pat
I
yourself on the
felt
back. I
very
said this right
sure
earlier.
of myself.
I thought we said this like
Scared.
5 times already.
So can we go to the last question? That's what you ready for? Oh yeah. Let's go ahead, yeah, because we got about 30 something minutes. Boy, that's a deep one. That was funny. That was too funny. I'll give you the definition and tell you the definition is not the definition. All right, this is so interesting tonight. I swear I need to screenshot some stuff. Um, so the signs
Wait
of
a minute.
not.
This is the accountability room. So y'all don't mean to tell me none of y'all felt anything was wrong with saying, oh, I guess she got a GED and da da da. So it was nothing
Bro, that
wrong.
dude is in bed
I say
already. Why is you
that.
We're
still
not talking
talking
about
about
that.
that?
That's not the question. See, when you ask me a
The
question
dude,
and I go to
nobody
the left,
cares no
we didn't
more.
ask you who did it and where the dude was at.
Oh my
I
gosh, I
asked
be saying
you,
why you get
did
dropped,
you
dog. You don't.
feel
You. I see why,
anything was
because you
wrong
don't
with it?
shut up. You don't. I
Right,
see why.
right.
That's
But you
like
want
so
me to take
crazy.
right, but
I
you
can
can
see
ask
what them
her.
hosts is why they
You
go
can
through.
go off to a
But
whole
how
nother
you gonna try
channel
to
and make
hold
you
us
mad.
accountable for something that
I'm
somebody
not.
else did?
I didn't hold you accountable.
Yes,
See,
you're asking
I
about the
asked you,
accountability.
did you feel anything was wrong with
I
it? I
don't
did
care
not.
no more. I don't care. If
Okay.
you can,
But it's
I don't
okay for you to
care.
do it.
You
You
care. You're
being
the one that
all
got this
around the
tough.
question.
You
You
got this
not
tough
are
skin,
you
and you
not
saying
sure
you
of
care.
yourself?
Hey, babe.
Are you sure of yourself?
I think we're done.
That's what I
Can you?
said.
Okay,
Wait.
so motivational. You said we can move to the last question, right? Or did we already finish with the open panel for the gaslighting?
Yeah, we done with that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's go on.
Nah, and this is the thing, brother Kev. It's just, man. I don't want her centered, bro. And don't take this. Listen, Janique, it is what it is. I've been in lives where someone has been centered, and I just don't want one specific individual centered. And it's this is about this entire group of 8 people on this panel, and I want to make sure that everyone just gets a chance to speak their mind on something besides something that is specifically centered around you, and it's not a shot at you at all. And that's my point, Kev. I'm laying my plane with that, bro.
Right. So, like I was trying to do, what are the signs of a triggered person, and is being triggered always bad? Let's start with Cece.
Um, oh, what is the signs of a trigger person? Hi, baby. The signs of I can't believe. No, anyways, the signs of a trigger person is to me is when they burst out in anger. Like sometimes like I hear some lives and people um won't even be talking about that person in particular. The person will center themselves and then they will make everything that everybody say about them. Like they'll say, well, we know this person like some people are like da 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 da. That's not me. That's not how I am. It's like you're triggered. Like why are you triggered by them saying that some people are? Maybe that's not you. Um or maybe that's not the way you lived your life, but nobody's talking about you. I feel like people get triggered by other people's words. Is being triggered always bad? I never seen trigger being good, so I will say yes, and I'll land with that.
Interesting. Okay. Antoine, what you got for me, man? He probably looking at the definition of that to the. Don't be cheating, son. I'm talking to. We should know.
I meant to say,
He
I'm
about to
sorry,
have that
Mr. Crab.
robot talking for triggered
I meant to,
person.
I meant to say, let me correct myself. I can't say that triggering is always bad.
Ooh, I
Trigger
was
is
about to
not
get on you
bad.
too, because I
See,
was about to say I'm gonna let you run. You saved yourself. I was like, oh, dang,
trigger
you ain't
is
supposed to
not
be
always
faking in. Don't be
bad.
faking in
It's
here.
what you do with it. So
Are
yeah.
you? No, you cheating. You just here yesterday.
I'm
You
gonna
cheater.
go. I need
I
to
didn't hear the
go.
last part. I didn't hear the last part. I didn't
You a
leave and come back and
cheater,
you
dog.
end
I
it.
forgot you was in here yesterday. You, you literally said the same thing. I was asking, you cheater. Go ahead, Antoine. I forgot she was in here yesterday, man.
If Antoine doesn't go, can I go?
Okay, man. You can go now.
Love of my
Life. Okay, my bad. Oops.
life. Sorry, bye, back. Uh, signs of a triggered person. Oh man. Yeah, we see it all the time. Triggered. Oh yeah, the inability to control themselves, the emotional responses. Um they start behaving differently, erratically. They start saying anything, honestly. Most of the time it ain't gonna make sense. So another okay, so do I believe that being triggered is always bad? I don't believe that being triggered is always bad. I actually think sometimes it's a good thing, that it is a tool that we can use to um know the things that we need to kind of dive deeper into, helping us change for the better. um yeah, so I always tell people to look at the patterns of your life and see, when did things start changing? You know what I'm saying? Like, why does this trigger you? And dive deeper into it. I think it's very important to acknowledge your triggers, be aware of your triggers, and use them to better yourself.
Okay. Try Antoine one more time. He don't say nothing. He must have went to sleep. He fell asleep.
Oh, what's going on? My
There
bad.
you go, boy. You
I
was
was
about
talking to my
to.
kids. I
Okay.
I stepped away from my phone, so I don't even know where we at.
We're on the last one now. We about to, because almost call it in the nighttime almost.
Dang it.
Signs of a triggered person, and is being triggered always bad?
No, being triggered ain't always bad. It just depends on where you at, I guess. You know, people always get triggered on TikTok, and I say that's the appropriate place because it's a public platform. You're supposed to be able to speak how you want to speak, how you feel, and whatnot. Not be tone checked and all of those shit there. But then there's a different type of triggering too, right? Like if you triggered to be just extremely combative and it was unwarranted. You understand what I'm saying? You know, people sometimes can take something that was said in the most mundane way or monotone way, soft spoken, and just get triggered by it for absolutely no reason. And the message was conveyed absolutely positive, and somebody get triggered by it and got some outlandish ass fucking reply to some BS, right? So you get that type of trigger. But for the most part, I ain't got no issue with nobody being triggered on TikTok. That's where you're supposed to be triggered at. That's where you take your frustrations out. That's what this shit is for. So that's how I feel about it. And I land my plane on it.
All right. And babe, stop typing for you. Take my answers in a minute, man.
Sorry, boo.
I feel like you about to put more and more. I'm like, I want something to say. It's like, nah. But it's probably gonna be taken by the time we come anyway. Motivation is on you.
All right, so as far as me, no, I don't think being triggered is a bad thing. I think it helps you understand where you are. It helps you understand it helps you understand what you need to work on, what you can work on if you desire to. Because, that helps you understand, all right, cool. If someone says something and then I go from a state of instead of responding, I emotionally react without thinking about what I'm going to say or do. That's something I need to work on. That helps me be aware of a shortcoming that I can work on in my life to improve on. And as it's also helps you understand what problems and issues do you have that are sort of keeping you from where you want to say you want to be in your life. And that's all you just observe your triggers. Observe, where you lose your cool at. Like, hey, I need to learn how to just, take a step back and breathe and think about what I'm gonna say and do instead of just flipping out and losing my cool and crashing out. So that gives us opportunities to really evaluate ourselves and self-reflect and start doing that deep internal work to really change some things about ourselves that we say we want to change. I'm gonna land my plane, bro.
Okay. Cipher.
Yeah, so when somebody's triggered, right? To me, all right, that's simply just saying that your emotions then got inflated. Like your emotion then got structured and now you're reacting off of your emotion. You know what I'm saying? You go from that logical thinking to that emotional side, right? I just want to say this, right? Although I agree with everybody saying that triggering is not necessarily bad, right? Your trigger is nobody's responsibility but yourself. That is your own responsibility. So you can't just come up here and be like, I'm triggered and think like the general public has to care about that. That is your problem. That is something that you need to assess and figure out for yourself so you don't feel that way. So you can engage in the public without having your emotions be involved.
Uh, Janine, go ahead, Janine.
Janique, thank you. Well, I am human and I say triggers. Yes, I will be triggered. If I am being asked questions and told how to answer them, just be direct, answer the question. And then when I ask a question, it's not direct answer. It is not what they expected. So yes, that's a trigger for me. For someone to want the unexpected, what they don't do, why would they expect for someone else to do it? If that was your natural person and you wasn't being disingenuous, you would have automatically did what you demand others to do when you ask questions. However, you didn't. You did exactly what I did. And then when I did it, you had a lot to say with building up my character or how I am because I did not answer the question. I went on to something else. So I think, yeah, triggers is in the human person with different ways that trigger different people. And there's nothing wrong with expressing your emotions as long as you know it's a time and place for everything. When to do it and when you need to fold. And in this case, I hope we all can learn from each other and you do that reflection that you ask other people to do. Re-listen to this live and see the way you ask questions and what you expect, but when other people do it, you don't give that. And that may cause triggers.
Interesting. All right. Lovely.
I look at trigger like, who pulls the trigger? It kind of reminds me of anger. It's like people will say, this person made me mad. No, you actually made you mad. It has a lot to do with emotion. Just like the same thing if somebody sends a smile to you. Remember we were talking a minute ago, I think Rachel was bringing it up, is that triggers can be a good thing. You can be triggered to smile. You can be triggered to be happy. You can be triggered to be genuine. You could be triggered. So who's pulling the trigger? But you can trigger back. So your response to that trigger is really what's important too. That response to that trigger. If we're gonna use our triggers like, well, I was triggered. No, I didn't make you mad. You made you mad. You're the one who holds on to that emotions, not the other person. Because everybody says, don't blame me for this. So I can't blame everybody for just because they trigger me doesn't mean I'm not going to respond in a certain way. I can respond with genuine or kindness, but I can also respond with anger. So it really goes back down to self.
Did Cypher go?
Yes.
I
Did
think he
Janique
said
go?
yes.
Yeah, I was saying people need to hold themselves accountable for their.
Janique go? I'm trying to trigger
Shit, I go
God.
last.
I'm trying to trigger justice. It's like no.
All the time triggers. Most of the time, people don't even
Try to
be
make sure
mad
I
in
go
that
last.
trigger.
See, I asked everybody but before I got to.
Like I really do pray for people
Oh,
that if you on social media,
Dang, I messed up
you
bad.
know it
yeah,
can
you
be what
did.
you want.
Hey, you good hoe.
I'm
Entertainment, but
triggered now.
yeah. As many times as I was triggered, I was never mad.
I'm
Yanni,
triggered
cough.
now.
I was emotional. I was passionate.
I messed up
I had,
bad.
Yes, you
I'm a
did.
woman. And so
Wait,
I
what's
was,
going on? It's God Justice turn, right?
Yes.
No, I was last. Go
no,
last.
no, Justin, go ahead. It's
Justin, now
you.
you're some boy. He trying to trigger us.
But I love for
I'm
y'all to come
sorry
to
for
the
making
village
you
tonight.
laugh, but
Goddamn.
I'm
Justin, the bone in
Hey,
your hand, bro.
hey, God justice.
Let it out, Janique. Let it out.
please answer us.
What
Let it out.
were you triggered, God justice?
I'm
Oh
No,
triggered.
no, he trying to
no.
trigger us if he don't answer, please.
Let it out, Janique. Go ahead.
No.
What you say?
A mess.
Oh
What you
my
say,
Uh,
Paramount?
I'm gonna answer the question. Signs of a trigger person. Somebody you gotta walk on eggshells around. Somebody who wear their face, their angry face. You know, you just never know when you see somebody carrying their traumas on them everywhere and kind of very reactive. Things of that nature. But is it always? Let's see, is being triggered always being bad? Agree with it. A lot of things that was said, and you recognize your trauma, okay, this is something that I need to work on. What am I distracting myself from facing this problem? Um, Going into the shadow works and doing these things. Also, when it's not always a bad thing to be triggered because sometimes having secondhand experiences sometimes, or even just sometimes it's a time to actually reflect on what's going on at the period moment because a lot of times we don't just need to be passive either. We do know we need to act sometimes, but it's a way to okay, how do we act? Because all of this is training, even the emotions or the emotional part and all of these different things. So it's not necessarily a bad thing if you actually take the time and stop and analyze what's going on. You'll actually learn more about yourself. You could take the good and bad out of everything. So when it comes to good or bad, it's all about how you utilize what you're doing when you're feeling triggered. I still answered it.
Okay.
Trying to hog all the answers. That's how y'all
My
tonight.
turn now, right? Let me see what I got now. We wrong, no. I would say, okay, what are the signs of a trigger person? I think it's sometimes it's kind of simple. Sure, a person that just can't let things go. Uh, uh, when you speaking in general, they make it personal. Um, uh, that's like somebody mentioned before. We gotta walk on eggshells around and stuff, so you know what you meant, and stuff like that. Whatever triggered. Um, trying to think of some more. But okay, I skipped that one. And then it's being triggered bad. I don't think it's never bad. That's what I would say. I don't think it's ever bad. I think it just lets you know, and it kind of go back to maybe you said it basically. That's what I was thinking about. Is like basically it's just letting you know that something is there that you have to work on, or something that is there for you to either speak up about. So I don't think it's never bad. I think that's just a thing that that kind of gives you a warning on something. It just depends on how you handle it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it's ever bad. But all right, open panel until the last little bit of this time or whatever extra questions y'all want to ask. We got 15 minutes.
Yes, can I please ask a question? Because, like you said, we need to work to be better. And so I just don't want to feel delusional or leave feeling delusional. So, did you guys ask me questions? And when I answered them, you told me, no, answer them, answer this way. Did you all ask me that?
No,
None of y'all?
no, no,
Okay.
No.
ma'am.
So, when you asked me, did I want to change? And I said, I don't know. I said, well, to the people who are being disrespectful, maybe not. But, I'm willing to hear, or maybe I will. That was my answer. And you kept saying, no, that's not what I'm asking you. No. So do you know yourself? Do you know who you are? If you know who you are, da da da, right? So I said I had to go back to, okay, well, what's the question? And we did this a few times, right? So we didn't do this because I'm thinking I'm delusional. So we didn't do this.
I'm missing the point here.
Motivational.
Okay.
Okay. So nobody on the panel remember any of that. Like when I answer the
Yeah,
question.
Janika, I remember it. Let it out, girl.
Okay.
Yes, you just did that.
Please,
Yeah,
y'all
I'm not.
understand? Cause
We're here.
whoa. So when I asked the question, and everybody who answered it went to, I asked, do you feel it was something wrong with
Nigga named Double
that?
Justice.
As if it's a shot. You went off to, he's not even on the panel, right? He's not even here. Did you answer my question?
Okay,
Did
so
you answer?
No.
Janique,
So
what do you
I
need
just
from
want to
us
know,
to make you feel
do you
less?
feel less delusional? Because we
Okay,
helping each other and we
Janique, what
helping
do you
each
need
other
from us?
heal.
What is it that you
I asked, do you feel it was something wrong with whomever said maybe she got a GED? She'll learn. Do you
something
feel,
wrong with them?
no, do you feel that was being like throwing a shot?
It was.
Okay,
No, no one said that statement
wait,
was
wait, wait, wait,
okay.
wait, wait, wait. I don't need anything extra. You guys don't want anything extra.
She
You,
got all
you
she needed, so let we
That's
gonna
all
leave
she
it
needed.
alone.
All
no,
right,
y'all
so we
don't
can
want
move
it. Y'all
on.
don't want it.
There
You
you go.
don't
No,
want the
we said
Well,
butt.
we
see,
agree. We
You're
agree. There you
coming
I
in
go.
with the
mean,
butt now. You don't want
Nobody
any
saying a
butt from
but. I
me, right?
promise you.
okay.
I promise you.
Okay.
Well, see, no, well, see.
But but but
I would ask the
what?
question of, I'm not even gonna say it, but I would ask the
Mhm.
question of, if it was a jab, now what?
Mm.
But we
But
were
see, now
talking
you
about
go with
that.
but. See,
I'm
now
going to
what?
history. I'm going to history. That's something I do, and I told you I do it, so I wasn't changing it
Yes,
for
ma'am.
you because you wanted me to, and that was a
No, ma'am.
problem.
No, 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 no,
Forgive
no,
her.
no,
She's
no,
on her
But
fourth.
no.
She's on her fourth cup. She didn't mean nothing
no,
by it.
no, I'm not on any
She
cup.
right. I mean,
You're
he
not
right.
being for real. You
I'm
go
about to
off.
pour another one right now. You're so
No, you
right.
keep
Happy
changing the
birthday
ball game. I just
to
asked
me.
the question. What does what you're saying, if it was one, if it was, I would have already answered that.
No, because what I'm
Why
saying is
we
that
can't
it's
stick to a conversation like you want
no.
me to?
Right. So what I was saying was that, like, when my daughter says, Mom and Dad, I'm just afraid of,
I'm
if I
not your
go out
daughter.
in the world and I do this. No, I'm not
I'm
saying
not
that
your
you are,
daughter.
ma'am. I'm not saying
Okay.
that you are. Well, I'm using the example to better explain myself. If she was to
But
say,
you don't
Mom and
want that
Dad,
for
I'm
me.
afraid.
You but that's my point though. When I'm trying to do that, I'm not listening. I'm just listening to
You
rebuttal.
finally said something I agree with. Finally,
Right?
I'm not
But
listening.
so why should I listen to you? Because you say you asked me a question and you wanted me to answer that. And that's it. You didn't want anything else behind it. You didn't want my explanation or my
Yep.
perception behind that. So why are you giving
You
me
better
one
use y'all last
behind
10 minutes
that
up.
You're
one
right.
question that I
You're
asked?
right. You shouldn't listen. You shouldn't listen to
But there
Anyway,
you go. You changing it again on me.
right.
I
No,
should not
what is
listen.
it that
I'm
you
going to
want to
take accountability that that's
do?
what you did to
Oh
me.
my
Our
God,
whole
Janique, what
Your
conversation.
do you
little sweet
want
tone not
from
gonna help
You gonna take
either.
accountability. Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. We won't get
She
any.
thought she was somebody special.
I don't think it.
Janique,
I don't think
Janique,
it.
Janique. I'm just gonna be real with you. Listen.
Yeah.
I just listen. I don't like anyone, and it's nothing personal. I don't like when one individual just gets centered around a conversation, and that's the main focus. That's what's happening, Janique. No one is saying they don't care about your feelings or what happened in the conversation. That conversation happened, what, 30, 40 minutes ago. Listen, at this point in time, there's so many things we
But
could be
again,
talking
you
about.
keep changing.
So many,
No,
hold on, there's
I
so
asked
many
one
things we could be
question,
discussing.
and they decided to go
What
on.
we
What are you
don't
talking
want to
about? You
center
telling me
you.
it was over. I
I
asked
would.
one question, and I kept telling them I don't need to hear that. And so, if they wouldn't have kept trying to tell me, it wouldn't have been centered on me. What part are you missing, sir? Because you
Okay.
losing me.
What
How
you're
many
Trigger.
times
missing,
did I
Janique,
tell them
is
I
that
did not need to hear what they had to say?
Janique, this what
Trigger.
you're missing is this. What you're missing is that we,
No, 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 no,
I'm
no,
gonna
no. You're
say
missing.
me. I'm not speaking on you, Kev. I'm not speaking on anybody else. I don't like the idea of you being centered around this whole conversation.
But you're talking
I
to the
want to
wrong
be over
person.
it.
I did not center
I
you.
want to be over it and move because you're still talking about it.
Oh,
And
okay. I
you're still
apologize.
holding it. So what's the point?
But
This is my question. What is the point
well, why you're
of
not
bringing this
telling
up?
them because
What?
they're
No.
still
I'm asking you a
talking to me.
question.
You
And
said, "Hey,
please,
Janique, this is not
what is the
personal,
point? What
but
is the point of bringing this up? Is there a certain result or
bring
resolve
it what
that you
up? It
want to
been over with
get from
me."
this?
I asked the
Okay.
question, and my whole point was we're talking about being mature and talking to people, being the bigger person and leaving. See, you forget your whole prompt. And then as our conversation went on and on, people were saying things that I wouldn't call mature. I wouldn't call
I feel like a
because we're not
guru in here.
seeing eye to eye. We're going to be mature and just move on. None of you guys did that. You started being redundant. You started
When I
asking
drop a
me, do I
person,
have
it's the reason why I
GEDs? You
drop them.
started, come on now. So now again, you telling me, centered. I asked the question, she answered. I said, okay, thank you. That was it. The other people kept trying to talk to me and tell me.
All right. So we're done. Is it okay? Like we're done
Yeah.
talking about it. Okay.
Okay.
Uh,
Triggered. I'm
yeah.
triggered. I'm
Yeah.
mad.
Wait, okay, so
Ah.
what do you guys know your triggers?
Yes, actually.
I do.
Yeah, I do.
Yes,
But I
Yeah.
I
don't.
feel like
We
I
should say
know myself.
we should each say one of our triggers.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
One of my triggers is being lied to. Like, man, you know what? I gotta do better with that. Like, I really do. I gotta
Come
set
on,
the.
man. You can't use a universal trigger. Come on, man. You gotta do something better than that.
But like, really, that my ultimate pet peeve. I get hot when you lie to me. I start to want to
Who
do.
don't?
No, I'm talking about I want to do something to you. Like, you know what I'm saying? I gotta do better with that. Like, I gotta realize people gonna just lie. People gonna lie, and I gotta just accept that what it is. You know what I'm
That's
saying? Just
cheating, dog. You cheating.
yeah, I'll
You gonna
be
use a
honest.
universal trigger and then say,
That's my
"Ah, she got me while I was
that's my
laughing." Go
main
to
trigger.
bed.
Outside of that, nothing really bothers me. Like, I'll be cooling. I just don't like
Now I'm
being
calling
lied to.
cap. Now ain't no way. All of us got a bunch of triggers. Come on, man.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I used to have a bunch of triggers, but then I started like doing work on
Come
myself.
on, bro. No way. I can't
The,
believe that. That's just.
the only thing I
I'm gonna
got
let you
left.
rock with that, though. I'll let
The
you
only,
rock.
the only thing I got left is being lied to. I really do not handle that as well as I should be handling it, as when with the other things that get to me. But you know what I'm saying? But like, that's the only thing that triggers me actually. It's the only thing that gets me into that emotional
You about to make
mindset.
me troll you to make sure. I love proving people
This is
wrong, though.
my trigger.
I'm
This is
about to
my
troll
this is my trigger, and Kev knows. Parents not holding themselves accountable. Oh my gosh, that pisses me off. When
you.
people say like, yeah, you could do everything that you can, and then the child will still do it, whatever they want. We know that, but what exactly? What was the amount of effort you actually put in there? Like honestly, be honest with yourself. That's my trigger.
I heard the her
And
breathing
as a
though.
parent that's mothering a 16-year-old son, honey, I am a what you want to call. I got that dog in me about my parenting, and he still do what it is that he want to do. So that's a trigger to me when people don't think that parents are parenting.
Uh
Oh
oh. Perfect timing.
no,
And
she's gonna
we
test my trigger. I'm just gonna let
The
it
perfect
go.
test is
timing.
on. Round
Mm-mm-mm.
one.
It look like it's looking very 2:30 ish. Let me stop.
Hey, babe, we might have. We
Hey,
might
it's
have.
on your call, babe. It's on your call. You let me know.
Yeah, I'm
I
done.
got it. You said, what's y'all triggers, man?
I think my trigger, like what Miss Rachel said, had bring up a great trigger of mine. And this to me, if I had to use the most, like the top trigger to me, is I don't know if I can say. I don't know what else to how else to say it. I apologize, Mr. Kevin. I'm not supposed to say it. If anybody knows a different way of me saying it, then I will. But child abuse to me is a trigger. Like it's like when I see it on the news, when I hear it, like when I it really boils my blood. Like it's like yeah, I'm upset. Yeah, child abuse is a trigger to me. Yeah. Please
Um,
universal. I apologize, but yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Motivational. I'm sorry.
I for me, I would have to say honestly, is dealing with people that complain about the same thing but never want to do the work to change it.
Mm.
Like that really does bug me. Like people that's always complaining about something really bothers them in their life, but they never do anything differently. But then they always want to talk to me about it, and it's like, well, but you should listen to me. No, I should not want to listen to you, like because you want it just doesn't make any sense. Where it's like I just want you to hear me complain about the thing that I'm gonna never do the work to change. I'm like I'm good. You know what I'm saying? That's one of my triggers, honestly.
Oh, okay. But you, I think Candace already said it was her just a counter. You got any more triggers, Candace?
Well, my biggest trigger for me personally in life will have to be disingenuous people. Like, I'm one of them people who get to it. I don't like the sugar in between the salt. So when people just lie for absolutely no reason, is one of the biggest triggers to me. It'd be for nothing, but other than that, I'll be all right.
Okay. Um, Janique.
Say something on that, Kev, because I gotta drop down.
Okay, go ahead, lovely.
Um, one of the biggest triggers to me is when somebody says, "Listen to me," but they won't listen to the other person. I want to be heard.
Mm.
I want to be heard, but I don't want to hear what you have to say.
Ooh.
So,
That's
and
why
that's
she
just
dropping.
it's so powerful, and this is why we live in a society is that not everybody is seeing everybody from their perceptions. I don't want to go through what Kev went through, what Rachel went through, what all these people on this panel went through, but I may need to share what I went through.
Mm.
Are you gonna listen to me, or do you want me to listen to you? Or are we gonna handle this together? So that's one of my
Mm.
biggest triggers when people want something to be had, but they ain't doing it themselves.
Mm. I like that one. Mm. Somebody has been in the accountability room for a while. No, I gotta let my TT up. You know she's supposed to go to
I
bed.
got a
I'm supposed.
trigger.
Ooh,
You gotta.
I feel like I already know what it is. Go ahead.
I don't like when Kevin tell me to go to bed.
Yeah, right.
And he probably loves the fact that you tell him to go to bed. 'Cause
I don't like. I cannot stand. I absolutely abhor. Really, really, really dislike. Strongly dislike when people Do not take accountability.
Let's
That is
go.
my whole platform is about.
Facts.
I can't stand when somebody want to blame somebody else for something. I can't stand when you can't take ownership of your own stuff. I can't stand it when you can't take accountability. I can't stand it. And I will go to the ends of the world to hunt you down, to make you realize that you need to take accountability. I've been doing this, Kevin. No, I've been doing this on the platform going on 4 years. And the only reason why I keep going is because of accountability. Because some folks don't want to take accountability and they justify wrong. I hate it. I hate it with a passion.
You know what I got triggered by? I put in the comments though. Get triggered with my TT still my triggers. Say that. But who else did? Oh, let's get
Oh, hey, Rachel. Hey, Lovey.
Hey, TT.
Thank you,
Hey,
thank you,
Charlotte.
thank you all for
Hey,
telling me
y'all.
Miss
your triggers.
Kind.
I am now going to use your triggers against you from here on.
I got a list of them too. Let Janique go and then I'll go and then we gonna be calling it a night. I ain't lay you up because I'm not laying you up because I'm about to call it a night, Taha. Yeah, it's almost the end of the night, brother. Or sister. I don't know. But go ahead, Janique. Say your triggers. I'm gonna do mine.
So far, I've learned on social media,
I'll let you.
my triggers are realizing that many times adults come thinking they always trying to teach every individual instead of just adding to and respecting one's perspective respectively and continuing on is a trigger because you people not realizing you talking to grown folks that's moving and grooving, thriving and everything. You can't, it's not your place to teach everyone. It's your place to teach someone, and learning to agree to disagree and keep it moving respectfully is learning to be a mature adult.
Okay. Let me go now. All right. What my triggers? I like that you mentioned grown folks, so let me mention that one too. I like that. I'm gonna take that one from you. I get triggered when grown folks come on this app and think that everybody supposed to cater to them. I get triggered when people uh be disingenuous. That's what we said. That's the topic. I like that one too. Yeah, I like that. I get triggered when people speak on the Bible and don't know nothing about it. When I ask them what verse they talking about, they just say it's just what it is. I get triggered off that. I get triggered when people preach about things and wouldn't teach it to their kids. I get triggered when people love talking and cutting people off and don't want to hear nothing else. But when you cut them off, they will like, "Hey, why you cut me off?" I get triggered on that. I get triggered. Um, let's see. When people just can't let stuff go, that's that. I think I mentioned that before. That's one of my top ones. It's like, dang, if you're not about to do nothing about it, why you bitching about it? You know what I'm saying? Like, dang, shut up. So I get triggered off that a lot. Excuses. Oh, I hate excuses. My gosh, I hate excuses. Ooh. Like, dog, what is going
That's
on?
another one. That's another one.
Yes. Yep. That come right after
That's my other
accountability.
trigger too.
Yep.
How people like to be just excuse because they want to they want to they just want to do what they want to do and they make an excuse for it. I can't
Hmm.
stand it. Just say it's you. You ain't got to say it's the devil. Just say it's you. It's okay. You ain't got to say God told you. Just say you did. Just say
Hmm.
you. Just say you. Just
Thank you
say
for letting me
you.
up. I
How you be
appreciate
like
that.
undercover? Go ahead, Kevin.
I appreciate that. Thank you for letting me up and make this quick. And this is coming from experience. You have how do you spot disingenuous people? I don't look for them. If I look for disingenuous people, that means I'm gonna constantly find something that somebody's doing to be wrong, and that can be a trigger. I'm an adult. I don't focus on anybody else's accountability because I'm responsible for me. What somebody else does doesn't make me take a crap when it's time for me to take a crap. You know what I'm saying? So I'm responsible for me. I will be my own trigger when I focus on other people. It's my time to focus on myself. And I encourage anybody else to do that. All right. If you're looking for disingenuous people, you're always going to find them because that's what you're looking for. Anything somebody does, you're going to find something in that because your brain is programmed to look for the negative opposed to you just focusing on yourself and allowing other people to be who they are. And I think that's the most important thing because other people need to be who they are. None of us are perfect, and all of us have been someplace that somebody has it, and that person is going to eventually end up in the place that you once were. So you have to allow people to be them and give time time. That's all I got to say.
Mm. I don't think that's. You said that's.
So
I'm
what's
funny.
your trigger?
I'm my trigger.
Oh, you ain't got no triggers. Wow.
I'm my
Perfection,
trigger.
It's getting
perfection,
worse and worse.
No, it's not
perfection.
perfection. It's not perfection. It's
No, no,
not
no. Oh, no,
perfection.
no. I was just saying perfect. That's great. That's good.
I'm not perfect. I'm
No,
not perfect. Far from perfect.
hold on. Are you triggered right now?
Is this
Because you
Janique's little
sound.
brother or something? Come
That brother,
on,
baby,
man.
that brother, like, look, I
Hold
didn't say
on.
all that. Now, don't
That's
you
his
do that.
trigger, right? He
Right,
don't
that's his
like people.
trigger.
He don't like people putting words in his mouth. There you go.
Right.
No, I
There you
speak.
go.
How?
I
How?
speak with.
It's a
I speak
joke,
with
haha.
conviction. I
Yeah, it's
It's
speak
just
a
a
with
joke.
joke.
conviction.
It's a joke.
No, I
Say
Brother,
it.
understand
calm
that. No, that's
down.
cool. But I speak with conviction. So people might take, for example, right? If somebody's considered to be angry, people can mistake somebody's ambition for anger. So I just speak with conviction because this is something that is very close to me. Like I said, I speak from life experience. So when I speak, if I speak in a certain way or a certain tone, people might say, "Oh, he's triggered or he's emotional," and I'm like, "No, I'm speaking with conviction because this is something that I believe in." Now, your response to me is not affecting me. I'm just focused on what I believe in, and I'm just moving with that energy.
Yeah,
Now
So,
you
laugh.
really don't even have to explain all that. Like you
well,
literally,
I chose to explain it. I'm not worried about it. I chose to
right?
explain it.
If you're not worried about it, you just say, "Nah, I'm not triggered."
I can explain it. There's nothing wrong with me explaining it.
I just, I
What?
just ponder when people gotta explain extra.
No, it's cool. And that's the thing, right? If I explain extra, that's okay for me. Somebody else, it may not be okay, right? So I have no issue with that. I could be long winded too, and I'll be like, cool, I got my point out.
Right. Oh, yo, I ain't gonna lie, that might be my trigger too.
Long winded people.
I'm sorry. I wouldn't say I'm triggered, but it's something that kind of I have to talk to myself a little bit. You
Kind of
know,
grinds your gears. What they used to say, grinds my
not
gears.
all the
I do
way,
want to
not all
ask.
the
I
way.
want.
It's just that it's something that I learned to get better at not doing because I used to do it, and I just like it's something that
Is it the repetition? Because they start
that too.
circling.
Yes,
It's
yes,
the
repeating the same points. Yeah, yeah. But
I,
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But I just had one thing to say. I know my baby wanted to say something, but is it okay if I say something real quick, baby?
sure, you already
Okay.
know.
Oh no, because okay, I ain't gonna call nobody. But how is it that a parent who is doing what they say they are supposed to be doing, they did everything they could have done, can get triggered by another person's opinion when
Mm.
parenting? I just don't understand that.
Remember, I did a video to that too. That's funny.
say that again, Rachel.
Like, so I said that one of my triggers is basically parents who don't hold themselves accountable and who use the excuse of you can do everything that you can for the kid and they will
Hmm.
still make their own choice. We know
Hmm.
there is a small percentage of kids who still gonna do whatever they want to do, but I just hate when parents use that excuse to not put their all into their actual parenting and just say like I did the best that I could, when in reality they really didn't, and they don't want to just say, you know what, I could have done this better, I could have did this better. Like they just, and
Oh, okay.
yeah, but
Instead of
those
just
parents,
accepting the defeat.
yeah,
Right.
yeah, but those parents, they get upset when people call that out. They're like, I was a good parent. I did everything right. Or not everything right, but I did. Somebody came up talking about they was the dog, they was the a dog of a parent. I guess that's her way of saying she was really good. And her child still decided to do whatever they wanted to do.
Hmm.
Well,
I mean,
they got the
okay,
right to be upset.
so
That's their
Why
right.
would
so
they be upset?
They got the right. Somebody else is
Of
in their
course they
business.
so
have the right. I'm asking
Oh
why
my
would
god.
they?
so this is the thing, Rachel,
I see
right?
why
And
Janique get so.
so this is the thing, and this is what I see. I know that as a teenager, right? I went through a phase, and kids do this. My 2-year-old, about to be a 3-year-old, does this. They always try to test the limits, right? It's me and my wife's responsibility to always check him and say, no, this is what we said, this is what it is, right? And he is always gonna try to test the boundaries and go past whatever that boundary is we set that said this is the no go. We don't pass this line type situation. Now, okay, so fast forward. One day, my oldest Ezra is gonna be 15, 16. My youngest Asher, he's gonna be 13, 14, 15,
I love
16.
the
They could
names.
thank you, I appreciate that. And they're gonna
Love
do the
those
same thing.
names.
Oh
Hmm.
yeah, we was very specific. We're very particular when we
Hmm.
chose our names, and they're
Hmm.
they're still gonna have the nature of testing the boundaries of everything me and my wife says. We have the responsibility to stand on business to say, nah, this is what it is, and if you go ahead and do something we say you're not supposed to do, hold them to those consequences and those punishments so they learn valuable lessons in life to build their character.
You know what
And that
motivational? I just talked with my son about this today because I was trying to teach him how the kids don't come before the parents. The parents, the two people involved, they come before the kids. You understand what I'm trying to say? You can't, you have to draw the boundary with
absolutely.
children. You can't, because if you go to dad and you ask dad, okay, dad, can I go to the party? And he say no. The kid go ask mama, she say, yeah, go ahead and go. You know what I mean? That you don't do that. Well, what your daddy say? Okay, well then it's no. You know what I mean? Like that, you stay in sync with one another. You know, I was explaining that those boundaries to just what you just said. I just talked about this with my own son today. Dang,
Did you
that's
say the
crazy.
Did you say the kids don't come before the parents?
I sure did.
So who's taking care of the kids?
Don't just because the kids don't come first don't mean the kids ain't being taken care of. That's
There's
not
a
Oh,
what that
proper
that's not what
order.
that that's not what that means. And I already knew, and I had to break that down as well. Just because the kids don't come before the parents don't mean the kids are not taken care of. Just because my mom served my daddy food first didn't mean that we had to wait till daddy got done eating before we ate. We all ate, but it was the serving him first, which creates an honor and a respect of authority that's in this house that made that money to put that food on the table. So just because you put your spouse first, even Aisha Curry talked about the same thing. She talked about how her parents taught her and Steph how to put each other first, then the kids, because you have to be one unit walking together.
Is she still
You
gonna look
don't.
for outside intention?
And
Well, I mean, that was the past. That
No,
that was the
dog.
past. I'm
Yeah, I'm
not
saying. I'm
judging
glad
where
she
I'm at
and
right
changed.
Shannon,
now.
I'm glad she changed.
I'm glad you said that, Shannon, because I hope I said your name right.
Kana.
Shannon.
Kana.
Gonna.
I'm so glad you said it because that's the breakdown that happens a lot of times within marriages.
That's the
And
breakdown.
I
Yep.
I said this on live before. The reason why marriages end up failing is because a lot of times, and parents sometimes don't do this on purpose. You don't even realize
Hmm.
when it's happening. Sometimes the mom will
Hmm.
put the kids before the husband. The husband will put the kids before the wife, and now they've
The
what they've
kids lead
made
the
is
house.
the kids priority over each other. And
Yep.
if it's a traditional marriage, father and mother, you know, they did their thing. They had smecks. They created the children. So you have to
Yep.
create the proper order of the
I'm gonna do a
husband
live on this.
making sure he puts his wife before the kids, making sure the wife puts her husband before the children. The children are important, absolutely. No one's saying they are not. But once you don't have the proper order
Order.
and you're out of proper order, that's when everything starts going wrong.
My best friend, look, we all have these conversations. We know the order. And you are right. This is the part of the breakdown. Cause some people are just so okay, my baby, I can't let them go without. I can't let them do this. I gotta say yes, yes, yes. I gotta, you going against the other parent. If you going against the other parent for the kids, for the sake of the kids to feel better about something, or whatever the case may be. That I'm telling you, you're gonna be paying the bills in the house, you're gonna be buying the food, you're gonna be paying the clothes and everything the kid need, but they gonna be running that household. And
Mm-hmm.
y'all gonna be miserable. That's how
Yeah.
you know that's that it don't nope.
And when they
We
gone and off on their own and they're adults, I'm sorry, Miss Kanai, but I was gonna say when they
no, you
grown and
good, you
off on
good.
their own,
Mm-hmm.
then you're left with your partner in the house. Now y'all, have all types of stuff going on because what the kids and did in the past, y'all all angry because of all the stir. Like, no, you have to set an order, and the order has to be set. It doesn't mean, like Miss Kanai said, I don't like people like, why? It does not mean that those kids do not eat. It does not mean that those kids are not important. But
Mm-hmm.
flowering the flowers in your marriage and your relationship with your spouse is important too. Because a lot of people just be like, well, when the kids graduate, I'm going to divorce. And that even hurts them even more. Just
Yep.
because they bigger and they're grown, don't mean they're not going to be hurt or looking like, well, my parents, they wasn't happy together, or this and this and that, and they still divorced. Like you really need to flower the home that's inside and show your kids not a bad what they call toxic whatever relationship, but a healthy, loving relationship, so they can look at that and say, I know what it is to be a husband. I know what it is to be a wife. Not only did I see it, I was taught what it is to be. And that's why I hear a lot of women and men don't really understand what it takes, to be that partner. And they out here lost and in the world. But yeah, I land.
Yeah,
I'm
let
sorry,
me
Miss
say
Kanai.
this real quick. It's almost time for me to get off this thing, but I did want to ask this, so we got so far. I want to go to Taha. He said about he just don't spot. You say you don't spot disingenuous people because you gonna look for whatever. So do you think that's like a safe thing to do or to teach your children is like uh you don't look for disingenuous people, don't watch out for them and all that other stuff or whatever. You just be you, you know what I'm saying? You think that's good advice?
So let me clarify that, right? When I say I don't look for disingenuous people, right? Because we
It
know,
just say spot. They don't even say
or
look, it
spot.
just say be.
Okay, how do you spot disingenuous
Yeah,
people?
that's two different
And I
things.
don't go around, right? So, and that's the thing. I really don't go around looking for people and say, "Oh, they're disingenuous." Now, there are things
It's,
that can
it's a
happen
difference from
in which,
looking for them and
right? All
spotting
right,
them out.
I understand what you're saying. There are things that can happen. I guess in this case, you can say it's a spot, right? But when I spot something that somebody does that I might identify as being disingenuous,
Can you
I
spot
don't
a
write
predator?
them up. Say that again.
Can you spot a predator? Can you spot a person that may rob you? Can you spot a liar? Let's put it in another
Look,
term.
I live in New York. If somebody lies, right, you're not getting over on me. I can hear when you lying, and then I can say, "Oh, okay," and you can go about your business. Other than that, I'm in my safe space. You're not taking anything from me. You're not robbing me. You know what I'm
So you
saying?
able
Like
to
being
so
able,
you able to spot them.
being able to
So
spot people, of
that's the
course.
same thing. So that don't mean you looking for them, right? That's why I'm not trying to use the word looking. You don't want to be looking for them. That's just kind of weird to just be, hey, let me just go ahead and search all
Yeah,
my life for no spot. That basically it's a defense mechanism. So if you see one,
right.
you know how to you got to learn how to avoid them at one point. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, and
that's
I
all
get
I'm
you on that.
asking.
Right,
So
I get you
now,
on
now,
that.
now, now we on the same point. Now, can you spot a disingenuous person?
Well, I'm certain. Yeah, of course I can. But
Okay, what
now
are the signs?
let me correct that. Right, let me
Okay.
correct that.
Okay.
Somebody can do something that I can interpretate as being disingenuous, right?
Hmm.
Which means I'm spotting something considered disingenuous. But then I can't categorize them and throw them in a box and say, "Oh, you're a disingenuous person." I don't know you.
Okay.
You feel
Okay.
what I'm saying? Because
So if a person
today,
give you your, let's make it personal now. If a person is give this person that you said is you can't spot, try to give your child advice, how would you handle that?
well, I have to evaluate that advice. And of course, my child being
Mhm.
raised correctly is going to come to me and say, "Hey, Dad, so and so spoke to me and was trying to tell me X, Y, and Z." And then, of course, a red flag is going to pop up, and I'm going to think and say, "Well, I've seen this person behave this way. They done that. I'll inform my child, but then once I meet that person again, I'll say, yo, listen, I appreciate what you were saying, but in the future, please don't do that." Because I'm not going to come to them and say, hey, you're a disingenuous person and you did X, Y, and Z. I'm going to come with an approach because my job isn't to let you know that I identify you as somebody that can be considered disingenuous.
So if a teacher, you're not gonna take them to school then, because that means that nobody can give advice to your child or something like that, or something like that. What
My
about a
child,
disingenuous teacher then?
have a good night. A disingenuous teacher, I have to be around that teacher long enough to find them to be disingenuous. Now, if my child tells me, hey, this teacher is being X, Y, and Z, then there's proper protocols to go about doing that to correct their behavior.
Okay, I'm done because we're gonna be too far. All right, so yeah, I just wanted to say something real quick.
You know, the question is evident. It says how. How is the key working word, functioning word is how do you spot? And in most cases, I would say cab nephew is this space, right? Because this is where we have a lot of conversations with people.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, evasiveness. That's one way you can spot a disingenuous person. You understand where I'm coming from?
Mm-hmm.
Like you're evading what we're asking you, or you're uh uh you're moving the goalpost in a conversation because
Mm-hmm.
you don't want the other person to prove the point, or you're trying to say what they're doing with the point they're trying to make so that you can don't get caught up or that your point won't be destroyed. You see what I'm saying? You just keep bouncing around and being disingenuous. So evasiveness, a person who evades or try to move the goalpost, can be a way to spot, or how you spot a disingenuous person. That's what I would say. Just dealing with TikTok, 'cause that's one of the main words on here.
Mm-hmm.
You're being disingenuous. You're being disingenuous. Well, and it's usually told to women, right? I hear a lot of men tell women they're being
True.
disingenuous
True.
when they answering certain questions and stuff like that, moving the goalpost and don't want to be exposed or have their argument destroyed and don't want somebody to be right because they want to be right. And that's another thing. Uh, the need to
Right.
be right is another way in that you spot, or how to spot a disingenuous person.
Oh
So
yeah, I
those
used that as an example earlier too, because you would see them go against what they stand on just to be right. That's one big thing.
Right. This is another just disingenuous. You're not really in the conversation. You hear you're playing games. You ain't trying to really learn nothing. So you disrupting the whole
Sound like
whole,
somebody.
whole yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. And
But
people
isn't
who
that
try to
know where y'all get y'all PhDs from?
Hey, what the heck happened?
Screen
Why you come from
nine.
out of nowhere? What happened?
I just be wondering because
I don't know. Because the
somebody
first thing
always
that person
lying
said,
and
that was an
say how they
attack.
think and
See, people like to
no,
say
because you
stuff.
don't know. Some people are answering to
Some
their
people like to say
definition
stuff,
and
and
what they
when they
feel, but
talk,
because you don't agree, you dissect it and diagnose. You don't have the credentials or the
you don't
right
know what
to
I
do
have.
that.
How do you
You
know
just
me? What do
your
you know what I
only
have?
assignment is to
No, no, no,
add
no, no.
to,
Stop,
give
stop,
advice,
stop, stop,
and
stop.
listen. It's not to
No, no, I'm not.
diagnose,
No, no, no.
dissect.
No, 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 no. We're not doing that. You just told somebody that they don't have the credentials. How do you know? See, this is
Mm.
my problem. How do you know what somebody on this panel has in terms of credentials? How do you know that?
Because as far as dealing with me, you don't have the credential. I didn't hire you. I didn't ask you to critique me. I don't need that from you.
Who
Therefore,
are you
the
talking to?
way
Who
that
has
I
critiqued you?
answer, I'm
No, no, no.
saying
Stop.
you're
No.
answering.
Stop. You talking too much. Who who critiqued you and who's on this panel telling you about you? Who are you talking about? Who is this person?
Oh, you missed it. You came a little late, so maybe you missed it.
Oh, okay. Cause I don't
What
know what
I
you're
was
talking about. 'Cause
saying,
when you say you, like who are you talking about? That's what I'm
Just
trying to
came
figure
out
out.
of
Who you talking
nowhere,
about?
didn't
Don't
it?
have
I'm saying
somebody
if you,
don't have credentials, and then you saying that somebody is telling you how
no,
to do.
I am,
Okay, somebody else
So
was
can
here
I
was doing that to you.
yeah.
Oh,
But what I'm
okay. Well
saying,
then,
in general, period.
can I say this?
I
oh
I
keep
know you're
sorry.
about to.
I thought I
being
was muting my
muted, and
own
they
mic.
say a hit horse is the one that holler, and all the time people talk in general, and so, and we should assume that that's what you're doing. So how come you can't assume I'm doing that too, but I'm doing it from my perspective?
Can I
Yeah.
say something real quick now? And I'm gonna go. Don't y'all think that's kind of like personalizing your experience on TikTok? Because now you're creating these emotions about someone you hear, and with your communication with them on TikTok, and you're taking that emotion with you, and now you're bringing that same energy into your reality. So every time you get on TikTok, you're really going back and forth with a stranger that you don't even know, and you're calling them disingenuous, but you don't even know that person. But now y'all both have emotions over a topic, and now you're feeling some type of way after you done disconnected from the app. Don't you think that's kind of
How
like
you experience the
personalized?
person? How you experience the person in that moment? See, y'all always get on here talking about you don't know a person. Your mouth, and when you open your mouth to speak, you're letting people know where your thoughts are. So when you're having the
Exactly.
conversation, exactly. So I'm having the conversation with you, and that is my experience with you on this app. So if you display disingenuous behavior, I am able to see it. I'm able to spot it.
Yeah.
Now, you might not be disingenuous as a person, but if you're not, then you wouldn't do it. Unless you just up here, like I said, playing a game. And that's why I said that. Because I've been on here for a while and I've seen
Right. I was
people
about to
use
say
these
that.
types of
Yep.
behaviors.
Yep.
Y'all
Right.
act like nobody see these things over and over and over, the
And
same
dealing
thing.
with
How
hundreds of people that'll
That's
do
my
this.
hundreds of
point.
people
Yep.
over 4 years, the same
4
people.
That's my
years.
point. No, that's my point. That's my point.
Jesus.
You have consumed so
I
much
don't
of this
take this
app.
off the app with me and I'm crying and
No,
all that stuff.
that's my point.
This is
You
just
have
the experience.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's my point. We have people have personalized their experience on this app, and they consume so much of it. Like you said, 4 years. You consumed so much of this for 4 years. Like just recently, this young lady was talking, and you thought she was talking about you. Like you really
Hey,
just
I'm gonna
really
be
went
real.
in on
I'm gonna
her,
be
and
very direct with y'all, and I had to put it this
I
way.
know he got it dropped.
I'm
Let
gonna
me
put
see.
it this exact way. A lot of y'all, I'm gonna be this, and I ain't even trying to be like this, but a lot of y'all, it's got to a point that we've been doing this for so long that y'all are robots. Y'all talk the exact same way. Y'all act the same way. Y'all defensive the exact same way. It
Exactly.
gets to the no. It's really true though, and it's sad because I know a lot of y'all might not be able to see it, but it's a repetitive thing that we've been doing. Like I said, when Kana said that she been doing this for years, I've been doing it just as almost as no about as much as she been doing it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
This stuff is really repetitive. Like when I say we talk to hundreds of people, this stuff is very true because we really spent our time trying to understand people rather than just sitting here trying to drink and smoke and do this and
And
pop this or whatever.
and
We
write them
really
off as
wanted to
something.
understand
Yeah,
people.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
and so more with
The
experience,
assignment that you took on,
with experience
not people that's
comes
been on here.
an
We don't all know
ability.
that.
This girl don't. Jesus, you just
That's an example right there.
But you're everybody been
damn.
I knew that was coming.
Wait,
She not
what's
about to
an
play that.
example? Taha, what's an example?
Look, that's an example, right? When and not only that, and I always say that people have the power that they have on
Well,
TikTok,
see how I just
muting,
asked you the
dropping.
question, like what
I'm
is
gonna
the
answer the
example?
question.
And
I'm
didn't
gonna, young
answer
Oh
it.
lady,
my God,
I'm gonna
dang,
answer the
y'all don't
question,
ever just.
but because it
Oh my
doesn't
God.
satisfy you because I didn't answer it immediately, doesn't mean I'm being
No,
disingenuous.
y'all
I'm
never
gonna answer
answer
the
it. Kev
question.
asked you, "Oh, would you?" Oh my God,
See,
y'all don't
like that's
ever
what I'm
answer the
saying.
questions.
Because it doesn't satisfy you, you're feeling some type of way about that. And I'm a human.
Okay,
I
go
don't
ahead.
But
I'll
have
you
to
see
say.
how you
satisfy
just
you.
assume that? But
You feel what I'm
the
saying?
same thing you're
True.
saying that people are doing, you just did it.
Mm-hmm.
You just
I
did it.
don't have to
This is
satisfy her though. You feel what I'm
no,
saying? I'm
what
getting
you
to the
just
point.
did, no, brother.
What did I
You
do?
just did the exact same thing on this app that you're saying that we're doing.
What's that? What did I say?
What you're
Repeat
saying
that.
is you're saying that this person
Hmm.
actions is something and it's not really that way. You're just calling her out to be something or do something because you're saying, well, how you know they disingenuous? Well, you just told Rachel that she was doing a behavior or doing something that she's not really doing.
No, she wanted me to get right to the question,
No,
right?
you
And when
said
she, hold on, hold
satisfy
on.
you. No,
Yes,
you said
she,
that's not
hold
what
on.
she was. She wasn't looking for
She
satisfaction, brother.
she was,
That's
but
not what she was.
why did she
See,
respond? Why did she respond? Like, why did she
no,
say just
no,
answer the question? Why did
uh-uh,
she say that?
But
Why did
see,
she say that?
Taha, you could have asked me
uh-uh.
why, right? But you never
I
asked
didn't
for
have to.
clar.
I was gonna answer the question, but I
Yeah,
wanted
that's
to
the point. You
know
made an
first.
assumption about how I
Well,
Ooh,
feel
these
about
beta
how?
you.
males.
No, you wanted nah. You literally wanted me to get right to the question because
You're
emotionally you
literally
say
telling me what I wanted, and I'm telling you, you didn't ask me. You didn't ask me to clarify. You made an assumption,
your
which is
voice
what you're
said it
asking
alone.
other people not to do.
But
Your voice,
Rachel, that's but
your voice said it alone.
Real quick, Kevin. This is another sign of
See,
disingenuous.
everything you
This is
see is
another
gonna be
sign. This is
disingenuous.
a no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. See, I know definitions to words. See, the problem is y'all don't. Y'all think definitions don't exist. The action is being displayed right now. The very thing that you're doing is disingenuous. She asked you a question. You're doing is disingenuous. She asked you a question. You didn't answer the question. You stopped and then you went into something else and didn't answer her question. All she's doing is saying, stick to the question. We have to constantly on this app bring people back to the topic, bring people back to the question that was answered because you're getting away from something for whatever reason it is, or maybe you just don't know how to answer questions. But this is where or how you spot disingenuous people because they are reluctant answering questions.
Mm.
That's the
Yep.
point. We've
Yeah.
been doing this too long. And I didn't just start on TikTok. I started in my regular life. This is educated people on this app talking and having discussions. We're not dumb.
Yeah, and most disingenuous people will fight like we said the key word they will fight to be right even if they got aware even if we made them aware of the
That was a
situation
whole panel.
they don't want to sit in it that bad because it's gonna make them feel bad because they based off feelings right they don't want to feel humbled they don't want to feel it's a pride thing you know what I'm saying so
Yeah.
yeah, once you do that, they're gonna keep on saying anything to stay right. Even if they know they're wrong, they're gonna still do anything to stay right. That's just what it is.
And to say that he would have eventually answered the question when the last time he was asked the question he actually didn't even answer it. Like the question was, is that good advice? Would you give that advice to your child? And that
Mhm.
question was never answered.
Never.
But
So to
he but you see, but you see that behavior right there too. And I hate to say that this, but that's what a lot of women do. A lot of women and some men, you do that same behavior. And I'm telling you, this is where you be like, who raised you? This is where we start asking who raised you, because you're displaying traits as a man. Women do this all the time. So I need to ask who raised you. Oh, my mama did. Oh, I was raised by both. Okay, so who was more dominant, your mama? It's like we got this stuff down almost to a science. It's not that hard.
And yeah, I can see why you say that too, because the average mother is more about expressing themselves. The father is gonna be like, no, we're gonna get straight to this. You know what I'm saying? No, it ain't.
Mm-hmm.
No, so I can see that though, because if you ain't got the authority in the house and you got more expression than anything, you're not gonna. I can see that. I can see that, dude.
And on everything, I didn't mean to drop Unique, whatever her name is. I didn't mean to drop her, but hey, let the Lord do His
No,
work.
you meant it, and I meant it too earlier. I just wanted to
Cause I
bring her
sure
back
didn't.
up just to
I
prove a
did
point.
not. No, I was trying. What I was trying to do was mute her because
Oh,
I was talking,
Oh,
but
okay.
I hit the wrong. So let the Lord do His work. Cause I didn't
Right.
mean to drop her, but
The Lord meant
maybe
that
it
then.
is what it is. Cause this one right here, she see, people like to be slick, and I've been on this app long enough to know that when you don't say names, but you are saying something to the person, but you just don't say their name. I
Subliminals.
know that behavior.
Yeah.
I know that behavior. See, my thing
Yes,
is
ma'am.
when you tell people, okay, well, you can't hold adults accountable. Rachel, nephew, Charlotte, motivational. In a church, who goes to church the most?
the pastor?
Are you talking about
The
between
sinners.
men and women,
Are you?
or
Just
just
no.
or
Between
in general?
children and
Oh no.
adults, who goes to church more?
Adults.
Who you see? Adults,
Adults.
right?
Adults.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
adults. Yeah,
Who's normally in the pit preaching?
The pastor.
the
Adults.
Uh,
pastor.
An
an
adult, right?
adult.
An
Yeah,
adult.
An
as adult.
adult,
Yep.
Yeah.
right?
Okay,
So
yeah.
you got TD Jakes as the pastor, who is an adult, holding all these people,
Adults.
50
Yep.
million people in the congregation, accountable, but they all adults, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Absolutely. Yes.
what do people go to church for? What do all these adult people got?
Mm.
An adult pastor, right?
That's
You got an
right.
adult pastor and you got adults sitting all up in the church, more than kids
That's
now.
correct.
But even
Yes.
God holds us accountable. He holds us accountable for our own
Right,
actions.
but
And
let's keep it. But
yeah,
I'm
you're right.
saying,
You're right,
she
Mr. Man.
said you are an adult, so
Hmm.
you can't tell adults. So why do adults go to church for another
But
adult?
that's right. Well,
Hmm.
that's the reason why we have mentorship. Mentorship is adults mentoring less mature adults because they're more experienced in life and they can help them maybe accomplish certain goals in their life by following certain principles.
That's right. And every
Because
Sunday, what do they have? What do they have? An altar? What is it called?
Altar
Altar
call.
An
call
altar
Yeah.
call. What's the altar call for?
for you to surrender yourself, surrender all of basically yourself, your sins, all that stuff to the
Repenting
Lord.
your sins,
Yeah.
right? Give back to
Yes,
God,
ma'am.
right? And
Yep.
what is that called?
Accountability.
Thank you. Don't tell me that you can't be an adult. Y'all, I'm too good. I'm too good. I gotta pop my own collar.
That's them years of
California all day.
experience.
California all day. I gotta pop my own collar because you are an adult and you're going to see a pastor. That's an adult that's
But even they
preaching.
teachers do it. They just
I
want to go to
know.
college for, though. They go to college just to get it held accountable for the stuff.
Hmm.
I'm just saying, like, where these people get off? You don't need to hold nobody accountable. And adults, I don't tell adults what to do. See, there's a difference between telling you what to do and getting all in your business. You shouldn't do this. You shouldn't do that. Now, if you call me on a one-on-one and you want to talk to me, of course. But this is a conversation. And they hate generalizations because what they don't want to do is to be a part of the stuff that we talk about.
well, you had the legal system, right? And I don't agree with everything within the legal system, but the legal system is there. It's adults within the legal system that hold everyone that's supposed to hold everyone in society accountable for their actions to ensure that they act like respectable, decent citizens. That's adults holding adults accountable in different parts of our society.
All right, y'all. All right, we got it.
It's
If we
adults holding
But
wait,
adults accountable on the basketball court. It's adults holding adults accountable on the football field. It's
yep.
adults holding adults accountable in the plane, on the plane, in
Yeah,
the
on your
air.
day-to-day jobs, they're holding you
Police
Police,
accountable.
officers.
police
Right, right. We
officers.
said police at the same time. Right, that was crazy.
Yeah.
hey,
Accountability
but Kev,
everywhere. Okay,
man,
let me let Kevin and Rachel go. But y'all understand what I'm trying to
They
say.
don't single us
Yes,
out, man. You
ma'am.
telling us that.
Because see, they so mad that people calling out. Like I said, we all have done wrong. Everybody makes mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody makes choices that are not good decisions. Okay? But the problem is on this app is that the accountability for certain people is not fair. The only thing we're doing is shining a light in a dark place where don't nobody want to see accountability because they don't want to face themselves. They don't have enough courage. They don't have, see, it takes courage to hold yourself accountable.
Right.
It takes courage to accept the truth. It takes courage to love. It takes courage to be brave enough and to say anything to somebody to help them because you know that the truth will actually get you dang near unalive. So we put our lives on the line every day for our community and for people that we love and don't even know you to come on here and say, sis, brother, come on now, let's get it together.
Right.
And let's have a conversation about it. Let's learn something from this. Kevin's room is called the Accountability Room. My platform is about accountability. That is what it's built on. Not just for y'all, but for me too.
Mm-hmm.
Me too. The women in my book club, we hold each other accountable. It ain't just cause, oh well, nah, this is her group. She started it. And no, they get to do it to me too.
Right.
Iron sharpens iron.
absolutely. Hey, brother Kev, I just want to say, sister, I want to make sure I say your
Good
name
enough.
right. How do I say it?
Good enough.
Shania,
I'm
man.
gonna charge you
I
$5 every
abs-
time you get it wrong.
Hey, hey, man, you sharp, man. I love your level of intelligence and just, man, I love
It's
it.
the
I
one
love
that
it.
put me on motivation. She the
Oh,
one
let
that
me
put me
follow
Yeah,
you,
on.
bro.
motivational.
She the one that
Yeah,
got me
I
started on this
appreciate
thing.
that. I appreciate it.
Kevin
I most
said my
definitely will hit
live
you with the
one night
follow
and he
back.
was, thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Hey,
Yeah, Kevin, he
Kev, I
said
love you,
that
bro.
live
You
with me
good
all
people,
day.
man.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Kev is a good dude, man. Rachel too. So hey, it's nothing but love, man. I appreciate
I
you allowing
told
me to be
Rachel
on the
she heard my
panel,
nephew.
brother.
I'm gonna come get her. You heard my
Hey,
nephew.
bro,
Never. Yes.
man, it
I
was
love
good
Bella.
times, bro. It was a
Hmm.
great conversation. Rachel, man, good times, great conversation. Charlotte, very
Yeah,
nice to
welcome
meet you.
back, sir. Welcome back.
You remember
Appreciate
Mr.
you.
Motivational? My name was CC Sims, but I changed it to Charlotte. I saw too many
I
DC,
C's.
got you.
yeah.
Yeah. I got you. Hey, we
Yes,
have a
sir.
blessed night, man. God bless y'all families, man. I will talk to y'all soon. All right.
All
All
right.
right,
All
man.
right,
For
good
sure,
night.
for sure.
Thank you all for my birthday wishes and everything. I
Oh,
appreciate
happy
Oh,
it.
birthday. I didn't
yeah.
know it was your
Thank you,
birthday.
Miss Kanai. Yes, ma'am.
Happy birthday to
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Happy birthday to
What?
you.
Where
Oh,
birthday?
thank
Happy
you.
Go, Shawty. It's your
It's your
birthday.
birthday.
We
We
gonna
gonna
party
party
like
like
it's your
it's
It's your
your birthday.
birthday.
Not
hey,
that
Yes,
one.
thank
hey.
you.
About to have her
All
find her in the
right.
club.
TT came at the perfect time.
Hey, look, when I sing happy birthday to my friends, I go through all the birthday songs. I go through Stevie Wonder
You ain't doing a
version.
Drake one. It's your fucking birthday.
Oh no.
One, I
I
didn't
know
know
that
he
one.
had one. And then we go cake,
I did
cake,
these.
cake, 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 cake,
Hey,
cake,
you
cake,
know
cake,
I
cake.
Oh, you
like
scared me. I
I
thought you
see
was
the
talking about the
sparkles on
Rihanna
the
one.
cake. Coochie says that. Oh my goodness.
that.
I had
You
a
better
wonderful
like it.
birthday.
But you
My
know
husband
it's
took
my
me,
birthday.
he took me
Right.
to a winery and we went out to eat.
I'm
So
about
I
to
did
blow
have a
that
That's a new
wonderful
one.
time. So yes,
Okay,
thank
good. You
you.
had fun today then. Good.
Yes, ma'am, I did. Thank you all. And he allowed me. He's like, "Go ahead, you can get on your panel." I was like, "Yeah, I'm good." So I was happy I got on
Aw.
here and I was able to come
Ooh,
back at
don't
the end
let the
of the night.
divestors hear you say allow.
You
What
know,
happened?
don't let them hear me say
They gonna say
aloud.
they
Aloud. How can he allow you to? You
he's
allow
Allow
you
you
to
to do
do
controlling
anything.
you.
anything.
You got
Cancel
Stockholm
her.
You a
syndrome.
pick me. You a mammy.
Right.
Look, I got picked. I've been married for 11 years. Hey, so
Hey, happily
yes,
married.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So I'm
I'm gonna
so
start
happy.
saying righteously married. I don't like that term
Ooh,
no
happily,
Wait,
more. I don't like happily
you don't like
married.
righteously.
happily married?
No, I don't.
Oh my
I actually got
God.
a video I'm gonna do on the difference between
Golly.
happy and righteous.
Okay, you
Yeah,
don't have
Righteously blessed
because
and
that's why people
married.
stuff fail because they only focus on happiness. That's the
Oh,
issue.
I
But you know what
get
happy? You
it.
know what happy means in Hebrew?
What
Happy
that?
means blessed.
Yes.
Ooh,
See,
look
ooh,
at
Mr.
you.
Cat. Oh,
Look
look
People
at
at
don't know the
look at that.
difference.
you.
People don't
Mm.
know the difference. You're supposed to be
Blessed and
blessed because the
highly
blessed,
favored.
the blessed is gonna keep you uphill even when you go downhill because you will say I'm grateful. That's why Bible say have a attitude of gratitude, be thankful in all things, right? Because when you're thankful in them times when you don't feel so good but you still blessed, I'm blessed to have this, I'm blessed to do this, I'm blessed or whatever, the blessing and the joy of the Lord gets you through. But that's why people they die on that hill when they go strictly off of my happiness because it's a feeling that they going with.
That's the feeling,
And
right?
blessing, being blessed is not just a feeling, but it's a state of mind and a state and a condition
Right.
of a person's spirit.
Yes, I love that. That was a word for me tonight.
So
Thank
when the
you.
Bible in Psalms chapter 1 talks
That's
about,
why joy
you
is
know,
always stronger
when
than
when
happiness.
the Bible talks about happy is he, well, the Bible is saying blessed is the man. Blessed
Mhm.
is the man who does not sit in the congregation of the unrighteous, or the
Mm.
scornful, or the scofful, the sinner.
Yeah.
Blessed is he. Blessed why? Because it's keeping you out of trouble. You know what I mean?
Yes,
You ain't
ma'am.
going in the way of the sinner. You ain't walking blind. You trying to be in obedience with God. You're blessed when you don't be around all that sin. You know what I'm saying? And it's a blessing.
Mhm.
It's a blessing. I ain't saying that people don't sin because we do it every day. But when it's not a habitual thing, your life is different. Your life is very different. Very, very different. Oh, so much
Sure
more
indeed.
peaceful. But
Sure
anyway, let me shut
indeed.
up. Bye, y'all.
Yes, and
Oh
bye. Good night,
snap, we
everyone.
went past the
We went
2:30.
super past,
Oh,
right?
oh no.
Oh no. Okay.
That's what I was
See?
trying to.
Bye.
Right.
She said,
Bye.
oh no. Good night.
Good
Good
night,
night.
y'all.
All right.
Ha! And I'm gonna do a lot by myself. People thought, ha ha. Now, like I was saying, what I was saying what I was saying when I was saying it, and when they saying it, they say it only when they saying it, and it's blessed.